mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild, wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Let it go. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing. Yeah, we've nothing to lose. We lost it that night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose. Don't make up your mind. We're feeling alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna do it like this. Gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that. Gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the bodies on tap. Getting rowdy on it. Getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track. Yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, 'cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. Oh, wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose, we're lost in the night. We're feeling alright, feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine, just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, get the body on it, get it cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. The shots in my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that.
Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth, I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth, not in it to lose, just fast at you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth, I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth, not in it to lose, just fast at you, fast at you. I tell you the truth, I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth, not in it to lose, just fast at you. I tell you the truth, just faster than you. Just faster than you. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. they see me shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it go. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I might be tired that the stones they throw, picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. 'Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you, I'm a I beat my fears, but I lost my dreams. And they say this fight isn't what it seems. Yeah, shoot 'em all down when my demons rise. Couldn't win, so I joined their side. Breathe it in till the day I die. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you, I'm a
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't
don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said
your hands at the moonlit sky. The stardust drifts and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. For the last time, this ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life, I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done is why you sad. I said I just need the thing.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Greetings to all the Dota fans and viewers out there joining us for another wonderful day of ESL 1 Germany powered by Intel. It's time for us once again to get into our Mercedes-Benz pre-show where we tell you guys what happened yesterday and what you guys can expect for today here. It's day number 11 in our Swiss group stage here for the European region, and we are super excited to bring you guys 3 hype series ahead of us today. I've got another panel back here with me. I've got Dan Ogden, I was going to do it again, Darcy. I'm so sorry. These early mornings, man, they're really starting to mess around with me.
Early mornings,
late nights, whatever you guys want to call it. But I've got Goda on the end here, lads. Yesterday, we had 2 elimination series and 1 qualification series. And now today, we flip it on its head. We've got 1 elimination series, 2 qualification series. So, lads, we've got some exciting series ahead of us. But before we start getting into that, let's have a look at how yesterday did go. We had an exciting few series yesterday. Unfortunately for the boys at the end, the yellow sub didn't get over the top of OG, but I mean, it's OG. What are you expecting?
Yeah, exactly. And Yellow Sub, they've got another chance. They dragged it out longer than I thought they would, honestly. And again, another good showing from these guys that don't have quite the same level of, exposure. What would you even call that? Like prevalence or expectations, I guess, is the one positive. But this, in my opinion, was the game of the day.
Hell yeah, it was.
The techies coming out, just little plays. You were kind of on the edge of your seat the entire time. Would the PA get the crits? Would the Faceless Void get the time locks in place? And I mean, you could just never run into something like a Roche Pit against the techies, but oh man, it was so close. Came right down to the wire.
Yeah, it's always unusual to see techies being picked up in EU region. I mean, the only time we see it is VP. Zayak normally plays it, so it's very interesting to see if we get any other techie players kind of coming out here. But, I mean, in this Nigma game, Nigma actually looked pretty damn good, their form. I mean, their drafting as well has changed a little bit. They're more emphasized on laning and playing around Miracle's hard carry. Weeha's really, kind of stepped up onto the plate by just actually being able to win matchups and creating a lot of space. But the last series, the OG, I mean, it's kind of expected that OG was going to come ahead. I feel like Yellow Submarine and OG kind of clash in playstyles. They're very aggressive teams, but at the same time, they rely on a hard carry. But I feel OG is just a smarter team and more experienced team, so that's why they got an edge there.
Yeah, maybe the niche picks as well are kind of nice. You see the silencers coming out. Who's it going to go to? Yeah. We've seen Seb play it. We've seen Mid1 play it now, and Thompson. That's the thing as well. They're not afraid of shifting around who the emphasis is around. We've seen plenty of times the Mid1 PA. This time around, it was Thompson Morphling.
Yeah, it really does feel like that OG have got a lot in their quiver here. So let's go to see how our standings are going at the start of day number 11. As I said, we have 3 people already qualified for our playoffs, and which will be Team Secret, Alliance, and OG. 3 names that you guys would have expected to get that far in the tournament. And now we see Na'Vi. We're going to be seeing those guys a little bit later on today. They're at 2-1 right now. They'll be playing for their playoff lives here in ESL 1 Germany. Mud Golems, 5 Men, and Team Liquid, the other 3 teams that we'll be seeing today for their playoff slots, all sitting at 2-1. They've still got an extra chance if they do lose their series today, but they really do not want to go to that 5th round because that's when it becomes sudden death for all these teams. And speaking of sudden death, Yellow Submarine sitting at 2-2 right now. They are in that final round alongside Ninjas in Pajamas and Nigma. They are the 3 teams so far that we'll be seeing in our final round for the Swiss stage here. But Cyber Legacy and Viking GG, our first series of today, as you guys can see on your screens, they are sitting at 1-2. One of those 2 teams will be joining these 4 teams here. Windstrike, Hellraisers, Extreme Arm, and Tempo out of the tournament right now. We will not be seeing them for the rest of ESL 1 Germany. So fingers crossed they can come back, they can recoup for the next couple of tournaments we've got for the rest of the year. But that's how our standings are sitting here, lads. Day number 11. We're getting pretty deep in the tournament so far. We've only got today and another day left here for ESL 1 Germany group stages till we get into the playoffs, and there's only a few slots left.
Yeah, it's getting right down to the wire. We saw that there were 3 spots already taken, still 5 up for grabs, and I think now is when those games start to get so much closer. There's so much more to play for. Yeah. There's a pretty big jump in prize pool between top 8 and the lower 8 that finish after that.
Yeah, I mean, today's series are pretty important as well. I mean, the Na'Vi Mud Golems is 2-1. Obviously, they still have 1 more chance, but I just feel they're revealing too much. If they play another game, they're going into the elimination games with a chance of really not taking the heroes they want because already a lot of research has been done. And I feel Mud Golems being a newer team is kind of risky as well for them because obviously they don't really want to play too many unusual heroes because right now they're just trying to play comfort because they're relatively new team.
Yeah. Well, as Darcy did say, we've got a schedule ahead of us, so let's go and see how it will evolve across the day. As I said, first series of today, we're going to have Cyber Legacy taking on the boys of Viking GG. That's an elimination series, so one of those two teams we will not be seeing for the rest of the tournament. But the last two series of today will be our playoffs games. So Na'Vi and Mud Golems will be taking on each other for a slot in that playoffs, joining OG Alliance as well as Team Secret already there. And then 5 Men and Team Liquid, both these teams again playing for that playoff slot. They all have an extra life if they do lose that series, so don't be scared. We'll be seeing them a little bit later on if they do lose today. So I'm super excited to see how all 3 of these series are going to be panning out for today at the end of round number 4, lads. Obviously, this first series is going to be super important for both these teams, but I think later on in the day we're going to have very tight series, especially if it does come down to those third mappers, right?
I think, yeah, there's potential for all 3 games to go to 3 series to go to 3 games.
Yeah.
The first one probably leaning more in favor of Viking GG just because of their pedigree. They've been together as a unit for a little bit longer, and honestly, in the group stages, they've looked a bit stronger than Cyber Legacy, but the other 2 very capable of going the whole distance.
Yeah, I agree. The other 2 series should be pretty close. This one here, I also agree with the fact that Viking GG are the team that should have an advantage, right? Because they've been playing together a long time, but I feel it's more the fact that Cyber Legacy hasn't really found their footing. They're just all over the place. I don't think they're kind of revolving around the current meta as well. On top of that, the players play very unusual stuff, but they're not really synchronizing the heroes to actually play a certain style or chemistry lineup, whereas Viking G is the complete opposite there.
Yeah.
Not really playing the meta necessarily, but they're always playing these strategies revolve around chemistry and teamwork.
Yeah, and it feels like the games that they've lost is when they've gone away from that, not actually executing their timing. The draft might be fine for most of the time, but just these few decisions in-game letting them down.
A little bit unfortunate for those lads here, but it's time for us to level up our game a little bit here. We've got another pro tip video. This one is about creep equilibrium.
The creep equilibrium in Dota 2 has classically referred to the position that the Radiant and Dire creeps meet in the laning stage. If the creeps are pushed forward in the lane, then the equilibrium is bad because they are dangerously close to the enemy tower. If the creeps are pulled back in the lane, then the equilibrium is good because they are close to the safety of the allied tower. This fact is one of the first things that players learn when beginning Dota 2. But this concept is largely ignored and arguably more important outside of the laning stage. At any point in the game, if allied creeps are pushed forward in a lane, then it gives you free access to the camps that are behind the pushed creep wave, which are adjacent to the lane. Why is this? First, because allied creeps give vision. So, if somebody wants to come kill you past a creep wave at a jungle camp, they either have to walk through a dark, spooky jungle, or through enemy creep vision. Neither of these 2 options is great. Second, enemy creeps hitting your tower is a very dangerous prospect for your team. Not only does chip damage feel pretty bad, but if you lose a fight nearby, then you likely lose that tower because creeps, they disable backdoor protection. So, pushing a creep wave forward basically guarantees that enemies will farm the wave in vision before heading to the camps that you're farming. This effectively gives you a safety net to farm an area. This is why you'll see pro players completely ditch jungle camps just to shove out a creep wave. The creep equilibrium is just that important to keep pushed out.
Few handy tips there from Jenkins to get you guys a little bit more MMR in your pub games. But lads, that's something that's super important in a lot of these games, right? Creep equilibrium.
You got there in the end. Yes, but I feel like still, it seems like such a simple concept that a lot of people aren't understanding. Of course, the pro players that we've got here, but the amount of times I've been screaming in my pubs of get out of the jungle, push the waves forward is pretty ridiculous. So I think it's a surefire way to increase that MMR, and yeah, good tip by Jenkins.
And I feel like this is kind of still very basic. I mean, it's a good base to kind of grasp the understanding of creep equilibrium, but there's a lot more when it comes to creep equilibrium. So in the mid lane as well, you can kind of aggro the creeps to force the enemy to play under the hill. So for example, you can get the evasion from playing high ground. On top of that, you can use the aggro as well, which is another concept we talked about as well before when it comes to just messing up with the last hitting. There's just so much in Dota right now, and I love these little pro tips because it teaches you the basics, but there's so much more to develop from there on out.
Such a deep game in Dota.
Exactly. Well, the lads who are pretty deep in the game of Dota are Mercedes-Benz MVP top 4. So let's see how it is starting out here. On day number 11, we had an interesting set yesterday. Let's see if it's changed at all just yet. Matumba Man Miracle, still same old, same old. Nisha's still in that 3rd slot, and Lil still in that 4th slot as well. So no changes here at the start of day number 11, lads. But, I mean, I think these boys are basically making a pretty good show for it, right?
I guess so, but I mean, we've had the same for a long time. Get to voting, guys. You know, we've got so
Everyone's
many
waiting
other good
until
players.
the end, Matt. You have to see everybody play as much as they possibly can.
Do you only get 1 vote?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I guess that's good enough reason. Lil did a good job of campaigning to get himself up there on the leaderboards. Visibility is always really nice, but I can understand Miracle being up there as well. Yeah. Really dominant performances yesterday. Granted, it was enabled by his team, but still having like 900 GPM in this meta is very rare.
And I was just thinking as well, the viewership in certain countries or regions is a lot bigger. For example, CIS is very competitive. There's a lot of viewership. So getting that support for your players from CIS region is very important. I think that's one of the reasons why Lil is so far up there.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, just as you guys can support your favorite players here with Mercedes-Benz MVP, you can also support us by joining in the conversation across our social media, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you guys want to post it up. Make sure you do use the hashtag ESL1. Let us know where you guys are watching these games. Let us guys know how you deal with creep equilibrium here. It's a bit of a mouthful. Let's see if you guys can get it done. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for our first break of the day, and that means series number 1 is just underway very, very shortly. We've got an elimination match. It's Cyber Legacy versus Viking GG. You don't want to miss this one.
And now I've come to claim life. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0. Always a bit more refreshed.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
It's elimination time here at ESL 1 Germany. Both these teams are fighting for their tournament lives, sitting at 1 and 2 here in our Swiss group stage. Cyber Legacy and Viking GG. Only one series separates them from staying alive in the tournament, and one series separates them from going out of it. Now I've got my panel back here ready for our pre-series talks. Danog, Godot, lads, Cyber Legacy versus Viking GG. To me, Cyber Legacy have not really been performing to the way that I was expecting them, but Viking GG, again, not really performing to the expectations coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I would say if you had to give a rating, well, at least I did, pre-tournament, I would have Viking at 7th, and I had Cyber Legacy kind of sitting around that 12 mark. And it feels like Viking haven't quite performed up to the level that I was expecting for them. They're a very good team. They just come off a win recently with the BTS Pro Series, and yeah, I'm a little surprised. Maybe a lot of teams looked into that and are exploiting some of the holes that they're seeing in their strategies.
Yeah, I think Cyber Legacy, though, have more things to fix, whereas Viking GG is really just key timings and execution on those timings. So I feel coming into this series, Viking GG really has to talk about what went wrong in the previous series and try to adapt and execute in a way that they should have, like in the BTS Pro Series, where I felt like their chemistry was really just on point. Whereas Cyber Legacy, I think they're still struggling to find what's actually good for themselves, as well as like trying to adapt according to the teams they're versing. So it's pretty tough. Man.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you look at this Cyber Legacy roster, and they've got some big names on it. This used to be, I would say, 2/3 of that big Na'Vi roster when they first came out, and they were looking really strong in the European region, but now they just really haven't been doing all too much. You know, Kuman's one of those Position 1 players that has been jumping around a lot of these teams because he was such a hot commodity when he first started busting out on this scene, but now maybe it could be a situation where teams have looked so much into these players that they've kind of been figured out a little bit.
Yeah, I think so, and I think some of it just comes down to the meta. I'm sure that Cyber Legacy is one of those teams that are like, come on, Ice Frog, where's the patch? Give me the patch, because their heroes don't really fit the meta, or at least the style that they like to play. Magical's probably one of the greedier mids in the scene, and he's just not able to get that from this particular style, as well as trying to gel with Kuman, who also likes to play that kind of hard carry.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think Blizzy doesn't really suit the Aura bot position either. He plays these very matchup-dependent heroes, Pangolier, the Timbersaw, the Batrider.
More aggro style.
Yeah, so you don't really have that synergy going with the middle as well as the carry player, and I think that's a big problem.
So maybe just more patch-dependent rather than tournament-dependent here for the lads of Cyber Legacy, right?
Yeah, I think they've got potential. We've seen, some good teamfight execution on the replays there, just being able to realize the strengths and weaknesses of the heroes that they're up against. That time around it was the Troll Warlord, and they just kited around the battle trance. Really smart. But yeah, just for right now, I'm not quite feeling it from them.
What about Viking GG, lads? We talked about this team coming into this tournament. They had a bit of hot form coming out of a Mega League. They looked pretty strong. This team was getting to that situation where a lot of people were looking at this team as being maybe the next big thing to bust out of that Tier 2 scene. But right now, they're not really performing, in my eyes, in this tournament against teams that maybe they should have taken, at least more maps or even a series off of.
Well, they 3-0'd Mud Golems in BTS Pro Series Grand Final, right? And Mud Golems are looking far more impressive, if I'm being perfectly honest, in this tournament. Viking as well, probably... Well, I don't know if they were favored by certain matchups that they had. They've obviously had to face against OG, and that's never an easy task. But still, I've been expecting a bit more from them. So I'm thinking we're probably going to see it this time around because, yes, you don't want to reveal all too much of your strategy like you were saying before, but it's do or die. You have to win this or you're out.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if it's because of the matchups they've been playing against, because maybe it's not the type of teams they'd be versing or scrimming a lot in the past. And also maybe the type of playstyle going into the game is not as coordinated as teams like Mud Golems. And maybe Mud Golems is more adaptable in those positions because they have players who have been in a lot of experienced teams before. So you do have those differences, but I feel really it just comes down to execution when it comes to Viking GG, really.
All right, lads. Well, we might be able to learn a little bit something here from our pre-series interview. We've got Aramis here on the line from Viking GG. Aramis, mate, just like to say, first off, good luck for your series here against Cyber Legacy. I want to touch on something more mentality-focused. Do you feel like, how does the pressure of an elimination series affect you guys on Viking GG?
I mean, it's always a bit more pressure, if you lose, you get out, so... But it's just a game.
It's just a game, yeah. Good attitude to have. Now, ourselves included, but a lot of people do have trouble with some player names. It's a little bit up in the air. We've seen people call Salary. For yourself, can you just confirm, for everyone, just point blank, is it Aramis, is it Aramis, is it something else? How do you like to be called?
I mean, nobody calls me by my nickname, to be honest. Everyone just calls me Adam. Because like my actual name, so
help the commentators out. Help out Gareth and Lacoste. What do they want to be calling you?
I don't know. Whatever they feel comfortable with, to be honest.
All right, nice and easy.
Yeah, just going into your matchup now, I feel that you guys haven't really been executing. Obviously, coming into this tournament, I was really expecting a lot of things from you guys because I've been watching you guys and Navi a lot coming to... Before this, you guys played BTS Pro Series. But how do you guys feel about your current results in this tournament so far?
I mean, we're not happy, of course. We expected it to be better. We're making kind of a lot of mistakes that we shouldn't be making. But I think it's not like... We know what we're doing wrong. It's like just a matter of time until we fix it and we're gonna show up.
All right, another follow-up because I want you guys to feel confident. Are you guys gonna destroy them or what's the deal for today?
Yeah, of course. Of course we're gonna 2-0 them.
Oh, 2-0, baby.
I love this.
Good man. And as well, on top of that, obviously, you're in the European region, which means that you've got close proximity to a lot of the EU teams, but also the CIS teams. Does that impact who you scrim against? Like, do you tend to scrim more against EU versus CIS, or what's it like for Viking GG?
I'd say it's 50-50. We scrim 50 EU teams and 50... It's kind of actually hard to scrim EU teams because like so few that are actually good. Like you barely scrim tier 1 teams and tier 2 teams are also scrimming CS teams. So it ends up 50-50, I would say.
All right, well, it's good to hear that you've got a lot of confidence going into this match here against Cyber Legacy. So, Aramis, we'll let you get prepared for your first game against Cyber Legacy, and good luck once again.
Yeah, thank you.
Confidence is key, lads. A lot of my panelists seem to push a lot of pressure onto these guys. You're like, you have to say that you're going to crush these guys, otherwise you're getting out of here. But, I mean, it's always good to see that it comes from the horse's mouth.
We're just giving them a rev up, We want them to be confident. We want to see some good Dota because there have been a couple of games where both teams just felt like they were playing to not lose as opposed to playing to win. And we want to see that confidence coming out. And you heard it from the horse's mouth as well. There's not very many good EU teams, apparently, according to Aramis, but outside of the tier 1, at least in his mind.
Yeah, I kind of agree with him as well in that aspect, because CIS region is a lot more competitive. You see a lot of teams forming, so it'll be easier to get partners to scrim from CIS region, whereas EU, normally you'd probably learn the most with the tier 1 teams, but as you said, it's pretty hard to grasp those scrim partners.
Well, that's something that's a little dicey as well, the whole tiering system, lads. But I'm going to start tiering you guys when it comes to predictions, because right now you guys have been pretty bad, especially across my trivia. So, lads, I'm going to give you guys another redemption here. So we've got a little bit of time for our first game between Viking GG and Cyber Legacy. So once again, it's Hero Voice Line Trivia, lads. Are you guys ready for this one? Are you guys actually learned up a little bit? I'm getting pretty disappointed, if I'm being perfectly honest.
I don't like voice lines because I don't really care about them.
Well, you're going to have to start caring, Darcy, because otherwise you're going to continue to fall down my power rankings.
Go on.
All right, you guys ready?
I got the Gummy Vitamins DHL drop question.
That is true. You did get that one. All right, so let's throw up our third hero line trivia. So this one's a spicy one. There's too many darn wizards.
All right, I feel like that is not linked at all, at least according to, what was it? You had like a sexy Wraith King voice line or something like that?
I now have all the sexy. No, I think it was more feminine than that, but anyway. There's too many darn wizards.
Sounds
I mean,
like something
that
Coddle
sounds
would say,
like
but-
Gyrocopter or Coddle or something
Yeah,
like
his
that.
accent, but that could just be a debate.
Yeah.
I've debated you guys
Yeah.
twice already, and you guys are still continuing to use the actual voice.
Yeah, Darn. I feel like Gyro would say damn at least, because he's got the holy shit, it's Viper voice line. So he wouldn't say darn, right?
I
Do
have
you
no
think
idea,
it's Coddle?
once again.
No,
But,
but he is a wizard.
I was just wondering, like, because as a Coddle, you wouldn't want any other competition. But, yeah, I have no idea, to
It's
be fair.
not anti-mage.
Who would say darn? What type of people in the real universe use darn?
Religious people.
Okay. What does that lead you towards?
Omni Knight.
What about you, Darcy? I need one final answer, lads. One final
Maybe
answer.
Chen?
Too many darn wizards.
You sound like a sniper or Jara, legitimately. So I'll just go with the sniper. Maybe this time.
You're going to go with Sniper,
Yeah, maybe
and you're
this
going to
time
go
you're not
with
debating.
Omni Knight? You guys suck. This is Snapfire.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Granny.
This is what she says to anybody that's a wizard. So, like, Invoker and stuff like that.
But why?
Because there's too many darn wizards.
I guess the voice line was kind of there.
Exactly. Well, looks like my expectations of my panelists are pretty low to start the day here. So as we go to a break between Viking GG and Cyber Legacy, let's see if my boys can knowledge up a little bit here as we get ready for game number 1 of our first elimination series for day number 11. We'll see you guys after.
Look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a
3, 4, Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the parties on tap, getting rowdy on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. The shots on my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that, yeah.
I hope everyone's stocked up on their drinks and their snacks for this series here between Viking GG and Cyber Legacy. It's another elimination series here in round number 4. One of these two teams will be exiting the tournament. The other one stays alive for another round here. We're getting ready for game number 1 draft. It's already here. We don't have to get ready anymore because it's on top of us. Now I've got Danog, I've got Godot. Lads, talk us through the start.
Well, Viking GG, they won the coin flip, they went for first pick, and Cyber Legacy chose Dire. So typically when you do that, you want to go for a bit more of a farm-oriented style, which feels more fitting to Cyber Legacy's playstyle. They love giving Kuman a great game if they can. And we've seen if things don't go their way, he does like a bit of a rage, unfortunately for him. But Dire, you can get so many of those camps stacked up. The tri-camp area, really easy to stack as well, those two Ancients and the hard camp. So I'm liking it, but the draft is pretty good by Viking GG so far, just with these early picks.
Obviously, every team has their prioritization when it comes to SAD or first pick, second pick. Viking GG is one of the only teams, if I would say, or one of 2 only teams that have actually been prioritizing first pick here, which is kind of interesting. Generally, when you have the last pick, you can do niche, cheese picks. You can also just pick and then ban the heroes you don't want to verse. And at the same time, you got the last pick for mid as well, which is very important for the matchups. And CIS teams primarily like that. Or if you're versing certain teams like Liquid who have cheese picks, you want to have the last pick just so you don't. In this scenario here, Viking GG don't care about it. Magical does play more of those farm-intensive heroes, as you mentioned before, so maybe that's one of the reasons where Viking GG doesn't really care about it.
Yeah, do you think they can get away with that, though? They've already picked up a Shaker, so really slow early game, ability to be exploited, but you've got the Drow for the pushing potential. I will be really stunned if Cyber Legacy do not ban the Snapfire right now, because, you know, such easy synergy together with the Faceless Void. It's one of Solari's most played heroes. I mean, why not?
Also, on top of that as well, Cyber Legacy, I do like what they have here. I mean, although the Rubik does have an easy time here with the Earthshaker being already picked up, you can just steal the Fisher and whatnot, but they have a very easy to execute lineup here, revolving around the Drow. They can protect her with the Fisher, and obviously prevent the Face Void from actually utilizing the Chrono effectively, which makes their timings a lot easier as well as a lot faster for Cyber Legacy. And it's kind of taking a page a little bit from Secret's lineup, where they picked up the CM in the 3rd pick here. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see if they go for that approach, just buffer the Drow strat, play very fast, play around objectives, and not really caring about what the enemy is going to pick, because they're going to have to go on that Drow, right? And they're just going to have to play their own style.
And they're putting a lot of favor into Toby as well, right? He mentioned, I forget who it was, but someone on the team said, I think it was Solari, that he is the best player in their opinion on the team.
Yep.
And so they've gotten rid of 3 offlane heroes themselves, and they pick up Snapfire themselves. Yeah, I don't mind it at all. Yeah.
Well, luckily enough for her, there's not too many darn wizards.
Not too many darn...
Get out of here, man.
Wizard?
Wizards.
Wizard.
Like lizards.
I mean, Mars is nice against the Drow Ranger. That's always good to have.
I like it. It's just your typical offlane hero that can set up for good team fights. It's got good damage. Just a very well-balanced type hero and strong laning emphasis as well. You've got the Rubik paired up on that lane.
And for team fights as well, you've just got... you just toss down the arena between the Drow and your more squishy heroes, and suddenly she can't really do much of anything.
Yep, my main concern right now is they're lacking a little bit of damage. They're going to really have to follow it up with their later picks, and Timbersaw makes it even harder because now they're going to need to get a specific route of damage and matchups to actually deal with him, and this is one of Blizz's heroes.
Yeah. So what have we got left? We've got mid laner, you would think, for Cyber Legacy with the last pick overall, and the mid and the position 5 for Viking GG, we're thinking.
We've seen Soleri go for a lot of Chens, Venge, Enchantress, 2 of those heroes already taken out. So the Chen's the only one that's sitting really in my books here. Does that provide enough damage against the Timbersaw, you guys think? Or do you want to see something a little more magic damage heavy, like maybe Grimstroke or Shadow Demon or something like that?
Grim is something that they run. I don't mind the Shadow Demon that much either, but they're going to go for a Tiny. Okay, so both teams like to play this mid as well, so it's actually the most common hero across both of the teams. Yes, they can flex it to Aramis on Viking GG, but I don't know.
It's a tiny mid, for sure.
Yeah.
There's just no way they put it as a position 4 or 5 here because they're just not going to have that early acceleration on timings like the Blink Dagger, fast levels on Stun Toss. You need damage to deal with these lineups as well. Like, you have a Timbersaw who's going to pretty much have a good game, as you can already see by the lineup. But if you have a Tiny who can come online really quick, he can rotate to the Timbers lane, get those kills, just to help out the Faceless Void a little bit, get the Blink Dagger, be able to combine maybe a body system with the Mars so you can get the backline. If they play it as a 4 or a 5, you're just not going to hit those timings, you're not going to have those levels, you're not going to be able to fight into the Timber regardless.
See, this is where the flexibility really comes into the equation, right? Because I'm kind of surprised there has been no Lenas banned out. And I feel like if this is Liquid's draft on Viking GG, they're like, cool, we'll just give Insania the Rubik, and then we'll have Tiger play something like a Lena. Good magic damage, good stuns, useful during a Chronosphere. I don't mind it at all, but I don't know if they have it in their playbook.
Yeah, I feel like they've kind of drafted a little poorly. I mean, the Mars pick looked good, but they didn't ban out the Timber, which is a little surprising. There's also a lot of heroes that they didn't ban out, which Blizzy really excels, and that would have been the Batrider. So even if you ban out the Timber, you still have to worry about these other heroes that they could have also opened up with.
Yeah, Bat's still in the pool. Magical plays it a fair amount, so that could be the mid laner as well.
And now that you've already revealed that it's a tiny mid, it's going to be very easy to get that matchup. And it's not like you can flexi it either. As we pointed out, the Timbersaw pick just destroys the tiny, even if it is a position 5 or Frubik's position 5. You can't really zone out the Timbersaw, so they're a little bit of in the pickle right now for Viking GG. They need someone who can do damage and can secure laning emphasis because
on Viking.
Because if they don't have anyone who can start fights and they don't have any winning lanes, they're just going to get snowballed until, I mean, Void can maybe get a big chrono or if he got enough timing, enough time to farm his items. But that's not going to happen against the Drow. That's the issue.
So we're thinking... I'm just trying to think of a good lane hero. The one hero that I can think of is maybe the Chen to give that Penitence extra bonus damage against the Timbersaw, try and burst him down in the Avatos combo a little bit earlier on, maybe burst him down in the arena as well. But I would have loved the Witch Doctor, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Cyber Legacy's draft has been pretty damn good. You know, outside of the Earthshaker, I was feeling a little shaky about them picking it up first. It's really not going to get banned out super early on. That's the thing. So, yeah, going into something like a Snapfire first perhaps would have been the better way to go about it. Really, the only hero that Viking GG play a lot is the Chen and the Io, but they're much more
really
passive.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not good here.
I mean, there's a Lich still in the pool, which is kind of okay, but, you know, who do you put that Frost Shield on?
What about something like a Bane, lads? We haven't seen much of it. It's a pretty good laner.
Like Pos 5 Viper, maybe, but it's just too passive. I just want to get something that's going to stop this Timbersaw from bullying the Void as much as possible.
I love how Cyber Legacy has banned as well.
Lich. I mean, it's damage, right? You're able to do a little bit of harass. I'm just concerned of who are they going to put the Frost armor onto.
Yeah, I love how Cyber Legacy have actually drafted this. And look at their later bans as well. They've just made it in a sense where Timber's going to actually have a good game no matter what support. I don't think the Lich is going to be enough to actually stop the Timber from farming. Maybe he can pressure him a little bit so that the Face of Void gets some farm. But all in all, I mean, Timber's going to have a good time, Drow's going to have a good time, and they have last pick for middle as well, which is going to have a good time.
I mean, this could honestly even be Timber mid, right? Against the Tiny?
I don't think they'll do that, because Blizzy loves the Timber.
Oh, of course he does.
And I think this is a game where, no matter what, he's going to have a good time. And now if they pick a hero that's going to have a very good matchup against the Tiny and stop that Tiny from getting levels and being able to rotate, that's going to prevent Viking GG from actually playing their game. And that's very important for Cyber Legacy.
I have a question. I know this might sound a little too brain from me, but what about a Broodmother for Cyber Legacy? Magical loves playing that hero of Days of Old.
Nah.
Not good enough?
I don't know. I'm feeling more strongly about something like maybe a Nature's Prophet, maybe Bat Rider is another potential option for them.
What are they going to go for here?
Ember
They're going to go with the
Spirit.
Ember?
Okay. Yeah, they play it a fair amount. Good flex when they do draft it early on with Kuman, but you would think it's going to be Magicals. It gives them... Are they lacking stuns, really?
I'm a little surprised they went for the Ember. I actually would have appreciated more of a aggressive lane dominant hero, because they know for sure Boom, as you can see, is going to be playing the Tiny, and they could have actually punished him here. And this game is really reliant on the Tiny to make his side lanes a little bit more relieved when it comes to pressure.
And especially with like 0 armor, you would think like a ranged hero, like a Prophet, right? Good attack animation, just bully him out of the lane, force him to get a bit more regen as opposed to his key item timings might have been the better way to go about it. But yeah, Cyber Legacy, we can't complain about their draft in the first 4 picks.
I think it's still okay, the Ember. It's like, it's just not so good for the laning phase, but it's a very good Ember game. It's very hard to kill him. You already have a Timber and a Drought that you have to prioritize as well. So you got this tri-core that all do damage and are all very hard to kill. I actually have to go with Cyber Legacy for this
All right,
game.
lads. So as we can see here with the GG Bet odds, Viking come into this as favourites, but it looks like the draft is starting to favour Cyber Legacy. So one-word answer, lads. Predictions. Where we at?
He said Cyber. I am probably going to say the same. It feels like that Lich is kind of a it'll-do pick.
Yeah.
All right, looks like it's good feelings all around here for the boys of Cyber Legacy. Game 1 draft feels like it's in their favour. We're going to hear from Gareth and Lacoste with game number 1.
Thanks, guys. Here we are, game 1 of this best of 3. As again, Lacoste, we've been very, very thankful given the task of casting a game where someone's tournament lives are on the line. 1 loss here in this series, and you are out as we get ourselves into Viking versus Cyber Legacy. Panel going for Cyber Legacy. Are you feeling any different?
Yeah, I have to go the other way. I feel like Viking has a much better draft. Like, it's not ideal Timbersaw game where, you know, he's just going to pop off. They have ways to deal with him. And here's the pause, lag. You didn't even join the game. How do you know the game's lagging? But whatever. So, yeah, to go back to the talk about the game, Timbersaw, he's playing into Faceless Void. It was a last pick Lich. I don't like when teams are last picking a position 5 hero that is not going to have that much of an impact, especially against hero like Timber. So don't get me wrong, they can kill Timber, but utilizing the last pick to get like, wow, this is it. This is what's going to round up our draft nicely. This is going to be our win condition possibly. And I don't think you should be using on position 5 in certain situations. Yes, they had to adjust in this game, but expected something bit of a different. Thank God Cyber Legacy banned out Grimstroke. It would have been a perfect pick against the Timber, against the Ember. Like, go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, and the Witch Doctor as well, right? You know, I was just about to come to that. You're saying that it was kind of difficult for Viking to get that last pick. It kind of had to be the position 5 and 2 very good bans from Cyber Legacy, Witch Doctor and Grimstroke, where, you know, you're talking about impact. And those 2 heroes, they can either kill the Timbersaw off, or they give you that massive amount of team fight contribution that can always help out. So Cyber Legacy, they've got Drow Ranger with Ember Spirit, Timbersaw as their 2 cores. So it feels like Blizzy on this Timber is going to have his work cut out for him to actually make the space. You know, often we see Timbersaw and think, hey, he's got a pretty good game here. He's going to be able to run around the map, control things up, win a lane, and take some objectives down. But I agree with you. I think the Viking potentially here have the answers to all of those questions as we get ourselves into game 1.
It's a lot of magical damage against the Timber, so something that he does not like to play against. We'll definitely get the hood this game against Lich, against Tiny, but one wrong move and you're not going to feel that Timbersaw snowballing. I've seen it so many times where like, oh, it sounds like a great Timbersaw game. And if things are not going well for Viking, they can just play away from Timbersaw. Like, don't get to his lane if things are not going well in the laning stage. Also, Earthshaker, like, this is the hero that, you know, for a reason it's not picked. He feels very underwhelming, relying on that Blink Dagger. Fisher got nerfed. Like, before it lasted for 8 seconds, level 1. Now it's 6.5, so that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis there on his item timing. But he's got some good combos to go along with it. Slayer on that Grandma as well. Going to be offering a lot of damage as we get into those big 5v5s. And you're talking about the keep away with the Timbersaw. If Viking do want to dodge that, this Drow Ranger could quite easily be isolated. Kuman on that Drow, susceptible to getting jumped by, Tiny Blink, Void, Time Walk, the Mars with the Blink and the Spear. Lots of ways here for Viking to gap close and get in on top of their targets. As neither team really contesting bounty runes. 2 up north for the Radiant, and the Diagrabs both down south. As it looks like Cyber Legacy setting up bottom lane for a bit of a Troy lane.
Yeah, I think Viking expected that. They adjusted already accordingly, putting Lich and Faceless Void on the top lane. Like, they're just going to sack Mars farm. And yeah, I mean, Cyber Legacy should win a Troy lane. You want to have Timbersaw getting the solo XP on the top lane. He's one of the few heroes that, just shines. He wants to get that solo XP, get to level 3, get to level 5, but we can see Viking already doing a good job just zoning him out. He started with the reactive armor. They're going to deny as much as possible, pull the lane back, and continue harassing. Celery started with the 3 enchanted mangoes, which is more than enough. Keep spamming that Frost Nova or Frost Blast. Like, they changed the names of Crystal Maidens, like Frost Nova, Crystal Nova, I don't even know. It was before
Freezing Nova, Arcane Nova.
Q, we're gonna call it Q.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we saw Celery kind of going in behind the creep wave, got a couple of taps onto the Timbersaw just to see what he'd leveled up. Reactive armor comes, and that harassment continues. They're keeping Blizzy out of XP range very nicely as well. There's a different story down bottom and in towards mid actually here. Tiny 8-2 against the Embers 5-0. Tiny with that, attack damage looking pretty good. With a Quelling Blade helping him out, but Magical, he's equally going to be able to get CS and farm here. Celery also sniping Blizzy's Courier.
What surprises me is that Tiny's still left in the pool. I'm not sure how, because this hero is way too strong. At least in my book, you have a hero that scales, you can play him as position far most of the time, but he really shines in a mid lane. Boom, trying to make a move on Magical on a mid lane. One more
the final
hit,
touch.
The Fairy Fire.
He's got the Fairy Fire. And now a Salve as well. Magical getting very close there. Tiny out of bottle charges now. Gonna have to wait a couple of minutes for that first rune spawn. It feels like we're seeing a lot more early bottles, like the actual rush bottles now, as we had a period of like a year or so, where people were, going nulls, wraith bands, spamming mangoes, waiting for like 3.5 minutes, then getting their bottle for that first refill.
It really depends on the matchup, like who's playing against who in this type of matchup. You want to have the bottle. You know that I don't think Ember Spirit should score a kill on Tiny. Like, Tiny has an upper hand in this matchup. I'd call it 65 to 35, and Boom is playing it nicely. So we might expect to see 1 or 2 heroes rotating, trying to secure the rune, refill the bottle for their mid laners. How's bottom doing? Drow Ranger 8-4. A lot of denies, but not too many CS. Even Mars has more CS than Drow Ranger, so things are going very well for Viking at the moment.
Yeah, you look at the CS board, it's 3 green heroes at the top, and the difference is pretty drastic between these core heroes, especially. So that tri-lane with the Earthshaker not particularly working out. They're going to have to try and pull camps, reset this lane equilibrium as often as they can. But it seems that Aramis on this Rubik doing a great job at just dragging that wave back every moment he's available to.
And on the top lane,
the Earthshaker.
Faceless Void will get level 4. I assume he gets 1 point time dilation, so Timbersaw can't use Timber Chain if they start playing aggressive. Lich for now saving a point if they need to catch him mid-air with the Sinner State Gaze. And yeah, I mean, this is Timbersaw. Like, you pick this hero to dominate, he's sitting at 3 CS.
Yeah, and level 3 as well. Being zoned pretty heavily. As Big Num did make a rotation mid. Aramis is there to meet it, and Boom gets the Invis rune top. And this is the thing, you've got the tri-lane bottom lane, so there are no heroes to collapse on that top rune, which means Boom can quite easily just take it himself. And if Rubik comes towards the bottom rune, you can guard that one as well. Viking in a prime position from every single one of their lanes and looking real hot to take this out of the laning stage into the mid game with the teamfight combos they've got. Chrono, Chain Frost, the Mars ulti, and then anything that Rubik can steal. If he gets Mortimer's Kisses, for example, anything from Timbersaw, that raw damage output is going to be pretty insane. Well, again, it looks like Boom and Magical going head to head. Ember Spirit can't really chase under tower, going to force the invis and the bottle charges to come. And Cyber Legacy forced to move the Earthshaker away as that tri-lane bottom wasn't getting the support, the experience they needed. Sharing between 3 heroes is a pretty big struggle when you're not winning the lane completely.
And now you have Tiny rotating. This is going to be a first blood.
On the bounty rune he goes. Boom gets the toss down. Slayer there with a jump over the cookie. Allowing a bit of an escape, but the drag back from telekinesis allows them to secure first blood like you said. Boom gets it. And they spear back the Drow Ranger, so she can't really get anything there either.
And now with this setup that they have 3 heroes on bottom, Blizzard didn't get anything from the top lane, they're gonna struggle, so they need Magical to be very active and try to make stuff happen. At one point, Drow Ranger will need to rotate to the top lane because bottom lane will become unplayable, especially when Mars hits level 6, and he's gonna get level 6 before the Drow Ranger. Also, what they can do is swap things around for themselves, put Faceless Void on the bottom. When he gets 6, they get a kill on Drow Ranger. There is no counterplay, there is not a single save.
And it feels like Earthshaker struggling to find his home. Boom is back to full HP as Big Num lurking at the top rune spot. Now he can guard it up for Magical, but the Avalanche Toss combo coming in. Oh, Boom! He did the maths there, didn't he? He knew exactly how much damage he needed.
Well, you would expect someone being called Magical and having a Flame Guard that absorbs magical damage not to die to Avalanche Toss combo, but here we are, and Tiny picks up the best rune. He gets the Arcane ones. He can easily rotate. So far, so good, even though it's only 2 kills. Like Viking, how they set up their lanes, how they went through the laning stage is just perfect.
It sure is. Like Blizzy's jungling, he's heading back to Fountain, not really anywhere he can be. And then they make up their tri-lane again, bottom. Big Num here with the Earthshaker. They've got 2 points in Cookie, 2 points in multi-shot. I just don't see how they can make a kill on, you know, a Mars, for example, though, unless he's completely caught out of position. And you can see Toby, very defensive, hiding behind his little range creep near his tier 1. And when the waves meet, he'll be perfectly safe and sound.
Aramis just wants to stay out of XP range, so, you know, that Toby gets that level 6 faster, but also wants to be close if they want to make, you know, an aggressive move on Toby.
Smoke time. Yeah, I saw the Lich and I was wondering, why is Lich in the mid lane? But he's come in to smoke the Tiny. Lich is going to try and maybe leech some experience in that mid lane. No, he says, screw it, I'm heading back
some
top.
experience, huh?
I knew that was coming. I set you up for that one. Where is Tiny? Hiding away. Smoke has popped. It looks like Boom won't find anyone. They've realized Tiny's missing, so he TP's top. And this is a sneaky move. Cyber Legacy probably expecting the Tiny to be bottom lane ganking, which he was, but in comes the Sinister Gaze, the toss, the final bits of damage required from the Lich with that Frost Blast.
They don't even have to pop the Chrono. Yep. You would expect them to go bottom. You know, Drow Ranger very killable at the moment. Only level 4. Toby's level 6. There's going to be Arena. Just kidding.
So now they cookie onto the Rubik. I don't know if Viking were trying to kill the Drow there with Arena's spear after the lift, but Aramis has opened himself up, and the Magic Stick, he's actually made a swift escape. Now the spear with the Arena there, he spears up, but it's onto the Earthshaker. Kuman's still standing strong. Drow Ranger, she's getting into the tree line. But that final hit from the God's Rebuke as Ember Spirit's rotation arrives, Toby might trade his life. 2 for 1 here. Cyber Legacy striking back with that first Ember rotation, but Drow Ranger dying never feels good.
It's more than a fine trade for Viking, where Tiny is getting closer to his Blink Dagger. It's going to be insane timing on the Blink Dagger. They just killed the Drow Ranger, and it's time for Drow to swap the lane. Problem is, you know, Faceless Void still does not use the Chronosphere, so he can't even go to the top lane. Yeah, this is what I just talked about. So Drow Ranger TPs the mid lane.
Try and get her a bit of security. Mars comes back down to bottom. Magical's farming through a camp. And that wave he's pulled in. Nice little royal jelly for him. As well as the Iron Talon he already has. Might be time to shift the Iron Talon onto the Drow Ranger, though, as her home is going to be in the jungle very, very shortly.
Yeah, just need to get that level 6, so the farming capabilities are going to increase.
It's a completely free game for Void, though. Shad at 4,500 net worth. He's got Hand of Midas. He's farming away like a madman. Blizzy, he walks forward and then runs away as Tiny finds the avalanche. A bit of a combo there, but Magical this time super tanky with that Flame Guard.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Radiant scanning as well. They've got a feeling that Drow Ranger has left the mid lane. And Lich is here warding, getting vision of where both Timbersaw and the Drow are farming a little deeper in that dire jungle.
Bounty runes is just going to be 2 for 2. And this is the problem that Earthshaker has. If you're not being active early on, same goes for Tiny position 4, where you're not getting kills. You need that Blink Dagger. I mean, Tiny still achieves 10 times more than Earthshaker without a Blink Dagger.
I mean, yeah, he's gone in and he's killed Slayer. Walked straight towards Toby's lane. Now Magical here. Gets a couple of spells off, and he does have the phase boots to sprint away, which he's going to have to do. Because Boom's hasted, giving chase. The spear throws him outside. The Z-axis comes into play.
Oh, yep. This is some easy math, you know. If you know how Dota works, he just got thrown out of the axis and outside. Man, there's so many, I'm gonna say, cool interactions between like Tiny, Spear, Chronosphere. Another combo from Tiny.
Yeah, Timbersaw very nearly dead, and the Fisher working against him with that beautiful Chain Frost bouncing back onto Magical. They've done a ton of damage, but the Mortimer's Kisses landing on Lich will get them a trade. And now Magical going deeper. He wants Tiny. Boom is being burnt alive. The poor little Pebble, but he gets a toss and an avalanche off. And now Magical speared up against the trees, and he's gone too deep. Shad with a chrono. There's the combination. Get themselves forward aggressively onto Grandma. And the Fisher will block off a couple of Viking heroes, but Grandma doesn't have a way home.
So Shad gets a double kill. This is the first rotation. He's been holding on to that ulti for so long. And, you know, Timbersaw not having impact at all. This is the hero that you want to snowball with. You want to dominate the laning stage, going straight into Good, but you are very burstable. We saw that in the previous fight where they are having so much magical damage. And overall, Vikings team fight is much stronger, so if they just keep fighting, keep farming, Tiny getting closer to the Blink Dagger, just 300 gold away, it's gonna be... This is easy to execute Dota, you know. Faceless Void, I'm gonna keep farming. I have Hand of Midas going straight into BKB, no shenanigans. They have no abilities that pierce magic immunity, so he's gonna be fine, you know, just taking care of himself. And then the rest of the team, Tiny, I'm gonna blink in. Same goes for Mars at one point. You're gonna have it, and it's just simple and easy to execute Dota. Boom, finds another Invis rune.
He does, but the smoke from Cyber Legacy is coming southwards. Void has been pinged out. They know roughly where he is, but they've not exactly seen him yet. And now Shad is by his tower. The rest of the Viking heroes are on the Drow mid lane, though. Kuman blown up as they do jump down bottom. The chain's there. The time the election comes out. He's got time walk in 2 seconds with 8-1 charges, but he's not going to be able to escape. As the spear onto 4, it's beautiful from Toby, and in comes the Chain Frost. You're absolutely right, Lacoste. It bounces in and out, but Blizzy is still half HP. The raindrops and still holding on to 10 stick charges. Means he's a difficult target to finish off.
It looked like it's going to be a triple kill for Lich with that Chain Frost, but Cyber Legacy, like, they need to protect their draw range. Like, she is their late game insurance. Timber just beats his mid.
Oh, Blizzy, no. We've seen that before. Rainbow TP's coming in now for Cyber Legacy. They want this Tiny real bad. Cookie forward. There's the slight chains. But it comes to nothing.
I almost feel bad.
It feels like Cyber Legacy just constantly playing catch-up. That one smoke down bottom, that's the first move they've made, and now they've just been reacting to what Viking's been doing, and here comes another smoke from Viking.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
With this Tiny, they're not reliant on, you know, Chrono and Mars ulti. They can just keep going.
Radiant are scanning.
They're going for a bigger kill. I thought they were going to kill Earthshaker. They see Kuman.
Kuman. Oh my god. die, respawn, and die again. Not the life the Drow wanted to lead. Earthshaker, 700 to blink. Let's see if Viking can stop him in his tracks as they do run forward. The blink and the combo. The Echo Slam stops it just for a second, but the toss will finish him off as Magical now left alone near that mid-tier 1 to try and defend against all of these Viking heroes.
Once the tier 1 tower falls, it will open up the map for Viking to start playing more aggressively. Fesvoid has another Chronosphere, so whenever he joins, there's a combination. Who's holding onto that Chain Frost.
Now look at the itemization from Void. Midas BKB. We're in the lead, guys. Let's not give them a chance to come back with Ember and Drow. Let's finish this.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Maybe he could have gone for Mask of Madness just to, you know, increase his farming a bit and have more damage inside the Chronosphere, but feels like they don't care too much about it. They know if one hero is caught inside the Chrono, he's probably gonna die if they use the Chain Frost or if, like, Rubik just steals one of the spells, and it's a very good Rubik game. Like, if you steal anything from Timbersaw, that's gonna be great against impure damage. If you steal Fisher, anything from Grandma pretty much is good.
Right now with Flame Guard, they're thinking about going on Magical. Combinations there, the Telekinesis doesn't come. A quick jump back to his Remnant, and Magical, he's alright. Not having an amazing game though, going into Spirit Vessel. Sitting just behind the Drow in net worth.
Yeah, I was wondering what's that about. Like, he's not playing against Morphling, against Alchemist. There's no need. None of these heroes care too much about your Spirit Vessel. I think he needed to get, like, damage, or you need to get Yule Scepter Chrono.
Yeah, Shad finds
Easy
big
pick
enough.
Up. They killed their Shaker twice.
So. Oh, mid lane though, Celery is being chunked down by the Frost Arrows, and Drow will finally get a kill as they also take down the Tiny. Boom, the bigger kill. Picked off by Magical up to the top. Rune Spot. Unexpected. And Cyber Legacy strike back.
Yeah, Viking killing Earthshaker twice is a pretty big deal. Just delaying that instant initiation coming out from the Blink Echo Slam is a pretty big deal. Toby. You see that more often, Yule Scepters on Mars, where you have a good setup, you have mana sustain to keep spamming the lanes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Especially against maneuverable heroes, you know, the spirits in particular. Having that instant Yules into Spear. Always super handy. You can get yourself out of Gust and things like that as well if need be, or even cancel the Mortimer's Kisses from Grandma.
Is under attack.
Cyber Legacy starting to try and get out on the map, take some objectives, claim a bit of land for themselves. Bottom tier 1 and then into the Radiant Jungle is where they would like to be heading, but you see this smoke from Viking. They're cutting them off at the pass. Trying to make sure that the retreat back not going to work out, and there's the instant initiation. Yule into Spear on the Ember Spirit, and he has no form of escape from that. It is immediate, snappy, decisive for the Drow with a 3-man Gust. And the Blink Echo, Big Num's in onto the two of them, and they clear up that Rubik quickly. Mars will fall immediately after. No, he won't. He'll sprint away. He's tanky, and he's dodging and juking. He's jiving away. This Toby Mars, where's he going? He's going left, he's going right, he's going up. Kuman's down, and now the Chrono, where is it? It's on cooldown still. Void is going to whack them out. And with the damage he's got, he brings them all down as a 5-man wipe.
One thing I learned, Gary, in Dota over all these years, that if you see a Tiny with your Arcane Rune, you run. Like, you do not take this fight unless you can burst them down. They only started a team fight with killing out Ember Spirit, so that means 4 versus 5, and they only managed to bring down Mars. He's gonna have like 10-second cooldown on both of the abilities. That's pretty insane. Like, I mean, overall, Tiny's just insane hero right now, and if he picks up that rune, you better run.
Man, Toby made so much space there as well. Watching the replay back, Kuman just got chased by the Tiny, the Arcane Rune you're mentioning, and Lich with a pretty huge amount of damage coming from his skill set too. And that is a fight that Cyber Legacy just could not afford to be losing at this point. They were in catch-up mode before. Now it's time for drastic measures. Yeah, of course, that was the blink reveal from Earthshaker too. It looked all right, but you need something way more spectacular as Grandma getting caught inside the arena. Blood Boom's there again with the combo. Blizzy trying to arrive with the help of the Fisher. They do catch Toby, but he's got the Frost Shield up, and now they focus Magical. Lift him up. Telekinesis back, but they don't have the continuation.
Echo Saber done on Tinies. And there's just a casual Nether Shoal as well, more spell damage, some extra magic resistance, and he doesn't care about losing any armor, because right now he's sitting at 20.
Yeah, thanks to Grow.
Talking about Grow. Grow bow picked up by Drow Ranger.
Oh, it's your favorite item on the Void. Well, he just picked it up and sent it back. It's the fillet stone, as you like to call it.
Yeah.
But is it a beef fillet? You know, is it filet mignon? Or is it chicken fillet? What is it?
Filet mignon. So Lech is gonna hold to that one, and he will get one defensive item eventually. From the extra gold, I see Glimmer Cape queued up.
Almost 20 minutes in. Viking, with that high ground ward, thinking about playing into the bottom bounty runes and again into this dire triangle. But Cyber Legacy are readying themselves to defend their high ground. Oh, Grandma. Oh, dearie me. She comes in, tries to de-ward, gets the Observer at least, and cookies away. Viking don't even get the kill. Now a Gust. With a Fissure, Lich has been caught. They blink, they stun, and they slay. Lich flies back, straight in. They've got the Mars Arena catching Drow Ranger. Now where's Boom? The Tiny needs to blink in. The little save there on Kuman, but Boom says nah. Shuts it down, and Blizzy has to run away. They've got the Void arriving, needs a bash. Time walks forward as he tries to chase the Timbersaw, but the Mars has found the Earthshaker. That's an actual kill that's happening. Big Num's taken out, and Void has given up on the chase as the
Chrono and Grandma
catches Grandma. 3 kills in quick succession, and there is just no response here from Cyber Legacy.
Chad did not want a Chrono Ember Spirit. He's a bit tanky with the Spirit Vessel, sitting at 1700 HP. Same goes for Timbersaw. Like, I think this game just feels like 4 versus 5. Timbersaw doesn't do anything. Like, yo guys, I'm right there, hit me. They ignore him.
Yeah, he has a hood, but who cares? A nice neutral item picked up by the Void as well. Who's he going to hand it to? I saw a clumsy net somewhere.
Oh, it's a great item. Against the Timbersaw, against the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it really is. And again, this desperation smoke. Cyber Legacy knows that with Blink Echo Slam, they can start a fight and potentially win it, as long as they catch out this Void or Tiny.
Dire's top tower is under
Toby's
attack.
Mars is miles away,
Dire
but
are
it doesn't
scanning.
look like the smoke will connect with anyone on the Radiant team. So it will just be a bit of vision there. Observer wards placed in that jungle. As Viking kind of prepping themselves for, a team fight win into Roshan potentially is probably what they're looking for in the next couple of minutes. They don't have the best way, Viking, I feel, of just taking Rosh or sneaking it.
Because they don't have sustain. There's no Vlads, there's no Mask of Madness on Faceless Void, so like someone's gonna need to tank it up.
Yeah, not something they can do just yet. Void with a 10-second BKB. As Ember Spirit is slowly working towards his. The Drow Ranger still going to go for the Hurricane Pike. Do you feel it's time to just say, screw it, I need BKB? Or is the Chrono just going to screw you up anyway?
That's a good question. I think it's a tough choice for Kuman, where he also wants to have a defensive item, but does not want to buy a BKB yet, but might need to consider getting one instead of a Pike here. Because there's plenty of magical damage. Slayer wanted to die. Like, I feel like he's right there. I want to see some rotations. He's been farming the bottom lane for way too long.
Well, he pushed it all the way out. He forces a rotation. He's only dead for half a minute. So I'm sure he's all right with it. And buying a little bit of time for Kuman, as well as Magical to keep on farming.
Well, you're in a lot of trouble when Faceless Void on the enemy team bought BKB as the first item, and it's still 10 seconds. Did not even use it yet.
Yeah, and they've won a couple of fights, even without using it. 14k net worth lead. As Magical is being eyed up by Toby. Oh, the timing there. Sleight of Fist comes just as he wanted to try to set up with the Evil Scepter.
I feel like Viking are just toying with them. Faceless Void has Diffusal queued up at this point.
Radiant are
And
scanning.
he's committing. Like, I think it's a much safer choice if you just get MKB, then you know Drow Range is gonna get a Butterfly. And it's too much damage. Magical, can you dodge
They've
this
caught
one?
Magical. Yeah, I don't think he can. They've got Sinister Gaze, the Avalanche Toss. Magical's done for. High ground observable there from Aramis as they slowly sneak towards the jungle, and into Roshan they go. They've got a couple of pickoffs, and they know that they can very likely just tank through this with Halberd on Void, tanky Tiny, and that Mars, of course, with Bulwark.
Sharing is caring, guys. Let's share some damage from the Roach. They got a good pick off on the Ember Spirit.
Middle tower is under attack.
And you feel like this would be a prime opportunity for Earthshaker with that Blink Echo to try and contest, but with Ember Spirit down and not wanting to buy back, they have to play opposite side of the map. Roshan's there, 25 minutes in. Viking TPing down to Outpost with Mars. Rubik has started on the tier 2.
Bounty.
And trying to get in on top of Drow, but there's also Snapfire and Timbersaw here. Not an easy initiation for Toby to make.
Time is money.
Cyber Legacy need to be so delicate with how they approach these fights now. Any one of these Viking heroes, if they start on the the right target, they get one spell down, Chrono or that Arena of Blood. It's just fight over. How are the buybacks looking? Does Dire have any?
Earthshaker and Granny. Yeah. I think it's very important at this stage of the game that you have buyback on your 4s and 5s.
Try and keep it that way. As Big Num is eyeing up a 4-staff. Snapfire trying to get towards the Aghanim Scepter. From the mid lane Snapfires we've seen, that's a pretty big turning point with the Aghanims. Get that instant initiation, allow you to spit forward, Timbersaw or something like that, or even gobble up the Drow to spit her away from danger. Do you think it's going to have a big impact this game?
It's one of the best Ags in the game, at least the most fun ones, that's for sure. And you can make so many great plays. I don't think it's that good of an item if you're playing from
Setting
the
up
high.
bottom. Rubik with a telekinesis. Chains from this Ember Spirit, but he's been Yulesed up with a Snapfire with an Echo Slam. They catch the Rubik, but that's the only kill they'll get. Big Num trades Echo and his life to take down Aramis and potentially save the Ember Spirit there. I thought Magical was probably fine though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Cyber Legacy, they're not making like aggressive moves. They're just getting pick off here and there, trying to delay this Aegis. They still have a good way of defending their tier 3 towers with the Ember Spirit, Drow Ranger, Earthshaker, but at one point, Viking, they're gonna come for you.
Yeah, and they know Blink Echo's down, they know Mortimer's Kisses are down. The two really only teamfight contribution tools that the Dire have are both on cooldown.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So Viking come out, tried to scout out anyone lurking in the trees. Toby just spearing into the forest. And mid-tier 2 is going to get taken down by the rest of the squad. Snapfire and Ember Spirit still sticking down bottom, the only really safe place that they can continue farming. Systematic dismantling of Cyber Legacy here in game 1. Tiny 12-1 and 10 having a great game. Void at 7-1-3 and seemingly unkillable. Radiant Courier in trouble. Magical again going to Remnant away. He's just playing between his bottom tier 2 and mid tier 2. Might get the Courier on the way back as well. Oh, a little Butch the Pudgeling. Maybe a little Fishy as well.
It's pretty much the only kill right now that they can get, unless they commit with
Couriers?
the Echo Slam. Yeah, it's very hard for Cyber Legacy to take a fight. Scan's gonna connect.
Oh, do they see him? He's so close. Aramis. Oh, the fog of war must have been millimeters away from Rubik spotting the Ember Spirit there. And Viking are forced to all track back. There's a good little spell grabbed by Rubik. Now he has Fisher. Even more long-range initiation to catch the Ember Spirit, who doesn't quite have BKB yet. Jumping onto Void, bash him up, Yules into the air with a spear to come. Toby lines it up, but misses this time.
Aghanim Scepter completed on Snapfire. So it could be possibly a save, maybe not inside the Chronosphere unless it's really on the edge, one of the allied heroes, but they can start to make, you know, possibly a comeback when Aegis is gone, and it should be gone in 30 seconds. So I think it's time for Cyber Legacy to make an aggressive move, smoke up, and try to make stuff happen. As you said, spit out Timbersaw in front of them.
Force him to do something. They do catch Lich. Celery with Glimmer Cape, but they've got Reveal.
Bullseye.
Let's see what's happening. Void comes in, looking for Drow, but he'll just find Bignum. Boom. Helping him out a little bit there, but Kuman has already TP'd back to Fountain.
Blind Chrono, let's go.
Yeah, just throw it in there. Aegis getting reclaimed as Aramis spots out Blizzy. Yule's up to cancel his chain. And now Toby arriving. Yule's on Yule's. There's like 3 Yule Scepters here. Rubik, Mars, and Timbersaw all sharing the Cyclones, but Blizzy, unfortunately for him, will not be leaving that Radiant Triangle with his life. And a DD rune spawning bottom means Void should be able to go grab that and potentially threaten high ground.
Double damage. Tiny's gonna pick that up in a bottle. Like, Tiny's massive. Crystallis
right.
with double damage. Going for
Holy
that
crap.
Daedalus. Like, next item should be Aghanim Scepter if it even comes down to that.
3,000 HP flat. Very aesthetically pleasing. He's going to be having some real big crits, isn't he, with that Crystallis? And they'll just group up together. TP back into that mid lane. As we see Cyber Legacy really playing tight. They can't have any heroes really isolated on the map. I mean, no one's even defending top lane. That's how afraid they are of this initiation from Viking. High ground ward sees Toby. Tanky Mars though, as he gets fissured, but boom, the perfect initiation onto Bignum. Stop the Blink Echo, kill the Earthshaker, no buyback on him. So Bignum's down and out as Magical Sinister Gaze back into the damage and the Mars Arena. With the Chrono, did they even need it? Oh, Shad's going onto the Drow Ranger, they've got the big old Chain Frost bouncing in to clear up the Drow, and Kuman's gone, but Blizzy wiped off the face of the map, and 32-11, Cyber Legacy, they look done.
Yeah, you know what I like to say, Gary, when it's time to call it, it's time to call it. And then they might, you know, learn a thing or two from Hellraisers, even though they are out. They know how to GG out with a style, you know, they understand the game is over. Let's just call it, try to focus on the second game. So this is going to be at least 2 sets of Raxes.
Really, with no response. But yeah, it might be time to practice that good old, you know, shift enter, GG enter. Get your fingers all warmed up for game 2. Snapfire's like, yeah, sod that. I'm not defending. I'm going to go spit some creeps at bottom lane. Viking closing this one out. 1 lane remains as Rubik tries to set up the push towards tier 2 and the tier 3 bottom. Roshan could spawn in 20 seconds. As we should see Viking send one of their 3 couriers. There's a whole squadron of couriers flying back to Fountain. Nice formation. Pick up some mangoes. And who is that? Celery sees the mango tree. He's like, I'm going to pick up some mangoes on the way back for the courier.
Let's see the row spawn. Could spawn in a second. 2
Long.
minutes. Long spawn.
Pretty long. Blizzy out in the open. Toby spots the Drow in the back, and there's the arena straight in onto Kuman. Getting away from the spear a little bit there with the Manta, but in comes the Blink Echo, catching the Void, but look at how tanky Shad is. He's going to be able to time walk this all off thanks to the BKB, the Gunner Cape, and jump in. We'll catch Slayer. Grandma, into the retirement home you go. Get out of my game. Shad is chasing more. Bignum's in trouble as they do bring down the... Oh, no, Toby's got 1 charge. It's still under the... Spirit Vessel comes a little bit late. Finally, he'll fall. Magical doing a decent job, but there's just no turnaround play here. Cyber Legacy have spent everything.
Okay.
Boom will fall. The Mortimer's Kisses thanks to the buyback coming through from Slayer, but the Void is still up and running. And that will force the GGs now.
But yeah, they called GG, Gary. I mean, they could have called it before. Pretty much a perfect game from Viking, where they, you know, executed the lanes well. They set it up perfectly, putting Faceless Void on the top lane with Lich, completely shutting down Timbersaw, and they got so much out of the bottom lane. Also, Tiny, man. Tiny's just a busted hero.
Especially when someone like Boom is playing it mid, you know, getting arcane runes, invis runes, haste runes in that early portion of the game, allowing him to rotate pretty clearly and convincingly into the side lanes. As you said, Blizzy got zoned out of lane completely by the Void. The tri lane from Cyber Legacy, though, is probably the big thing in the back of my mind where I'm thinking, hey, Earthshaker, Snapfire, Drow Ranger doesn't really look great on paper, but when you then lose the lane against a Rubik Mars, it just set the whole game up for disaster, it feels like.
Yeah, they did not get anything out of that bottom lane, and you know, you have this underleveled Shaker who can't make a move on the mid lane. It's a tough kill to get on Tiny. Top lane also, it just comes down to the laning stage, how they set it up and how they played it, which allowed Viking to actually just snowball throughout the whole game.
Well, a dominant, decisive performance from Viking there as they take game 1 in its best of 3. We'll find out what happens with game 2 coming up after this break.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. If you got a match, just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose, we're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose, or make up your mind. We're feeling alright. 1, 2, 3, 4.
outplay, and overcome. That is the mantra of Survivor, and it looks like here Viking GG have put that into practice here against Cyber Legacy, taking the first map up against the boys there in their elimination series. And now, with only a one-game advantage, they are looking one game closer to getting themselves towards that final round for ESL 1 Germany. I've got my panel back here to break down that game number one. We've got Matt, we've got Darcy on the end here, lads. I know you guys have got a lot to vent here about that whole game as a whole, so I'm just going to let you guys tee off.
Well, before that, I'm a huge fan of Survivor. Outwit, outplay, outlast.
Oh,
it's the mantra
whatever.
for it.
I was close.
You were close. You were close. Man, nothing went right that game. As soon as we walked back into the room and sat down and watched on the TV, we're like, it's a tri-lane in the Timber solo top. What is going on? Why are they doing this? It was weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, I felt lane matchups were not ideal. They played a tri-lane into the Mars. I mean, it was good by Viking GG predicting it, but you don't tri-lane regardless. It's not a scenario where you can actually bully out the Mars. I think, in fact, the Mars and the Rubik were actually ahead in that matchup, which is already a terrible way to start the game. I wasn't a fan of the Ember pick to begin with. We thought they just needed to pick a lane-dominant hero so that they can shut down Boom. If they shut down Boom, there's no hero that can actually rotate in the side lanes. But then they picked an Ember Spirit, and he got shut down by Boom, and Boom just went everywhere.
Yeah.
So
In all honesty, nothing happened for Cyber Legacy that game, right? Like, tri-lane did nothing, no creep camps blocked, no kills, despite having 2 stuns. Yes, you're into a Mars and a Rubik, but come on. You know, mid lane did nothing. You have the last pick. They specifically... Well, they didn't choose that, but they had that based off the draft. So you have the good... You know it's a tiny mid as well, right? Like, it's very obvious that Boom was going to do it. So you could go something like a Nature's Prophet. You have the armor advantage. You've got range versus melee advantage. You can rotate to these other lanes that might be having a tough time and do something with it. And not allow Boom, who I thought was easily the MVP of that game, just to pop off the way that he did. And then top lane did nothing. He just got abandoned. There was no creep waves pulled for him. Shaker's not really going to be doing anything in the early game anyway, so it was all 3 lanes being lost, and honestly looking a little foolish. It felt kind of like a pub game from Cyber Legacy.
I think Viking GG was smurfing this game or something. It just didn't look like a game.
It was just, you know, we talked about it. We did pick Cyber Legacy for the draft there. We thought this Timbersaw was going to have a really good time. There's a lot of melee heroes, a lot of strength heroes that can really abuse. We're hoping that maybe Timbersaw against the Mars was a good matchup. But in Viking GG, I think they just kind of went a step above here. You know, there was a lot of mistakes coming from Cyber Legacy, but also on the same vein, Viking GG came into this game to play. They came and looked really, really strong.
Look at that hair, though. That's the most impressive thing. It looks like the bomb's gone off on his head, that's for sure. But he was very impressive all throughout. And I mean, he was assisted a little bit, a couple of times, Blizzy TPing in onto that mid-tier 1 tower with no reactive armor stacks against a Tiny with maxed out abilities and just getting instantly comboed down. It's not good enough, to be perfectly honest.
We talked about this coming into this game, right? We knew Cyber Legacy weren't looking sharp, their heroes... I felt like this game, the draft was okay, but Viking GG really outwitted them when it came to the laning, and... just there's a lot of execution errors by Blizzy, by their core players, and not knowing where to play on the map when they were behind instead of using numbers to control one side of the map, or at least try to get that tier 1 tower. They were all just trying to jungle. They were all using the primary jungle. One of them was using the triangle, the Drow specifically, and they were just getting picked apart by the Tiny.
Yeah, and we spoke, we had the video before the game itself with Jenkins and Creep Equilibrium and showing why it's important to be able to control that, not just in the laning stage, but into the later stages. And as you mentioned, if you're just sitting in your tri-camp in your jungle, no pressure is anywhere on the map. And so that's the downside of heavily losing this laning stage, is that you can't do anything and you're just forced to react to everything. And you don't really want to do that when you've got a Tiny that's gone off in the early game, because he can kill anyone.
Yeah, well, something a little bit more positive here for the end of game number 1 is our DHL drop quiz. We're 11 days deep here for ESL 1 Germany. That means we've had 11 questions so far. So let's throw it up on the screens and see if you guys are the Gigabrains in chat that you guys do so rightly say you are. Now, our question for day number 11. What was the first recorded team that Nisha was on? A, Team Kingwin. B, Let's Do It. C, Team Secret. D, Alternate Attacks. That is a very spicy old name there with Alternate Attacks here for our DHL drop quiz of day number 11. These are some spicy teams so far, if anyone can get this one right. I'd be interested to see if Matt's got any idea. Do you know this one, Matt? Do you know this one today?
Honestly, 2 of those, don't know too much about. I know the Kingwin roster pretty well, but beyond that, yeah, it's kind of out of my time zone.
What about you, Darcy?
Yeah, I'm the same as well. Just the Kingwin is the main one that I know.
What's happened to like Exotic Deer and all that? I want to see them back in the scene.
I think they're still poking around, lads. But Oh, sorry. These lads that are poking around here for the ex-teammates of Nisha. Let's see if they can get themselves on the big stage once again like their boy Nisha. But we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll have the answer to our DHL drop quiz as well as game number 2 draft between Viking GG and Cyber Legacy.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL drop quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Thank you everyone for sticking with us and joining us once again here for an elimination series between Viking GG and Cyber Legacy. I'd like to introduce you to the hottest new soup on the track. It's ESL Man here with the wonderful ESL branded mousepad that you guys can win from being a part of our DHL drop quiz. And speaking of our DHL drop quiz, let's go check out the answer for day number 11 here. It was a spicy one. It was about our boy Nisha, and it looks like it is B. Let's do it. This is a team that we looked at on his Wikipedia that he chopped and changed. He went from them into alternate attacks. He went from them
to Let's Do It.
To Let's Do It. And then they went back into another team.
Back to Let's Do It.
Back to Let's Do It. Then they went to another team. They went back to Let's Do It. And then they went back to Kingwin. And now he's in Secret. So
It's basically the same team across A, B, and D here. Like, I think one player changed up a little bit. But, yeah, it's good to see. Like, all the way back to 2014, he would have been, what, like 13, 14 at the time? So good to see some longevity, some good passion. And now he's one of the biggest names in the Dota scene. But we're getting ready for game number 2. Hopefully, for Cyber Legacy's sake, they put up a bit more of a fight because, I don't know, I felt a little disappointed by them. They can fix it somewhat in the draft, but they really need to work on their cohesion in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. We talked about it before. They weren't looking hot before, and Viking GG as well, but I think Viking GG just have maybe worked out these issues, as we talked about in an interview as well with Aramis. He said that it's all about execution. They just didn't perform. They know what to fix, and they're going to own 2-0. And I should have just trusted him. I should have predicted
Why didn't we trust him?
I know.
At least this time now, Cyber Legacy, assuming that you would think that that's going to be the Blizzy hero, is going to have some form of initiation, right? Like, you can't just Timber Chain into a fight from game number 1. You'll have no reactive armor stacks. You'll get burst down. They were relying heavily on Magical, I guess, to get a slight chains off to try and get that initial initiation. But now they've got the Mars. So if you've got that Blink Dagger, at least you can pop up the arena, get a spear off, and you turn a 5v5 fight into a 5v4 if you're able to get it that easy pick off to start.
Yeah, one thing to mention here as well is Cyber Legacy had the option to pick, and they go for the first pick, right?
Yep.
So it's a little interesting. They've taken the first pick away from Viking GG here, which I don't see the purpose why they want it. Maybe they really want the priority first opening pick because a lot of the heroes are contested. They did opt to go for the Mars, but this hero wasn't opened up by Viking GG anyways, so I'm a little surprised. It does force Viking GG to ban that Faceless Void instead, which Kuman does love to play. So opener here, they still went for the Rubik Spectre, which is pretty standard by Viking GG. They do like to open up with their carry at times because they know that they're not going to be playing around him as an enabler, so even if he does get countered, they're going to rely on the remaining teammates to actually apply the pressure, create space, and he's just going to be farming until the later stages of the game. And it's going to be the same game plan here by Viking GG.
Got a Chen, I like it. You just want to be able to make sure that Spectre is as sustainable in lane as possible. Really good, helps to secure you that late game stage. We can see Cyber Legacy, they got rid of the Enchantress because we're like, right, we can't let this spec have a good early game. Chen achieves pretty much a similar sort of thing, and good bans as well coming up from Viking. Getting rid of that Viper. TB, pretty decent against the spec as well with that reflection.
Yeah, it can go both ways in a sense that the Spectre can always come to the fights earlier and he can get on top of the TB, and if they do have a hero like Tiny, like in the previous game, he can start the fights and Spectre can follow up. At the same time here, I do like Cyber Legacy's opener as well. They went back to the Snapfire, which I think was fine, but they have more consistent laning with this Mars opener, and it gives them that emphasis on team fighting, which is really nice to have.
Something a little different. I mean, Lacoste was talking about Magical, building that Ember Spirit, not getting the Flame Guard maxed out or making full use out of it. You don't get much more of a Magical hero than the Shrek, assuming that's where they're going to be running it. And I mean, I don't mind it. It's a super aggressive style of hero if you want to get on top of a Spectre and deal the damage before she becomes this beast in the late game. It's a decent way to do it. And they've got now 3 stuns on their team, which is always kind of nice.
Yep. Right now, Viking GG is not really considering that aspect. And I like how they've left Toby as well as Boom's heroes to last, because these are the heroes that tend to start fights, these are the heroes that tend to make the movements, and now they have the option to be more adaptable with the last remaining picks. But I mean, the Leshrac, if it is confirmed for mids, they could just pick up his hero now. They could have just picked Boom's hero now and leave the last pick for the offlane, which he will be able to know what carry he's going to be facing up at that point in time. So a Boom hero that can do well against Leshrac or just synergize with the Chen lineup. I mean, the obvious ones would be Shadow Fiend, right? They've done a lot of Shadow Fiend with Chen, and it's going to do pretty well against the Leshrac in the middle lane. You can rush that Black King bar.
The way that he builds it, yeah.
Yep. And these three heroes will do nothing once he gets that Black King bar. But at the same time, they do lack a little bit of lockdown, and it's going to be all in on Toby's hero to do so. And they could make a way, Cyber Legacy can pick a way where they can just prevent certain heroes from coming up, right? They can pick these matchups that wouldn't be favorable for certain matchups, and then Toby's going to be restricted when it comes to picking his last hero.
I'm kind of feeling something like a Quaswex Invoker. You know, you're able to max out that EMP, drain the Leshrac's mana, suddenly it doesn't do all that much. It can... Like, yeah, they've got a decent amount of stuns, but you can interrupt that with a Tornado, which is really nice. Allow the Spectre to have a bit more of a mid-game, but we got an Elder Titan coming through. All right, that's kind of nice.
I mean, a little less lockdown than what we were expecting, but they've got a lot of burst potential with the Spirit. The Natural Order is really strong as well. He's a really strong laner as well, is the Elder Titan. So basically, whatever carry matchup he's going to go up against, he's going to feel pretty okay.
They haven't really played this much, though. And it's going to be an offlane ET from the looks of it. So... I'm not sure. I would have actually preferred if they last picked this hero here.
Yeah, I agree with the ordering, right? Because, I mean, what else could Viking have gone if they had that last pick overall? Elder Titan Underlord is another one that you can potentially use to stall out the game, allow the Spectre to come online. It's a little passive, but Chen kind of counteracts that enough in my mind.
Yeah, what I'm thinking as well is... They've done their research and they know what Kuman plays, and it's generally these very hard carries, and ET's really good against these agility hard carries. You just won't have any armor, you can't really play the lane. But they've gone for something else.
Good flexibility, you know, wanting to change things up a little bit, be a bit more of that aggressive style, which we haven't seen from Cyber Legacy yet. I mean, I think this is much more of a winning lane matchup style of draft. Maybe not the Chen Spectre. Chen's always going to have a really good time in lane, but still, I'm not minding this by Cyber Legacy. They've given themselves a good shot.
Yeah, I agree. Well, right now they've already set their lanes in place. They do have the last pick, Viking GG, so they will know for sure if Leshrac is mid. It should be, but...
Could we see a position for Leshrac come in with the Mars? You know, you can always follow up from the Spear. The God's Rebuke allows you to set up those split earths with a nice little slow that comes in from that. You know, you've got a lot of pressure to put on the Spectre. Very early Diabolic Edict. If you can kill these Chen creeps, you can take the tower very fast.
There's that possibility, but they haven't really done that before. So it's elimination match as well. This is it.
I'm still a little shocked that both games, Lena's gone all the way through the draft. I think that was one of the higher priority heroes for both of these teams, but hasn't been picked up just yet. So how are we looking at rounding this out? I mean, it could just still very well be a Shadow Fiend, right? It's good against the Leshrac, assuming it's going to be a core. If you build into that early BKB, you're not worrying all too much about the Arena of Blood. You can just pop it and walk away from a Wukong's command. It's all right for me still.
Yeah, it's okay, but they lack a lot of lockdown, and I'm worried that if they do mess up their laning phase a little bit, there's no really recovery mechanism because they don't have a hero that can roam and take pick-off chances or just utilize smoke to get fights going on. So I'm more inclined on that Invoker that you suggested before. The Quaswex Invoker does amplify Spectre's ability to kill faster. You can combo with the ET as well. You got that Quaswex, so you got Cold Snap to enable your heroes to get kills. It
makes the stomps easier to land as well, which is always nice.
You can remove Jingu as well.
Do you think the Void Spirit and the Storm Spirit bans are specifically trying to give, assuming it's an Invoker, a better lane matchup? Or do you think that they really think this Leshrac's a pos 4?
Well, we'll find out.
It's an Oracle.
It is an Oracle, so...
Assuming mid-Lesh then?
Yeah.
And now... Viking have that.
Mid-Oracle?
No.
This ain't no tail game.
Alright, we're just throwing out some wild accusations here on my end of the panel. But lads, final pick here. And imagine it's going to be Boom's hero. It looks like right now they can safely bet on the Leshrac being mid. What comes to mind when you think of Leshrac good lane counters?
Invoker is pretty decent, Quaswex. Cyclone EMP during his mana, you're going to be able to farm, you can sustain the pressure of your Quas. But he went for the Queen of Pain, which is a very different approach that we were thinking. Shadow Fiend is good if you group up with the Chen, right? That's one way to play around it, but you have that lack of control. But Quap doesn't provide either. It's more of a lane-dominant hero against Leshrac. Obviously, you can just spam your Shadow Strike. You can't do anything as the Leshrac. On top of that, you can go to the side lanes and just relieve pressure by ganking them as well. But again, if they fall behind or if the lanes don't go too well, I'm a little worried because there's no real recovery mechanism here. They're really reliant on the Rubik here to start fights.
Yeah, what is their initiation? It's like the Haunt, basically, right?
Stomp. Dude, they're gonna stomp.
Just run, you know.
Just win.
With Kyo when you
just win. Nice and
You
easy.
need the man on the end for that one. But lads, as we start looking here towards game number 2 draft, what are we thinking for predictions? You guys were pretty wrong, and unfortunately for you guys, Kosty was right. So you guys are gonna have to get one back here on him in game number 2.
Well, honestly, I should have just listened to Ramus. I don't care about the draft anymore. If there was no heroes, I would still just pick Viking GG. Really.
All right, so you're going to
So
go
I'm
with
Viking
Viking?
GG.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I'm going to say Viking as well. I feel
don't care
like
about the draft.
They're much more of a cohesive unit. I feel like Cyber Legacy we haven't seen the laning matchups yet, but we'll see. But they haven't really lost all of their lanes like they did in the previous ones, so Viking.
All right, looks like we're going against the mantra of the panel here where the draft is 50%. My lads are just going to go with Viking GG and go with the GG bet odds as well. So we're going to leave it with our casters for game number 2. It's going to be Gaza and Kosty.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, the panel confirming game 3 then. Every time they predict towards a team, they curse the team, and we get another game that's going to be good for us. Viking up against Cyber Legacy. Lacoste, do you agree or disagree with the panel this time?
I wasn't even listening to what they were saying this time because just kidding. Also, I didn't know it was a competition, that we are playing against you guys who's going to get more things correctly. But I got to say, I liking how CL approached their draft in game number 1, where they are focusing more on the laning stage, because in the previous game, they just got dumpstered and they were always playing from behind, which is a pretty big deal. And I would still prefer Vikings draft. I think Elder Titan is extremely strong hero, underused, especially as a core. I know Fogged is probably listening as well. Maybe I'm getting the hype from Fogged because I play with him a lot lately, and he is the best Elder Titan in the world. So, maybe I have also high expectations coming out from this hero, but the bottom lane should do well. Spectre Chen, a lot of sustain. Rubik Elder Titan, a lot of kill potential coming out from these two heroes. One thing I'm concerned about is that Astral Spirit is dispellable, and he's playing against the Oracle, so that could be a bit tricky.
Yeah, Slayer definitely has the tools at his disposal to keep this monkey alive and give them a good lane in that top spot for Cyber Legacy. As you're saying, the bottom lane for Viking, the sustainable farming. Not going to ruin the environment. Try and keep everything safe and sound down there with the Chen. Going to be boosting up the heal with a headdress, and of course Divine Favor as he gets his levels up. And keep Shad super happy there. And Spectre going to be against the Snapfire and the Mars. As Big Num this time around taking Snapfire, so more of a position 4 here. And Blizzy down south, of course, as Magical in the mid lane on the Leshrac will be facing off against Boom's signature hero, I'd say. The rise of prominence of Viking off the back of Boom's Queen of Pain over the past year or so. Definitely a good sign for Viking here in game 2. And top lane Bounty Rune contest. Not really matched there. Cyber Legacy back away from the Spirit and just allow them to take the Bounty Runes.
I mean, it's hard. ET and Rubik against, even though you would think like Monkey, yeah, I'm gonna hit people, it's still, ET is much stronger, especially if they don't dispel it. I want to see how much CL can get out of the bottom lane. Like, they need to play aggressively. There's no way Viking get a kill unless CL overextends. It's just a sustain lane. We want a secure lane for Spectre so that she has a good timing. And this is the build that Shad pretty much always goes for when he's playing the Spectre. Get Hand of Midas earlier. Spectre talents are insanely good, like stats, dagger cooldown, if you somehow manage to get to level 20, level 25.
Yeah, long gone are the days where it felt like Spectre was completely useless for the first 20 or 30 minutes of the game. Now with these item builds and the Hand of Midas allowing her to accelerate, she's much more active early on. The talents you're talking about as well. get her in and out of the team fights much more effectively. Top lane, it looks like already a trade of regen and the battle brewing as Monkey King and ET both looking a little worse for wear. And Rubik will be able to de-ward that pull camp for himself. So Radiant, they can reset equilibrium here as they are reaching level 2 on both of their heroes. So side lanes, bottom lane, you want Cyber Legacy to play aggressively, and you mentioned that Spectre Chen, no kill threat. So I guess First Blood might even happen towards mid lane, this kind of skill matchup between Queen of Pain and Leshrac.
Yeah, this is the matchup that we did not talk about. Leshrac, when he's playing against Queen of Pain, wants to put at least 1, maybe even 2 points in Lightning Storm for some harassment and securing the range creep. And there we go, a bit of harassment. Slayer will get the courier.
Has been killed.
Yeah, courier for courier. Big Num and then Aramis losing theirs in both of the side lanes. And Slayer, with a TP away, knowing telekinesis is on cooldown, returns to the top lane where they can continue pressuring Toby. Very even in that mid lane farm. Monkey King 12 and 2. ET's doing pretty well for himself. But a much greater start for Cyber Legacy as, you know, in game 1 it was top 3 CS, green heroes all the way through the game pretty much. This time around securing things much better, as you said as the draft ended, focusing a little more on the laning stage and how they can pressure into Viking. Another courier going down though, Blizzy losing it.
Because of how they set up the lanes, how they pick the heroes, I think we're going to see a much closer game than what happened in game number 1. Good thing for Viking is that Queen of Pain is much more maneuverable compared to Leshrac. She can make like rotation with just moving to the side lane because of the blink, or she can TP rotate, especially when she gets level 6. It's much more of a kill threat than Leshrac when he hits level 6.
Yeah, much easier for her to control runes as well, just with blink. Magical with his empty bottle will need someone to rotate from one of the side lanes just to try to secure that early rune for him. Going well so far, though. Shad down bottom, just going to be contesting the pull across the Big Num got off. Celery with that range creep as Aramis does drop. Toby will get away, but Monkey King coming in and slaying the Rubik.
Yeah, Monkey brought the Orb of Venom for some extra slowdown, and once Oracle hits level 3, it's a lot of burst damage.
Oh, the rune spawns top. Invis for the Quap. They did have Snapfire here. Being chased back by Celery. This gives the advantage over towards Boom, though, in that mid lane for a little bit. Kuman might be in a dangerous position here. Aramis trying to lurk and look for that telekinesis. Toby wanting to keep that stack up, keep the Astral Spirits going, as he should be bringing out a little more regen for himself in the tangos and the raindrops.
Once Monkey hits level 5, I think it's going to be a lot harder for Viking to play this top lane. ET, extra damage just gets dispelled. It's very hard for them to lane here. Like, Monkey gets boots with the Orb of Venom, and I guess he might put even a 3rd point in Jingu, just for some extra kill potential.
Yeah, keep those chasers going. Leshrac walk back to base, TP into lane again, had to refill the bottle somehow. While Queen of Pain, again, this rune control, Boom is able to get bounty runes and move straight back into action. It's a real awkward top lane. We're seeing Aramis chasing Slayer around. There's pulls trying to happen. He's trying to stack it up. Good job from the Monkey and the Oracle, keeping tabs on these pulls across. This bottom lane, Shad daggers back, and it's Big Num and Blizzy again, just playing aggressively. But they're not shutting down the Spectre's farm at all, really. Still a decent amount of regen for Shad, and he's got the Chen to help him out. Leshrac's rotation is going to have to make something happen here. We'll see if Magical can get that initiation, as both Snapfire and Mars are ready with a cookie into the spear. They've got the opening they need, and Leshrac's going to secure it. Now they've shut down Shad.
That's a good rotation. That's actually a rotation from Leshrac with the No Haste Rune, no Arcane Rune, just naked Leshrac coming to the bottom lane, and they're gonna play with the Catapult, perfectly executed by Cyber Legacy. Sadly, it's only level 1 Diabolic Edict, so they can't really fully pressure and kill the tower. Queen of Pain is on the bottom with that double damage.
Who's she gonna find? Big Num might show himself. Aramis is also here looking for the initiation. Jump onto the Mars as Blizzy misses out on his spear. Queen of Pain not going to be able to get it straight away, but the Sonic Wave will secure it now.
While all that is happening, Spectre TP'd mid lane. Got 2 creep waves now. Needs to go back to the bottom lane. Can't really lane against Leshrac. Will make some stacks for himself.
Well, top
lane.
They do catch Toby a little bit here. Kuman with a boundless strike brings him low. Toby's about to die, and those stick charges didn't help him enough. Monkey King starting to pose a real threat.
They showed Rubik on the bottom lane, so Cyber Legacy instantly starts to play aggressively on the top. They know there's not going to be any kind of rotation. Spectre's level 5, so Haunt is not available. Another rotation on the bottom on Spectre.
Yeah, Leshrac's TPing down here as well. They've already spent the Cookie and Spear. Let's see if Magical can get in on top of Shad, because the speedy Spectre's out of there with the dagger. And Magical's rotation comes to nothing this time. They did take the tier 1 to about half HP.
Oh,
but I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, Aramis blown up. Kuman with a lot of damage off those Jingu stacks. Rushing straight into Aghanim Scepter on this Monkey. And 4 kills to the good. You know, it looks like a decent start here. Monkey's 3-0. A lot of these kills, though, you know, on Rubik, on ET, not the big primary targets they would like to take down. Queen of Pain still having a pretty good early game. Now sitting bottom, just farming a neutral camp, waiting for Cyber Legacy to make a misstep in the bottom lane. Try and bait Shad. Level 2 Dispersion. Midas is coming out to the Spectre. And they've got this Harpy Stormcrafter spamming out lightning.
They have 2 sentries and an Observer Ward on the bottom lane. Like, they really want to secure Spectre's farm and make rotation here. No mana for Arena. Didn't swap the Mango. Doesn't need to. They already used everything. Rubik being called by Chen, but it came in a bit late. So, Smoke. They want to make another aggressive rotation. I guess they want to run straight to the top lane because no one's showing on the mid.
Oh, ET whacking onto Slayer. Yeah, you get the D-Ward. But Toby showing what he's made of and gets the Courier Snipe as well. A heavy hitting briefcase boy. Yeah, a little bit of cruising in the top lane. So Monkey King can't show his face there anymore as he realizes Viking have brought a few numbers up top. It does leave Spectre in a little bit of an isolated situation down bottom lane though, and we can see the smoke from Cyber Legacy. Moving towards Shad. He does have Haunt, and he might actually move up towards top to play onto Kuman if he gets the opportunity, but no. Shad's like, screw this. I'm out of this goddamn lane, I'm moving mid. You can have the tower. Just let me have some farm.
He knew something was up. That was a nice read. Everyone else from the team playing top. Haunt is available, but only Haunt, not enough mana to use Spectral Dagger. Monkey King chasing Spectre, but it's only Monkey.
Yeah, no stuns from the rest of his team, so he can't keep on the target.
Under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Cyber Legacy thinking about defending the top tower here. Chen, Rubik, and ET all whacking away at the objective. Nobody's making a move though. No TPs to defend. Boom and Shad both in the mid lane. As a catapult wave arrives for the Dire, they are grouping in around this Spectre who's already used Dagger. Let's see if
she wanted
can get
to
in
use
behind.
Midas on the Siege Crypt, but was a bit afraid.
Might go now though. Monkey Mischief gets the Dispel off from Slayer. And he does Midas that catapult like he said. He got there in the end. Oh, they see the Mars. They know Blizzy's deep. He's hit by the tower and he's lifted back in towards the Queen of Pain. But a good Arena of Blood onto Rubik zones out the rest of Viking and they blow up Aramis. TP coming through from Chen. Not really a lot of teamfight contribution he can bring, so it's just focus on objectives here from Cyber Legacy, as they are very grouped up heavily. Dispel there onto Magical, but he's stomped up and a blink in. The Queen of Pain, Sonic Wave with the False Promise. Beautiful. Oracle keeping that Leshrac alive, and now the Spear with the Cookie forward. Chain Stones onto Boom. The Queen of Pain's dropping low, but she's got the one. Turn around, a Battle Blizzy. Monkey King has to leap across the canopy, treetop the treetop, sprint away from danger, but Slayer is left all alone. Poor little Oracle couldn't run away with his team, and Cyber Legacy in what looked like a good spot and some good outplays left with nothing really there to achieve.
Oracle really stopped there for a second, not move. Maybe he was lagging and then realized, I'm dead. So it's very hard to fight into Chen, who just hit the level 6. So that means Hand of God is available and the mech as well. That's 500 extra HP on every single hero.
And then the turnaround, you come for our tier 1, we just go straight for yours. Chen army clears through it quite nicely. And we're in a period of the game here where Viking, it feels like they're quite reliant on that first item to hit their stride. And the fact they've kept the game so even so far, I'd put them at a pretty severe advantage, honestly.
Yeah, I have to agree. And Elder Titan, no shenanigans. We saw one of the ETs, the games that we casted, like he went drums into Meteor Hammer and managed to land one Meteor Hammer on one hero throughout the whole game. It's just 2,000 wasted gold. I like what Toby's doing. I'm gonna get phase boots for some extra move speed, extra armor, and going straight into that Aghanim Scepter. They don't have any abilities that goes through magic immunity, so he's gonna be the frontliner. I'm gonna walk in, try to make stuff happen. Spectre with the Haunt, I will provide the vision, and the Queen of Pain can be that tool, you know, that just cleans things up. Also in the previous fight, I don't think Queen of Pain would have used ulti like that, try to surprise a kill on Leshrac, but she had Arcane Rune and could afford to go for it.
I think it's, you know, speaking about Toby and his item decisions, it's one of the reasons, you know, we all love Dota 2 so much, is the kind of greediness of professional players in terms of figuring out what makes a hero strong. You know, how can I play this hero to the fullest to help my team and win the game? And Toby is like, you know, screw Bracer, screw Magic Wand. Like you say, go straight for Aghanim. That's how I feel the hero's strong.
I just want to get Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
I love that. Like, he's adjusting the item build. It's very important to have a good item build. We've saw a couple of games throughout this tournament where like good itemization wins you the game. Magical is gonna set things up with the ult.
There's the Split Earth landing. Spectre 10-1 charges with a Hand of God. Might be able to buy enough time, but the Queen of Pain, Sonic Wave. Beautiful initiation from Boom. But the False Promise has kept Leshrac alive. A little bit of heal coming out, but Viking have him surrounded. All converging onto the Leshrac. He is healed up a decent amount, but he missed the Split Earth on the Queen of Pain as Big Num cleared up by Toby. The big hit.
Still alive.
Leshrac will finally die, and a double kill for Toby as he is moved closer to that Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, they lost Spectre once again. It's a second death on Spectre, but she's still farming nicely. Not as good as Monkey King, but Monkey King staying away from team fights, coming to clear things out in the end, and he's very close to finishing off his Aghanim Scepter.
Well, they see the monkey. Can they find him? It looks like the answer is no. Yeah, I looked at the fight recap. Spectre lost like 78 gold, and I'm pretty sure the first death she had, very little gold. Oh, Monkey King, really? He's gone in onto Aramis. I don't know what Kuman's doing, but it looks like death is what he's gonna get. I looked away from that bot lane because Monkey King saw two heroes and ran away, and then he jumped in.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, he jumped in, tried to farm. Aramis catches him with the pulse Nova running. He also missed the stun. Maybe he could have gotten the Jingu off and survive for a bit longer. But it's gonna be still a good timing on Toby's Aghanim Scepter. He's farming nicely, and with that, like, I will run at people. He's gonna melt these carries with a lot of armor. Natural Order level 3 at the moment.
Well, they're trying to play on Spectre again. Fortune's End there, and Grandma's trying to catch up with a cookie. Stunning Shad. Need the monkey, need the Leshrac. The damage is lacking, the control was there. Spectre dagger, but the ult is up. Now Leshrac stopping his tracks by the stomp. The ET's here, saving the day in the Queen of Pain. Blinking into the back with the Orchid onto that Oracle. And it looks like the Split Earth landing is going to put a stop to that. The False Promise comes and Boom has to run. ET still going wild though, finds Big Num and the Monkey King. He is really struggling, but with the help of the Leshrac, they'll get the streak away from Toby. And Queen of Pain still lurking deep behind enemy lines. Very low HP. And Monkey King's going to scout her out in a second. Jumping over the trees, the Orchid onto Lesh. Boom. Retreating. They want to jump. Boundless Strike, not going to come.
Yeah, if Queen of Pain chose the talent instead of the level of an extra point in Blink, should have died there.
The most important thing, Shad survives and runs all the way to bottom lane to get a big juicy wave to farm.
Wait a second. What is that? Oracle going for Dagon. Interesting.
Что? What?
I don't know. I don't know what that is, but it should be a kill on Slayer delaying that Dagon. He understood, like, I need to be very careful about the Dagon coming out from position 5 Oracle. I better use my ulti and kill him.
Yeah, you know, delay the Blink on Earthshaker in game 1, delay the Dagon on Oracle game 2. They know these item timings very well, Lacoste. But seriously, this is something that I don't think I've ever seen. Position 5 Oracle especially.
Think why, but you know, the item gives good stats, but I don't think it's a correct choice here.
Glimmer,
like, I'm gonna burst people,
Full
Purifying
Staff.
Flames, anything, like just get anything that gives you any kind of sustain, anything that you can throw on top of your teammates. You can't Dagon your own teammates, that's why I think it's up here.
Well, we'll see what happens. Very curious decision making as they do move into the jungle again, but Toby is the one to break the smoke. Yule's on the Queen of Pain, but that stomp is beautiful. The Mars Arena lands, but in comes the Earth Splitter, catching out the Oracle, so no spells cast, and the Leshrac is going to fall immediately after. 6 feet under, down goes Magical, and Viking striking hard while they can. Kuman now inside his Wukong's command, but he's all alone. Where's his team? They've all run away.
Long time ago, Toby still chasing. Like, they don't have the counterplate. Once ET goes in, Stomp gonna miss because of the Blink Dagger dodge from Mars. Still gonna get another kill.
Boom on a mega kill streak now. 5-0-6 for the Queen of Pain. Beautiful start to the game, and now holding a DD rune to keep on accelerating. And Slayer, well, he's getting closer to Dagon. He's about 1,000 away from it.
Yeah, he needs the lane for himself. For 2-3 minutes, guys, calm down. I have this. Let's see if he snipes the one on the mid lane. Yeah, only 1 out of 2 creeps. I don't know what this is about, but this kind of a build is game losing.
A little bit odd, that's for sure. You know, usually Lacoste, I'm the silver lining, believe in the pros kind of guy. But this one's a bit wonky for me, even. And the map starts getting smaller for Cyber Legacy, as Queen of Pain has that maneuverability with Blink, and feeling pretty safe, closing in on level 15. Strength Tread, she's got like 1.6k HP. Doesn't feel under threat whatsoever. And the rest of the squad is bodyguarding Spectre.
Yeah. If I miss anything, Gary, it's because I'm keeping my camera on Oracle, seeing the goal progression. How fast is that Dagon gonna come? Monkey King scouting things out.
They know he's there. They're cutting trees. Toby finds him. Kuman, no! What are you doing? He saw them cutting trees, but he just stayed there. They've got a backstab as well. Aramis is finding Slayer. False promise. Okay, it buys a little bit of time. Slayer sprinting away back to his tier 1, but Viking are coming in strong. Bye-bye, Oracle. Delay that Dagon and say goodnight.
Oof. That was such a big play from Toby. He's going into Echo Saber. Like, I talked how this hero is underused, especially as a core, where you really scale. You can outscale enemy carries with this type of a build. Queen of Pain, double damage, and Arcane Rune, and some extra ice armor coming out from Chen. Boom, having a perfect game. Didn't die a single time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting up towards top lane. 2 Dire Observer wards on the Radiant Triangle, both expiring at about the same time. It looks like Cyber Legacy trying to scout out the farming of the Spectre, keep tabs on Roshan. And Leshrac realizing that they're all coming, thanks to those wards.
Oracle's
be able
really
to fall
committed.
back.
Like, he's the one who's holding a Vambrace, the intelligence one, for extra spell damage, while your Lashrak is holding Ironwood Tree. Okay.
Well, I'm not sure what to say about that, honestly.
Well, I know what the chat is gonna say about it, and it starts with K ends up in W.
Oh dear. Maybe a bit of disarray in their team comms. I'm sure Slayer knows what he's doing, though. He's halfway to that recipe now. He'll get there. Don't you worry. That Dagon will come.
700 gold away.
Elder Titan wants Echo Saber so he can get the double whacks towards his opponents. And Viking, they taste blood in the water. Some hungry sharks are hunting for little fishies. Slayer, the smallest of fish. He's caught up, chomped to pieces.
Gotta pick off. Spectre has Manta style, so it's a good time to get the Roche. He has buyback, but I don't think he's gonna use it. Very low level. Yeah, this game falling apart very quickly, Gary.
It is crumbling to pieces. Big Num, his animation is broken for Snapfire. I don't know if it's the same for you, but she's wobbling around everywhere. Yes.
Yeah, it's
the
broken.
Observer sees it. Look at that tail waggle.
Dire's top tower
Oh,
is under
Mortimer,
attack.
you silly Billy. What are you doing? Viking with his Chen army making short work of towers as he farms the jungle camp. And they just let Shad frontline with the Aegis now. Boom has a BKB. And like you said, there's no answer to the magic community of ET or the Queen of Pain right now. With Hand of God and Mech on Chen, they need a bloody miracle to Cyber Legacy to come back into this game.
This should be a default movement for Snapfire. Like, press 1 in chat if you agree. Maybe we can make it happen.
Monkey, monkey, monkey. Queen of Pain. Yeah, she's got your number, and she's giving chase. The Sonic Wave there to try and push him down off the trees. He's going to get the dagger forward and the scream. Orchid wears off, and the Wukong's command. It's there, but the rest of the squad is just not arriving on time. Now Cyber Legacy, they're cut off. They can't retreat to their base. Slayer is trying to go for a TP, but he's going to get lifted. Telekinesis there from Aramis every day of the week. Mars, Grandma, and Lashrak. They do find an escape, but I don't know if Lashrak is going to run. He's trying to turn and fight. Dodge on the split earth from the Queen of Pain. They see him up on the high ground. And now the Orchid. Silence. He's got TP CD. Lashrak can't TP away for another 7 seconds. So Queen of Pain just keeps going forward. Dagger in, and here comes Rubik, ready to strike. And they found Lashrak, magical, stuck around for way too long.
I have one question, Gary, and that's gonna be, what the hell is Cyber Legacy doing? Like, they just feel like they gave up. There is not a single good movement on the map. Like, the lane stage went well for them, and everything just fell apart.
Yeah, it's like they're going through the motions. You know, they're still making these moves to push out the waves. They're following Jenkins' advice in trying to clear out the creep equilibrium and shove it across the river. They're still trying to farm, but as a team playing 5 heroes, they aren't doing anything together, and we're going to see it again here. Grandma just gets gone on. Slayer, he throws one spell in there, and he's like, right, see you, buddy. I'm leaving you. Fortune's End will come, and they do let Big Num get back to the tier 3. But Viking is just systematically deleting towers, removing heroes. Kuman is eyeing up Toby. He jumps into the stomp, though. TP from the Booster Travel, Magical is here. Elder Titan, stomped. Split Earth, Hand of God comes, and now that magic immunity, it arrives, and Toby, so speedy, runs away. While Queen of Pain has found Slayer, does not quite get the kill, but Shad finds Blizzy regardless. So Slayer retreats, Magical sprinting off into the distance, running over the horizon, but the sun sets on Lashrak as the Orchid into the stomp. Yule's dodge. It buys a few seconds of time, but his life was forfeit from the moment he tried to kill that Elder Titan. Who's the imposter on the Dire team?
I don't know. I could name few of the names, but the Oracle's the one coming to my mind. Still getting very close to that Dagon. Like, do you think he's gonna finish it?
Yeah,
or the game's gonna end before.
Before the game ends, he'll sell Boots and Wand and everything he can to finish it. They found the Monkey King, the Haunt, and the Spectre's there. Quick and easy kill.
Pause. I hear the pause button.
That was the. It looks like Spectator lost connection to the lobby just for a second, so he's rejoining back in. Yeah. Right now, nothing's really happening. Monkey King just died, got haunted on by Spectre, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Slayer right now is saying, "Hey guys, I was in Reactor. I was helping to save the team. I'm definitely not the imposter. I'm just gonna run around here." They've got Ags on Big Num. They spit the Leshrac forward into the mid lane where Queen of Pain, Rubik, and ET are all waiting. Spear back, but there's no Mars ulti yet, and Leshrac's just being annihilated. I think honestly, Cyber Legacy have legitimately given up.
Yeah. I mean, Snapfire with Aghanim Scepter is in Tiny Airlines.
Oh shit, I forgot about Tiny Airlines. The amount of pubs I've had ruined by one of them. But they're not calling GG. Maybe they're waiting for one more fight. I don't really honestly know what's happening. Barracks are falling. Dragon Scale on Spectre making short work of the buildings mid.
Monkey's ready to be gobbled up. He's in.
There we go with the BKB. Monkey King's in with a 3-man balance. Nice Arena of Blood as well. And the splits come from the kisses. Mortimer lands them beautifully onto Spectre. RMS down to the Monkey King. He's going to try Mischief, and the False Promise actually keeps him alive. Now the jump into the back. The Queen of Pain finds Mars. Blizzy's about to fall with a one whack. Down from ET. And 4 versus 4 is what we're left with. As Viking still considering to push up high ground and finish off this middle lane of Barracks.
Stomp, gonna connect.
Orchid dispelled off by Oracle with a Fortune's End. Yules into Split Earth, but boom, just BKB blinks. Shad facing off against Monkey King. Sonic Wave's good. Can they follow through with a kill? They're blinking onto Monkey. Kuman chased back by Boom, but Queen of Pain backs away, not committing today, and the cookie away gets Grandma back towards Fountain. So a full lane of Barracks.
Back off. Resets. Spectre still has a haunt, but they're running low on HP. Like, you can see that Viking kind of understand things are going well for them. This is probably the first time I've ever seen Spectre buying a Blink Dagger.
Thanks.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of weird stuff happening.
Like, do I have coronavirus and I'm just like in a fever dream right now? Like I've got 40-degree fever and I'm just imagining everything. Spectre's there with a haunt. Blizzy has got the arena down, but Toby's so tanky with a Hand of God there. He just pummels the Leshrac. Down you go, and Monkey's got nowhere left to run but southwards. 4 heroes completely annihilated, and Viking, this series, it's just been so simple for them.
Yep, I'm loving what Spectre's doing. I have this Quelling Blade. I still want to have ability to cut down the tree, so I'm going to upgrade that to Battle Fury and have it all the time against the Monkey King. This is big brain time.
Well, they are, yeah, waiting outside a fountain. Does Oracle have... Yeah, Oracle has Dagon. Let's go. Let's get some kills with it. Let's use the Dagon, Oracle. Tier 4s are falling. The game is so close right now. The tense situation we're in is killing me. Lacoste, we're on a knife's edge. Cyber Legacy, can they hold on? Are they going to be able to defend their base? The throne is falling! Oh my... Yeah, that was over like 5 minutes in.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with Cyber Legacy. Laning stage went well for them, and after that, it felt like they did not want to win a game.
An interesting end to the series. 2-0 victory for Viking, though, as Cyber Legacy, unfortunately, commiserations as they are out of the tournament now. And Viking go to a 2-2 scoreline. And that's it for us today, Lacoste. A bit of an odd series to start and end our day on.
Yeah, I mean, definitely surprised at the way Cyber Legacy played in this one.
Well, interesting stuff. Na'Vi against Mud Golems, hopefully a much closer and entertaining series. And then 5 men up against Team Liquid will be your games and series. Later on, Odie and Fog taking up the casting mics. But for now, Lacoste, goodbye. I'll see you again on Tuesday. We'll throw it back to the panel. See you then.
Bye-bye.
For being so hard, it was the moment of of
Do it like this, yeah, we never look back. Oh, yeah. The shots in my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that.
Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life alone. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire.
Can't say why.
Pure and utter dominance there from Viking GG as they clean out the series 2-0 against Cyber Legacy and pushing them out of ESL 1 Germany. Now, as we get into our Game Fuel post-match, my panel are ready and raring to go and tell you guys why Viking GG are starting on their hot form here towards the tail end of the group stages here at ESL 1 Germany. I've got my lads back, Daniel, go.lads. There's not much to say in a series like that where you see one team completely dismantling the other, right?
Yeah, it just seemed like while Cyber Legacy's draft was better that time around, I feel like they gave themselves a good shot to win. The way that they executed these team fights was a little odd to me. You know, if you had to point out any sort of glaring weaknesses with the Viking GG style, is that they didn't have that strong form of initiation. And then time after time, they actually fought into Viking GG. So they were happy with that, you know, especially fighting underneath that tier 1 tower super early on. That extra armor is going to be really beneficial.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was talking about it before, and there was a lot of things Cyber Legacy could have done differently. Instead of just trying to 5-man fight into Viking GG, as you pointed out, they didn't really have the best lockdown, but if you go into them, it's very easy for them to get that damager. So they could have just used the buddy system, played a 1-2-2 with the BOTs on the Leshrac playing alone. He can just TP. With the buddy system, you allow yourself to split the map more, and obviously you're less prone to getting ganked because they don't really have the best lockdown, right, or initiation. So they didn't really avoid any of these big 5v5s. They didn't really try to play as a team or a buddy system. It was very awkward to see Cyber Legacy, and I felt like they just were so demotivated by the end of that game.
Yeah, and I think as well, something we need to point out, we talked before about the RNG system with the power runes and, you know, how that can swing lane matchups so far. Boom, I'm pretty sure he got every single power rune that game, especially against someone like a Leshrac. That is so impactful because you need a full mana bar at all times to be able to get that full effectiveness out of the team fight. So really good rune control by Viking that time around too.
Yeah, there's one other thing that the casters were very baffled about, and we were as well. You pointed out the Oracle going for Dagon. Okay, the purpose for it, even though it's not a good reason, was because you can get rid of the illusion of the Haunt when Spectre haunts in. But funny enough, he didn't really use it in the last fight.
Well, did he even get it?
He did get it.
Okay, he got it right at the end. Because
Yeah.
DJ did it in ESL 1 Thailand, and he provided that reasoning behind it. He got it on Warlock, I think. But I can see why you want to make it so that he felt like he was using the false promise on himself way too often. He wanted to have that flexibility to be able to use it on someone else and still have that relative safety on the backlines. And I guess there's some versatility as well where you can use it to potentially burst down a target. But
Glimmer
Glimmer Cape
Scepter
does a very similar thing.
Well, there was a few baffling decisions there from Cyber Legacy, but the lads who didn't make a misstep were Viking GG. We've got the man behind it all. We've got Boom here on the line. Boom, mate, I'd like to say congratulations on a very dominant victory here against Cyber Legacy. We had a little of a pre-series interview with Aramis here, and he said you guys have a lot of confidence going into this series. Does a series like that, where you dismantle Cyber Legacy, give you guys more confidence in the final round?
Yeah, I mean, of course. But before this series, we lost to 5-man, so I think we expected to win that series as well. So I don't really think we expected to be at this elimination point. But yeah, we're happy we won.
Now, we don't know what the next round of matches are going to be. Obviously, you're 2-2 now. And we spoke with Saberlight a few days ago, and he said, look, he would be cheering you guys on because obviously you're friends from the Czech Republic. But do you want to face up against him and potentially knock him out of the tournament, or would you rather see NIP and him move on forward?
I mean, I would like to face them at some point of this tournament. I don't really care if it's now or after we're both in playoffs, hopefully. But yeah, it would be nice.
Yeah, I was talking with Aramis before, and I was just asking about how he felt about the previous series, because going into this tournament, everyone, and probably you guys as well, were expecting to do a lot better, but I felt that a lot of the things could be fixed by just talking about it, and that most of it was execution error. After this series, do you think you could have learned anything from this particular game, or do you think you guys actually just overperforming or just playing like you guys should have? Is there anything you guys can talk about?
No, I mean, after we lost the series against 5-man, like, we kind of talked for a long time, and we figured out the problems. Like, we had like fixed strategies around certain heroes, and it didn't work out. So we just changed it, and yeah, it's working.
Yeah, awesome. And just one last thing. I believe that it is Shad's birthday today, so it's a good little present for him. Have you done anything else special?
Nah, I mean, I just wished him happy birthday. That's all I did.
You got to get all the boys to sing for him, maybe. That'd be a good one.
Yeah, it's good to see that you guys have a lot of confidence, and it's good to see you guys are back to your winning ways as well. So, Boom, we'll let you go, mate, and good luck for the final round of ESL 1 Germany.
Yep. Thanks for having me. Have fun, guys.
Thank you. The man didn't have his magical hair. He had it pulled back there in that interview. I was hoping that he'd
Looking
come
very
in
slick.
with like this really super big haircut going in, but unfortunately didn't have it. But
Well, he dominated that mid lane. He looked like, Goku with a hair,
He's
reaching
saving his
for this
power
guy.
for the next series, don't
That's
worry.
true.
He
That's
must have
true.
got pretty sweaty because that was a pretty tight game there from the boys of Viking. But, I mean, this is basically what we were expecting coming in from ESL 1 Germany. As they said, they knew that they had a bit of issues going in that 5-man series. They've rectified them here. They're looking really tight. They're looking really strong. But I think on the other side of this, Cyber Legacy, to me, really have not been performing this tournament. They have not shown all too much to us. They've done a few wacky things. I think mentality was probably a big issue here for the lads of Cyber Legacy. We've seen Kuman leave lobbies pretty early. You know, we just saw in that last game where Slayer got a day gone. Obviously, it had a reason behind it, but there's certain things when you see in these games where you just lean more towards the side of it doesn't feel like these guys are, you know, performing the way they want to.
No, and I mean, yes, I've given the excuse of, look, it might just not be their meta, it might not be the patch, but it just felt like their decision-making was a little bit off as well. You know, like I mentioned before, taking the team fights into a team that doesn't have initiation. Sure, it's fine to go for pickoffs onto, let's say, a Spectre solo, and they did it a couple of times, and it worked out for them. They just needed to continue on that trend, and unfortunately for them, their runs come to an end.
Yeah, pretty much as I was saying, the buddy system. Just try to split up the map, try to split and force the enemy team to react. Obviously, you can't cover all 3 lanes. You don't have the best CC when it comes to Viking GG, so you can punish that by just killing them and picking them apart, and then using the Leshrac to push those towers once you get those numbers advantage, right? But they didn't really do that throughout the whole game. As you pointed out, they were just fighting into Viking GG, which is where they're actually shine. They have that ET, they have that Chen with the mech, they have the Hand of God as well. It just seems very easy to kind of counter-react when you're playing a 5v5.
And Toby was dominant. Like, I thought that top lane matchup probably should have gone a lot worse for him, especially going into an Oracle as well. You can dispel off the Astral Step with a Fortune's End, which is really nice to counter that out, but not making the same mistake as some ETs that we've seen in previous games, going for the Meteor Hammer first, just rushing that Ags, making sure that he could be that semi-form of initiation. You can see there building up the Blink Dagger as well for the extra added bonus.
Yeah, you know, when we talked to these lads of Viking GG, they did say that Toby was their main man. He's the guy that's the best player on the team, so they say. And he's been showing this in a lot of these series as well. The fact that the series where they might not look as hot is when he's not really been having those comfortable heroes where he's been able to do stuff, but in this series he really popped off.
Yeah, and when we just spoke with Boom, and he talked about, you know, in the previous games, he felt like something was off about their draft with their set strategies, and they changed things up a little bit. I think a lot of that does center around Toby. You know, the Slardar that he picks a lot was the 27% win rate, I think, so far in ESL 1 Germany. So not looking that hot. And now they're changing things up a little bit. I think they've banned out the Slardar in both games, and it's worked out for them.
It has worked out for Viking GG indeed. Cyber Legacy, unfortunately for them, they take their departure here in ESL 1 Germany, but Viking GG move on to that 5th and final round for the group stages. But now it's time for us to go to a break and get ready for series number 2 of day number 11. It's Na'Vi taking on Mud Golems. We'll see you guys then.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
It's time for us to dive into series number 2 of today. Our elimination series is done and dusted with Cyber Legacy departing the tournament. Now we look forward to the playoffs where Na'Vi and Mud Golems are fighting each other in a best-of-3 game to figure out who will be going in the playoffs and who will be ending up in round number 5 for our group stage here. We've got a new panelist to join us here. We've got Dan, we've got QO back on the panel. Hey mate, how you doing? Doing good? Just gonna give me the peace on? Alright, cool.
Ready for the game.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad that you're excited for this game because it is going to be an exciting one, lads. Na'Vi versus Mud Golems. Both these teams are looking hot right now. Na'Vi, they only lost their series to Liquid, I want to say, and that was a really, really tight series as well. Went 3 maps. This team looked really, really strong, but now they have to go up against Mud Golems, who, again, have some really good form coming to this tournament and in this tournament as a whole.
It's kind of like the story of the Liquid Slayers, right? Liquid are the ones that beat Mud Golems as well.
True, exactly. We'll see who gets their redemption in playoffs with either one of these teams making their way towards here. But let's start talking about Mud Golems first, lads. This is a team that's got a lot of spicy names on it. You've got 33 sitting there, you've got Fighter sitting there as well. 2 players that have been across European for a really, really long time. So it's good to see these players being able to pick up some new names and making them shine here on the big stage. But speaking of 33, we did have a pre-tournament interview here with Sir Action Slacks. Let's head to that now.
Hey everybody, here with 33 from Mud Golems. How you doing, sir?
Hi, I'm doing great. Good.
All right, great. So not your first time getting to the tournament through qualifiers. How do you feel about going through qualifiers rather than just getting directly invited? Do you like that? Does it warm you up, or would you rather just be in there?
It's nice as a new team to play the qualifiers because you get to play, some more games in, try some more strategies or drafts. You get some nice momentum because obviously if you play the tournament, it means you won the qualifier. But I wouldn't mind being invited for the next tournament. I would like it more. So.
Very interested in the process of naming these what I call stack teams. Mud Golems. Why have you named it Mud Golems? Why not Harpies or Prowlers? Is there any rhyme or reason to these funny names that you guys do?
I don't remember who suggested it actually. We just sat for like 30 minutes. We were trying to come out with a name. It's harder than it seems, And I think somebody was just talking about how we thought the icon of the Mud Golems we thought it looks very funny because if you looked at the icon of the Mud Golem in Dota, he looks so angry. He's very intense. we just thought the icon was really funny.
He's a beautiful mascot.
Yeah, I thought it was really funny, so we went with that.
So we know a lot about you. We know a lot about Fada. Can you tell me one sentence about the little shard golems on your team? If you didn't know, that's what they call the tiny little golems when they split. But continue.
Shard? Is that how they call them actually? Damn.
Yeah, they're shard golems. I don't know.
Nice. Well, sentence. That's a hard one. You have to describing people. What if they see it? What if they don't like the way you describe them? I don't want to hurt anyone. No, so far
you can just say they're good or something.
So far, we're having a really nice time playing together. It's always fun playing with new people. You get to you make new friends basically right away. Milan, first of all, I used to play with in my first team in Dota, my first real team in Dota. It was like 4 years ago already. So it's really nice to get to play together again. Like we always kind of, we were always talking and hoping we would get to play together. And now it's happening. So we're really happy with that. He's really, he's a really good guy. It's nice to learn with him again after those times. He's, I think in the last years he grew a lot as a player. He starts. He's a lot smarter as a player. Not that he was. So it's nice. I like it. And Skitter and Bora, they're both very vocal. I guess they're kind of, especially Skitter. He likes to, he yells a lot. He's a bit. Sometimes he loses it a bit, but it's nice. You get these energies in the team. It's important, I think. And it's nice to have it. And Bora is. He's got the Balkan mentality, he's like, he doesn't give a fuck. He just, he comes, he plays, he doesn't care who he's playing against, it's secret or he doesn't care. He just comes and he's here to play. And I like that.
All right. Well, good to know a little bit more about them. Last question for you. If you were to die and split into 2 mini 33s, what positions would they play?
That's a good question. I would probably.
Is it? I thought it was a pretty bad question. It's just a Mud Golem joke, but whatever.
Well, it's more the what position would you play part of it, right? I don't know. I guess I would play position 4 and then either carry or mid. I'm not sure which one. They both.
All right.
I would play mid if IceFrog changes the rune thing. I don't want to walk down to a rune and see an empty rune. If he fixes that one, I'm down to play mid.
Okay, well, hopefully that change happens, and hopefully we don't see you splitting into 2 little 33s. But thank you so much for your time, man. Can't wait to see you at ESL.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from 33 and Siractions. It's getting a bit of insights before the tournament began. But lads, it's time for us to talk a little bit about Na'Vi. On the other side of this coin, they are a team that have been looking very hot, very spicy, but unfortunately they did get quenched there by Team Liquid, losing 1 and 2. But now they move into this series here. What are we expecting from this team as a whole first?
I'm expecting some aggressive plays. I'm expecting a lot of focus around making sure Iceberg has a really good game, because it feels like every time that they win, that's what happens. He just dominates his lane, and we just heard from 33 there. It feels like he's got a very similar mentality to Barania as well, right? Where it's just like this, I'm the best mentality. I don't care who I'm facing. I'm the best. So that's where my focus is going to be.
Yeah, I think my focus is
whether Navi's playing like their stable game, because I think Navi's more like solid team, I'll say. But Mud Golem has a very strong personality, including everyone. So
Like an individual style
Yeah,
to them.
individual like player all have like a different mindset, and I think that might surprise like this series. I think.
Yeah. Well, you heard it here from our panel. It's going to be an interesting one here between Na'Vi and Mud Golem. So it's time for us to go to another break. And on the other side of this, we're going to have game number 1 draft here between Na'Vi and Mud Golems. We'll see you then.
Spills your blood, a whisper out, fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another, find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry, with your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my plan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight.
I hope you guys are as hyped as we are here for our first play-in series between Na'Vi and Mud Golem. We've got one of the most established orgs in esports and one of the best pub stacks in European Dota right here with Mud Golems and Na'Vi. Now, lads, our draft is on our screens already. We've got something spicy. We've got a Mirana here from Mud Golems and the El Clasico from Na'Vi, Clock and Rubik.
I'm assuming Navi had first pick. And
Yes.
they just opened with Clockwork and Mud Golem counter with Mirana.
Mhm.
And then they opened with Rubik and Mud Golem picked Spectre. I really like the Mud Golem's decision here.
Yep.
Like in the first first phase at least.
How do you kill the Spectre right now is the big issue. So
The 2 support has 0 damage.
very, very little. And it's not like Rubik even has some amazing stuff that he can steal either. So there's a little bit of danger there. And I guess, it's always what a fly Rubik potentially. Roger's just been playing out of his mind on this Clockwork. So it's good to have that level of flexibility that we've seen in, like we were talking about before, Insania do for Team Liquid. Maybe taking a few learnings from that. But yeah, I'm really excited to see Milan playing this Mirana. It's one of his best heroes. He's always on point with his arrows, even going, all the way through TI and doing pretty well with that, even though the team didn't quite so much back in the day.
Usually, when you're opening with Mirana, it's very hard to pair it up with other support. Usually, those heroes get spanned, but it's surprised how they had to ban this Void Spirit, Visage, and Nature's Prophet and wasted their ban. It's sort of respecting 33's hero.
It is, yeah. The thing that really gets to me is that for a lot of these teams, the meta seems pretty standard, right? But with these two, there's not actually a lot of crossover with the heroes that they pick most commonly. So that probably leads me to say the team that does better research is going to win the draft, but it actually puts so much more into the execution of the game style. You can't just win the game in the draft.
Yep.
So we are expecting kind of a fighter hero here from Mud Golems. Do you guys like to see combinations with the Mirana, or is it okay to just put a lot of faith on Milan hitting those big boy arrows?
I think it's safer. Just why not pick 5? If you just pick off lane, you're just gonna get countered. If you're gonna pick mid, you're gonna get countered. But yeah, just give. Seems like they're just opening with 33's Bloodseeker.
Why not?
Yeah. I think he was showing really strong performance with his Bloodseeker. I think he never lost his lane.
And this is the... Correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first item earn that he likes to go on that as well, right?
Yeah, some tanky, because Bloodseeker has a naturally good stats and good movement speed. So it's very hard to execute.
Yeah.
Not like a Timbersaw level,
No,
but
no,
it's still hard to kill him.
And when we say first item earn, we mean first item earn. No boots, nothing like that. Just earn rush is the way that 33 likes to do this a lot of the time. So
He does this on a lot of his offlane heroes, and I've been seeing a big resurgence of it too across a lot of these other players. Seb was doing it across a lot of his offlaners as well, so seems like 33 is cotton on to something a little bit more special here. But the big combination with that offlane is if they do hit a big arrow, they've always got the Blood Right to follow up with the silence on top of that. So these heroes, whichever one VTune is going to pick up here, is going to have to be very, very mindful of that combination. Obviously, if you continue to eat arrows in lane, you're never going to really feel pretty good as a safe lane carry, but we'll see how VTune does deal with this. But Na'Vi, what are they looking for here? They're probably going to want
damage. They need damage. Plain and simple.
I mean, even if it goes to the 4th pick, it's not gonna solve any problem. Might as well give Iceberg the winning condition hero and just pick Monkey King or something.
Okay.
It's another Phantom Lancer.
Well, this is VTune's best hero.
Yeah.
By far.
But I just feel like he's gonna get bullied a lot.
I mean, you can always just doppelgang out of the Blood Right. That's nice.
Yeah, but it's just a pure right click with Mirana coming out. I'm not sure whether Milan will just stack up his Wraith Band, but once the Mirana has 1 or 2 Wraith Band, PL just can't lane anymore because he has such good attack animations. So.
Yeah. I don't think you even need 2. Just 1 Wraith Band on the Mirana and some tangos is so much just to put harass out. It loses its relative effectiveness as you get more, but 1 is just super value at this stage. And you even see a lot of strength heroes getting it just to be able to, contest better in lane. And a Crystal Maiden coming out. Okay. Some good setup and instant response from the Batrider. You would have to say that that's most likely going to be General's hero. So like we were predicting, leaving Iceberg's hero to last, making sure he's going to have the best laning matchup possible, but he's not going to have the last overall pick. So Mud Golem's in a pretty good spot right now to be able to counter out whatever they would try and throw at him.
Yeah, but I think we have to give a little credit for that Batrider pick. I think it was a really good pick against the Spectre and Crystal Maiden.
It's a pretty hard lane for the Sim and the Spectre to deal with, right? Because you don't really want to make sure that Milan's going to be in that bottom lane, or in the bottom lane there for 33 to give him the best possible start.
Yeah, but usually when you're versing against Batrider, like if you're a carry player, it just feels good. Like whatever the carry, if you're not playing Terrorblade or anything, like something that has this evacuating or like slowing enemy, and like clearly the Spectre has this the dagger to slow him, and you move in fast at the same time. So once he has like stick, I think he probably will feel good in this lane.
And you've also got the CM as well,
Yeah,
able
so
to
double
use it to
slow,
slow.
so I don't think he can ever like commit him unless
Yeah,
unless they make a mistake.
These dives are going to be a lot harder, right? Not just the slow, but also the frostbite, just able to lock him under the tower, get that hitting onto the Batrider, and early on it's going to do a good amount. But how are we thinking these last two picks are going to go? You know, is the Lina still in the pool? Nope, just being bound out by Mud Golems. Very smart. We've seen Boromir go off on his Storm Spirit, and if there is one thing that they're lacking a little bit is some form of initiation. You've got the Spectre, of course, but we've seen how crazy he can go when he's able to pick it up.
Yep. What do you think this Pango ban means? Because I really think like Na'Vi should pick Storm, like
for Iceberg.
For Iceberg, because it's good against Bloodseeker, good against Mirana, good against CM.
The only thing that I can think of with the Pango that we saw from the Southeast Asian region was the Magnus versus Pango matchup, where the Pango did a lot of work in that mid lane up against the Magnus, didn't really allow him to farm all too much. So maybe Na'Vi might be falling back on something like a Magnus draft. They've got a PL who can utilize his power to a certain extent, but
I think the Pango is purely respect for the Boromir style of playing. It's a hero he likes to play. You can get into a Maelstrom and deal with the PL relatively nicely, which is always good.
I really like Magnus here, but I don't think Iceberg will pick it. I think maybe Iceberg will go something more like a roaming and like solve out these games.
Neither team's really mag pickers for the mid lane.
But I really like Magnus like coming out from Na'Vi if they do it.
So you guys usually want to see Iceberg on a win condition. Magnus doesn't feel like that for them so far. Kyo, you already pointed out the Storm Spirit here for Na'Vi.
Only problem is the laning. Like Mod Golem will just pick Viper or something because they saw this Weeha playing Viper against the Storm, and I think he wrecked very hard.
Yep. I think it doesn't even need to be the win condition, right? Like the PL is your win condition. You just need to do something that's going to be able to stomp the lanes, that's going to be able to rotate through when the Batrider's trying to get these pickoffs. Some good burst damage before the rotations can come from Mud Golems.
Or Na'Vi can just pick Viper here just to secure or Lash.
Ooh, okay.
That's surprising.
It's aggressive, that's for sure.
Like it's not a strong laner.
Yeah.
That's the only issue. Like which means like Mud Golem can maybe pick up Queen of Pain, or
we saw it in that last game where Queen of Pain played against Leshrac.
Yeah,
so.
Storm themselves. I mean, the thing is, this game for me is going to be heavily dependent on how both Roger and Milan are playing.
Yep.
They both play these really strong rotating heroes. Clockwork, of course, in that mid lane, you just lay down the cogs, push someone back down to the low ground, don't enable anyone to come and help. But I think the rune control is going to be really key here. You know, Leshrac needs mana. He needs those bottle refills to be able to put pressure on and get out of that laning stage with at least a draw.
Yeah, and he really needs to be ahead. Like if you're versing against Spectre and Bloodseeker, you have to use bunch of mana or just be high level so you just damage more.
Yeah, even like a slight loss in the lane is huge for Mud Golems. They want to be able to give this Spectre the best lane possible. Bloodseeker against a Batrider isn't the worst, and yeah, we're seeing a Storm Spirit. It's a Boromir comfort hero. I'm liking it.
I'm surprised they didn't ban it. Like
yeah.
They did ban the Ember and the Pango, so you only had 2 bans left, but is this a good enough lane here for Iceberg on the Leshrac, lads? You said he's not really that strong of a laner, so...
But Lash is technically more stronger than Storm if you get QE. If you get like a 1 or 2 kills off before level 5, I think he's gonna be having a good lead. But I think Boromir plays so much Storm, so he probably understands those angles. Like unless like Roger rotates in proper angle, I don't think he's gonna die like much.
Yeah, I think the Storm Spirit was just, look, you can't ban everything. Boromir has got a pretty deep hero pool, and they got rid of the Lina, Nature's Prophet, Ember Spirit, and the Pangolius. So something's got to be left. It's the Storm Spirit. I'm gonna say Mud Golems have this one.
I'm gonna go with Mud Golem as well.
I was gonna say, lads, this might be a little bit of a tight one for you guys to predict. So you guys are gonna both lay here for Mud Golems. You said, Matt, that you're expecting, you know, it's gonna be a lot on Milan and Roger. Do you feel like they both have heroes here that can really pop off?
Not pop off, but they just need to enable their mid laner. That's their role this game. So whichever team does a better job at that, I think is going to win. And I feel like Milan, Mirana, well, honestly, and Roger Clockwork are both really,
Don't change your
good.
prediction here, Matt. You've
no,
already
I'm not
locked it in.
changing, but it's going to be super close.
All right, it's going to be super close indeed here. So we're going to get ourselves prepped and ready for game number 1 here between Na'Vi and Mud Golems. We're going to leave it with our casters one more time. It's going to be Pixie and Foggo.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Game 1 of Mud Golems versus Na'Vi. I'm Buddy Pixel here with Fogged. Fogged, what are you expecting out of this one? Do you think we're going to have a close one here, or do you think one side's going to be a little bit of a step ahead?
I do think that we can have a close one here. I see a lot of comfort heroes coming out, like the general Bat Rider. We got V-Tune on his PL, Borin Ninghe on his Storm. Lots of fun stuff to look at here, and looks like should be a decent amount of clashing and a lot of focus on initiation. I feel like that's why I see this like Spectre and Storm picks. When I saw what Na'Vi has, Na'Vi already has the natural initiation a little bit better. I feel like Mud Golems are trying to break that with this Storm, with this Spectre, so they can get all the information.
Sure. Sort of from what you've seen so far from these two teams here, how would you sort of rate them against one another? Because they, of course, both have obviously to be playing against each other are at this position where they have won 2 series and lost 1. But when you sort of look at who they played against, Na'Vi, they've had good games, but the only 2 teams they have beaten are Cyber Legacy and Windstrike, 2 teams that are now out of the tournament. So the question is sort of how much do you take away from that and say, well, they are actually... they are as good as Mud Golems, despite the fact they haven't really been tested as much as Mud Golems have so far in this tournament.
I'm really looking forward to this matchup, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I looked at the schedule for today, and I was like, oh, people might not think it's hot because it's just like a team name like Mud Golems, but the way that they played the other day was like just precision at its maximum. So, I mean, I'm actually favoring Mud Golems a little bit as well. I feel like Na'Vi, they've, like you said, they've shown some prowess and all that, but it's also with the heroes that they've picked. I've only seen them look like super dominant when they had like that Mars, Phoenix, that Willow, where they had this great synergy. Besides that, they've looked a little bit shaky.
Yeah, well, this is definitely going to be the test for Na'Vi to see if they can step it up. As you say, don't be dissuaded by the name of Mud Golems. There's definitely players upon this lineup that you, ladies and gentlemen, will all be very familiar of. And of course, it seems to, you would imagine most of the stuff, the strats are coming out of probably the brains of Fada and 33 predominantly, I would imagine. We know these players are people that have had big impacts on previous rosters they're on when it comes to captaining or making calls in the drafts and stuff. So,
yeah.
No, so definitely some hopeful stuff that we've seen so far from Mud Golems in this run. And I'm excited to see how Na'Vi's able to do against them. See if Na'Vi's able to continue to be back. I mean, they've still had the wins, and I'm sure they're down for this. They absolutely want to be tested. They want to have these sort of big players to go up against. Because Iceberg always want to fly. These guys they don't want to have the easy route. They want to go against the tough teams.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm really liking it. I like this draft. To me, like they both are like counterpicking each other back and forth a lot here, which is really cool. And then I see Na'Vi takes the Lesh. I feel like that was just a steal pick, right? Because they have the PL. Mud Golems has last pick for mid. They take this Lesh track away and force Mud Golems to go for something like Storm Spirit, which is fine. It can still work versus the PL, but Lesh, we know is the king versus PL. You just crush you can't play PL pretty much the entire game.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Some nice planning from both sides for sure.
Let's see here. I did have a brief pause. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen, but we're now ready to get into the action.
How dare you pause it, Owen? How dare you?
Sorry, yes. I mean, that's F9. I can't help myself. Sometimes I've got to press it. There we go. So we'll see what sort of lane setups we're going to be starting with. And sort of overall, I mean, it is a game with a Spectre in. Does that necessarily mean that this is a game where if Na'Vi don't end it by a certain point, Mud Golems will sort of have the clearer path to victory in the late game, or you do think Na'Vi's roster does fall off here if it goes too long this game?
I mean, they do. The thing is, they do have good damage and all that. They do have like the PL and the Lash, who they're gonna pump out damage later stages. I just look at Dispersion and like Leshrac at some point, you're gonna have a BKB. Once your BKB gets low, it's bound to happen. You're just gonna get eaten by these heroes. They're gonna get like Mud Golems at some point in this game. If they're not super far behind, they're gonna start getting the jumps. They're gonna hunt, and then Storm gets to pick and choose who he starts the fight on. So they can kill people before BKBs and all that. So I would favor Mud Golems in the later stages. But Na'Vi, if they're able to get the ball rolling, the PL and the Leshrac do all the damage needed. So they can run over Mud Golems.
Oh,
so
yeah, I mean...
We'll see.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing from Na'Vi. If Iceberg and V-Tune can get like their first 2 major items before the Storm and the Spectre have them, there's definitely going to be the chance that these heroes are just going to be able to run them over, and both of these heroes aren't going to get a chance to catch up. We are seeing some great Storm showings, but still very much a volatile hero. A wrong move early on in the game can really shake up Boronia's plan for the rest of it. So we'll see how safe and smart he's able to play.
Ah, look at bottom. Immediately, Milan cuts the wave, and he just arrows the range. We're seeing this a lot now. It's just the instantly killing the range creep so that you get your level 2 fast, so you get this advantage in the lane to be able to hit the supports. It's cool. Seeing a team, like everyone doing it now. I saw Secret doing it a bunch of games, and I'm seeing them on the side of Mud Golems. See how mid ends up.
I mean, this lane, it should favor the Lesh on the early stages, right?
It should, yeah.
It's hard to very hard to step up as the Storm.
I feel like Borninga can just farm fine, though. He can just always push the lane in. It's Iceberg can threaten kills always, but Borninga will always farm in comparison. So it should just be a little bit of a farming matchup. We'll just see if Iceberg can do the big play and actually kill Borninga in this matchup.
And then up top, Spectre CM against the Bat and the Clock. I mean, these two heroes on Na'Vi, are they going to be able to find opportunities to sort of go for Skeeter in this lane, or is it just really going to be the CM that they'll be looking out for? I mean, how hard is it for them to actually kill this Spectre early on?
I think it should be pretty damn difficult. Like, Skeeter should be able to always just dagger and get himself away. But yeah, Fada, he can play at risk. But the thing about this lane is I've seen a lot of these CMs. You don't go Aura at 2. We'll see if Fada does do that, and you get Bite, and you just go for the kill at level 2. You're actually extremely strong as Crystal Maiden when you do have that instant level 2. Like 280 damage just from your spells. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, we could see that happening. I mean, already, you know, just Skeeter just making sure that he's using his mana to keep General spammed a little low with those early daggers. Roger's going to try and come in with the wraparound. Gets the two of them in the cogs. They're able to get in upon them, and Fada taking quite a bit of a hit, but he's able to step out. Cogs will push him back to safety, in fact, as he's fine.
Milan, double courier snipe down bottom. Just playing behind the creep wave. It's going to put Always Want to Fly very low. They're actually pretty low on regen down bottom.
What do they have left?
Just the 2 on V2, and he has a ring of regen, so he'll be sustained, but Always Want to Fly is now, you know, 33's Thurston. So he's going to be even connect with this here.
The silence hits, but the arrow just off the mark from Milan. So Always Want to Fly will be okay. But yeah, just a minute of play that this Rubik's going to have to be very cautious.
And we see, you know, up top, he did go for the bite immediately when they tried to commit on to that Crystal Maiden. Skeeter, he's getting slowed down a little bit in farm, but it'll be fine. He'll be able to just get pretty much all the last hits. So now we'll watch what Roger does with this time. I think he can set up kills pretty easily on mid. He's going to go for this smoke early on. Let's see if Borninga gets caught off guard on it here, because it's going to be ruined in about 40 seconds. So Roger, at the ready.
Let's see. I mean, if the Storm does step up aggressively, he'll certainly try and weave himself in. And here we go. He's coming in with the wraparound. Boromir. He's starting to step away with that little bit of a slow from the lightning, trapped in the cogs. I mean, this is when you hit the Storm hard. Nice move from Roger coming in early. As they should be able to get away with doing this a few times before that Storm hits the 6, but at the same time, Boromir is going to be even more careful about such moves coming in when he gets back into the action. Bottom lane, Always Want to Fly does eventually die. I mean, I feel like it was a little inevitable with how low he was sitting around that lane. 33, and Milan able to get in and take him out.
They're doing great down bottom. V-Tune, he's been slowed down a decent amount too. Just like with the Spectre, he's getting slowed down, but 33 is full health, full mana. So, he'll be full mana pretty soon. He'll be able to just continue pressuring this with the CM aura. Blood Red doesn't cost mana, so you always have the mana to be able to spam that. This is going to be a very farmed Bloodseeker down here.
I think you're going to have to see what sort of moves Iceberg's able to make when he gets his first item on. He's going to be sort of the core hero to make the ganks and try and burst out the Bloodseeker. As you say, at this stage, against these two heroes, 33 is not going to have any issues down it. He's going to be pretty much full HP all the time.
V-Tune actually can't walk up to get last hits, really. Every time he walks up, a Blood Right gets dropped, and then they go for the arrow. He actually just has to have Doppelganger to be able to reset away from it. So every time it's on cooldown, which is often, he can't get last hits. This is quite a big problem for this safe lane right now. Always Want to Fly trying to reset the positioning with a pull. So Milan will just arrow the creep away, and then they'll just secure themselves bounties as well.
You can see over towards the mid now. Boromir, now he's hitting the 6. Well, at least he's closing in on it. He's just staying away from the mid lane entirely. Roger is going for the long walk around, knows that he's in the jungle.
But this was a regen rune. Boromir is full HP, full mana.
Yeah.
Even as bounty as well, too. So he'll hit 6 off this mall camp.
I mean, even if Roger finds him, there's not going to be really too much at all he can do. If anything, Boromir might be able to turn and start punching in on the clock.
Yeah.
As Roger will continue to sweep down bottom. Doesn't find the storm, but might be able to use his efforts to try and do something about this bottom lane and see if he can catch 33. As 33 staying in deep.
Still.
Time's going to come in for Roger to head in. Can they actually get on top of him, though? He's trying to close the gap, Roger. But 33 might just be a little too speedy. He's going to have another blood ride to lay down. Milan's actually trying to jump in and kill off Always Want to Fly. Milan, he's got the backup of Fada. Still, Roger continuing to chase 33, but now they're low enough that 33 is able to speed up and get out of there. Roger can't close the gap.
Exactly. That's what Milan was actually... I don't think he was thinking he could kill Rubik, but if he gets him low enough, 33 gets move speed, so he's able to run away from clock. That's some nice play there.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That's exactly what he was doing then. That's some smart stuff.
Yep. Now we're seeing 3 heroes on bottom. So this general is going to be happy because of this. As soon as he's in a 1v1 matchup versus the Spectre, it's very nice for the Bat Rider. He's actually just going to commit onto Skitter immediately up top here.
So he's got the damage for the flame break. The stick charges come out. Skitter off to the side. He's going to be saved here by Baronier. Coming in with a zip. General pops the Fairy Fire. Tries to get another hit onto Skitter, but he's not going to be allowed to. Baronier keeping his carry safe. The Skeeter will live. Salved up as well. He's going to be back to full HP, back to farming. And very important. I mean, if there is anyone on RV's side that has the potential to get ahead and start taking control of the game, it is General's Bat. So if Mud Golem's able to react to those moves early on, the game's going to get so much easier for them if they can just keep General under control.
Yeah, huge move, honestly, from Morning. I love that. Being able to counter gank for his Spectre. You have to know that gank is going to come, too. You have to know that the Bat Rider is going to commit because you don't have a support sitting behind the Spectre. And he'll have the TP available again soon. I didn't see actually if he popped the Arcane Rune before or after the TP, but either way, it's going to be up in about 2 seconds, so he'll be able to help out top if they go for another dive play. Iceberg connects the stun onto mid, but Borninge will be able to just zip away.
Still with the 3 pole charges good to go, so he'll be able to set himself in position to constantly be ready and be on the call if they do need help on the side lanes. Bottom lane, of course, that's not going to be necessary. 33 continuing to have no issues with the space that he's finding down it. There's nobody putting a stop to him.
They broke the safe lane. The PL actually has to go start to farm mid, which is not great versus Boran here. This is
so this is early as well, especially when it's just level 4 on the PL.
He's so under level. Spectre's level 6 and change.
They are looking for Fada here in the jungle. Roger, he's in onto the CM. Iceberg's trying to step in, but Baronier is zipping around on top of him. Skeeter does get caught out by the stun. He's getting burst low, but the stick charges, and he's fine. Skeeter will live.
Now
as they take down Iceberg, Roger will step away. Cogs buying him some safety. There's the mana. It's not quite enough for Baronier to chase on, but 33 and Milan, they've wrapped around, and they're on top of him. He's stuck in the pit. Roger, he's going to go down too. He's trying to deny himself to Roche. It's not going to happen. 3 dead on Na'Vi.
They might be able to catch him if they can get the slows. It's a bit deep. The arrow.
Oh,
catches him.
That's a fantastic arrow from Milan. And this is speeding up a little bit, right? As we're coming into the 9th minute, 6-2. 2K lead here for Mud Golems. Some very quick moves in response to Na'Vi. And Na'Vi, they're still trying to go. Iceberg, he's straight up top.
Iceberg's far from his team right now.
He wants to fight, but they're all here.
Coming over. Uh-oh.
Iceberg, is he going to live? He's silenced, and he's dead. I mean, what was the... He stepped right up, hid in the trees. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're aware that they were all there, because they did just see them all... I guess he just felt the rest of Na'Vi would be behind him in time, but it wasn't the case.
Yeah.
That hurts big time. You just lost Iceberg 2 times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, he was the first one to die, so he was the first one to respawn in the fight. He gets there fast, but his teammates, they weren't back up in time yet. Just way too over-aggressive. Mud Golems, perfect response. You know, they had this defensive ward placed down. They see them walking in, and then they just outnumber. They bring all 5 heroes. Na'Vi, not only can they not outnumber there, they're not ready to fight versus 5 heroes. Like you said, PL was level 4. He just had hit level 5 during that entire stuff that was going on. No way that he can look to fight. Already level 6 up onto Milan. Clockwork level 4, same thing for the Rubik. These levels, massive for Mud Golems as well as that gold disparity.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Good stuff from Iceberg. Will at least be able to stop Baronier getting his hands on the regen rune. Still, though, Baronier's going to try for the kill. He's in onto Iceberg. Fada's turning up as well, and Iceberg's going to fall. Another death. I mean, this is painful. He's still 3rd on the net worth, but 3 deaths back-to-back now. And his game is also important, specifically so because the PL had such a tough opening to this. If Iceberg's game starts to get crushed, I mean, they're going to lose a lot of the potential forces that can actually drive them through this match. I mean, anytime Vogue, the team is 4K down at 10 minutes in against the team with the Spectre, it doesn't feel great.
No, it doesn't feel great. And also with a hero like Lesh, this hero is kind of a snowballing hero. If you die a couple times, you become extremely fragile in the game. And I'm looking at the front line for Na'Vi. They don't really have one so much, except for Roger, who he might be able to find Fada here, at least in the jungle. Finally.
There we go. Yeah, he's gonna be able to find the CM or something.
But I'm pretty concerned for Iceberg. Like, there's a lot of just natural burst damage on Mud Golem. The Starstorm, the Remnants, all this dagger, like all these spells. It'll kill him, and he doesn't have a natural frontliner to protect him too well.
And you know what? You know what's really going to kill him? Look at, of course, the item rush from Skeeter. I mean, this is the thing to do, right, when you're against the Lesh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is just now the newest, like, you just do this almost every game on the Spectres because you can farm Ancients so nicely with it. But yeah, versus Lesh, even versus Batrider, you eat them.
Top lane General. They're setting up for it. Borony is in. There's the Vortex into the arrow. I mean, they're looking good. I mean, you said it. We saw it the other day from Mud Golems. Their moves and the way they play the game has been looking very, very hot right now. And this game so far, it's 12 minutes in, already starting to see signs of just Mud Golems coming in with the outplay.
Yeah, precision. Honestly, precision gaming. 9-3, no mistakes so far. And also, by the way, you said Blade Mail. They have double Blade Mail. 33 also has one. So, being Leshrac and Batrider in this game, you can't control your damage.
Oh, it's horrible.
You're going to kill yourself.
Oh, no. Oh, it's a nightmare for the Lesh. It's a nightmare for the Batrider. What do you do?
They're trying to get some space.
Mail.
Trying to get some space to farm up. They need V2 to have this defusal, it feels like, for them to actually have fighting chances in it. But yeah, Mud Golem's already with a pretty explosive start. And doesn't feel like they're going to slow it down much. Again, getting ready to fight. They've got their Haunt. They've got their pretty much everything available. Storm a bit low on mana. But they're going to bring Mirana bottom as she's available to fight with this trio here. These three can gank and kill pretty much anyone. As General's showing in the lane.
See, Rocher upon him. He's trying to dive in deep. Does have Always Want to Fly to lift back 33, but they're still diving in for the Rubik. Always Want to Fly will be able to turn with the stolen ult, but he's burst down. General will manage to kill 33. 33 went in for it, and General's able to just hold him in place with the lasso. So there we have a sort of finally for Na'Vi here, a bit of a trade that they'll certainly be happy with. General gets a free kill. That's going to help him get his boss. Pretty much done now.
Should be a pretty decent timing, too. Yeah, not too bad. That 33 literally just ran in and killed himself. That was really strange. I think he was trying to, like, Blade Mail. I think he thought he was lower, but he also got clipped by, like, the Blood Right from the Stolen Rubik, so I think he just didn't expect all that damage. And now we're talking about lots of burst damage on the side of Mud Golems. I think this is an item that you should have in almost 99% of games. Veil is finished up for Milan.
Yeah.
That's pretty huge. He's actually so far 4-0-4 Milan. You know, Danog was talking about on the panel, Milan, you know, specialist on these certain heroes, Shadow Demon Mirana. He's owning right now.
I mean, yeah, ooh, General. I didn't see him head in there, so won't cancel his TP. He was able to make it out, gets back to base. Bots run it their way. And how's things looking for Iceberg? Is that his bot stun as well? No, he's got the Yules. He's got the Yules complete. Over in the river. Roger. He's gone in on Vada. Finds the trade between the two. Barney picks up a haste. He's going to be ready to chase down Always Want to Fly. Vortex into the arrow from Milan. Another kill for the Milan Mirana. Now Iceberg, has he got the damage? He's on top of Barney, but in Skeeter goes. This Blade Mail is just destroying Iceberg. Iceberg goes down. They might find Skeeter. They do. Okay. They do manage to get the big kill on the Spectre. Barney has still got mana to go with. He's in on a V-tune, but not quite enough to kill the PL. PL will live. General, he's going to clean up. He's able to get the double. That's going to be a whole lot of money and gold for General. He's also got the lasso, locking down 33 into the cogs. General with a big turnaround. 33's trying to dive in onto Roger, see if he can find this clockwork, but 33 is going to get flame broken by General. The kill will give him enough heal to live, but no, the Fade Bolt flies through in time. Lift up as well from Always Want to Fly. They're going to find Farted as well. General does finally fall, but Na'Vi, I mean, they just team wipe Mud Golems.
They just came out huge on that. Look at General's gold.
General got so much from that. Yeah.
He just got 1,600 gold from that fight.
Yeah. He got an insane.
I mean, that's
that's
massive.
great levels as well. I mean, yeah, General's going to be smiling. He's going to be very happy with that bit of play. I mean, yeah, you see sort of what highest level on his team was the PL at 12. He's now bumped up above that. And as you say, he's nearly got the Blink Dagger. Down on the river, down bottom. Boromir continuing to find catches.
He's still very scary. He has a full Orchid finished up as we saw him commit into mid there. So PL, V2, your game is very difficult now. No Manta even on the horizon, really, for him. He's going to be going for the Hood to try to protect versus this magic damage. But all things considered, Mud Golems, it's actually a pretty much a dead even gold exchange. The experience is just the one thing that General does come out ahead on. As General. Ooh.
There's away just in time. Boromir's got a juicy rune down bottom though. Another regen for the Storm. And that time is still ticking, of course, against the late game prowess of Mud Golems, because Skeeter is getting some space down bottom. 2,600 gold into the relic. And obviously
Perfect item build.
Once that relic's done, things are not going to be really sort of playable until Na'Vi probably... I mean, are they going to need to get BKBs on these two cores, do you think, Iceberg and V2? Now, how do you deal with this?
Iceberg, yes. I don't think V2 can this game. I think if V2 has to go for BKB this game, they lose the game. Yeah, then they lose the game.
Fodder.
Another pick.
Again, he's finding these. Boromir's going to try and zip in and see if he can blow up Iceberg. Bloodbright. Good dodge by the Yules. Milan able to line up the arrow perfectly as he comes down for the Yules, but not enough damage to kill him. They've got the zip. Boromir still mana to play with as he goes in for it. Roger's going for the TP out. He'll make it away. Over to the side, always want to fly. Will be left behind.
Veins run empty.
Getting the better fights majority of the time here, Mud Golems. PL still farming very well, but like you said, Mud Golems knows what they need to do to itemize versus the PL. So we're going to see these, like, I mean, I don't know if anyone can go Crimson Guard in particular in this game, but we're going to see these items picked up. The Radiance, the Shivas, these type items that just own the illusions. General.
Try for the pick on Fada. Underneath the tower he goes. With the CMs. General and Roger do continue to just find these picks. They are getting the kills, but it's just that worrying amount of farm that Skeeter's building up as he's clearing up these stacks that will pretty much given the relic money.
They're going to try to smoke to catch something.
This will be huge. If they can get the Spectre.
Don't have Lasso at the ready, though. They just did use it, but...
They've got the Yule set up. The Skeeter's already headed out. He's just finished with the camp, so just a little too late to turn up to this area. They were so close to being able to find that Spectre.
He TP'd back, actually, to make it faster, so he's healed and ready to fight. It looks like Mud Golems are anticipating this movement. Everyone's set up around the back. Arrow.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And Skeeter will go back out to try to finish up this relic. And V-Tune, Hood is finished now, so at least he's got that to protect versus all this magic damage. And on his way toward Manta. Still a long time till he can get it, but he's starting to surpass the Spectre a decent amount. Still definitely needs to be in a more farmed position, this PL. It feels like there's just going to be so many counters for him.
Yeah, do you think Boromir is going to be fine getting away with this build? The standard Yule's Bloodstone? Or do you think they're... You know, when you look at sort of Na'Vi's heroes, do you think there are still enough spells to sort of trip up this Storm whilst he's playing without any way to save himself?
I think I'm okay with it because there's too many. There's the BKB piercing disables that just screw you.
Yeah.
Right. Like the Bat Rider and the Clockwork. Let's say you do have a BKB and you die to one of those. You're like, man, this BKB was such a bad purchase. Might need to get it versus PL eventually, but I'm fine with Bloodstone. I think it's really good game for it. As you know, you want to scale. You want to get this big scaling item.
Yeah, and he's only had the 2 deaths so far, Boromir. Still having a great showing on the Storm, 6-2 and 7.
He took the health talent as well too, so he's very tanky. I've actually seen a lot of times when they're gonna go for the Bloodstone, they usually go for the static remnant damage because they're anticipating the super late game with the distance auto remnant, but he just wants to be a little bit tankier in the front. So yeah, we see Mud Golems, they're not trying to force any issue here. Skeeter is pretty much gonna have Radiance done, so they're trying to tell Na'Vi like, hey, you know, come at us. You're kind of in a position where you might be forced to make these moves because of how well Spectre's farming. And they still have their mid tower alive during all of this on Mud Golems too. Now it'll finally die.
Na'Vi in with a further push, they'll take it.
Ooh, in general?
Is he able to get in on this? He's hunting.
Moonlight Shadow though.
But they found him with a rupture and the blade mail on top of that Firefly, just reflecting so much damage back the way of General. goes down. Skeeter's going to
Radiance is
TP
done.
back to the base. Yeah, make sure that he's picked it up complete, ready for the haunt.
They can fight here at any point. They have 30 seconds if they do see anything. Yeah, Na'Vi knows they're going to play it much more casually, much more defensively. And now, Spectre Radiance is up, and it's versus a Phantom Lancer. So Vtune, like we said, he's getting all this space to farm, but will he be able to carry the game here versus a Spectre and a Storm? Feels like it's going to be pretty difficult for him.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. This is the point where, you know, they're not going to be feeling too comfortable, Mud Golems, but it's definitely that there's going to be that bit of relief, you know, once that Spectre has the Radiance done, and you know that the game's, well, particularly when the game's still in a position where you know that you do already have the lead, you're going to be feeling pretty cozy, I think, if you're Mud Golems around Skeeter Spectre.
Yeah, almost a pipe as well on 33, so, you know, mostly that magic damage coming from the Lash. He'll be able to protect versus that a lot, too. The two Bruisers, though, looking to catch. Roger as well as General, trying to find a target here. The smoke is on Mud Golems. Sporting it is kind of baiting here.
Let's find fodder in the trees. 33. Trying to step in on this. The haunt's actually going to come out. See, they're going to go for first. Big Zip looking to blow up Iceberg. Straight away, they'll look for the Lash. Iceberg buys a bit of time with the Yules up, but he's been left behind. Iceberg will get taken out. Can they chase for anything more? 33's trying. Roger will hold him back with a hook shot on the cogs. Use the Moonlight to go further, and still mana to play with. Boronier with a big Zip all the way over to Roger. Picks up a third kill for the team. The 3 down on Na'Vi. Now Niall's starting to see the damage that's done with this Spectre Radiance at good timing. These team fights when Haunt's up are going to feel pretty impossible for Na'Vi to take, as the game getting to that stage where Na'Vi's just got to do a lot whilst Haunt is down, and if it is up, they've got to be jumping the Spectre if they're jumping anyone at all.
It's like what we were mentioning at the beginning of the game, right? With the way that these two teams drafted versus each other. Na'Vi, they have the natural initiation just built into their lineup, but that's why they have the Storm Spectre. That's why they went for this type of draft style. So they know if they pop that Haunt, immediately Na'Vi's initiation is broken, and Mud Golems is going to just run them down. Na'Vi has to full bail, it feels like, on those Haunts if they don't get the jump at the same time. It's feeling harder and harder for Vtune to solo carry this game. Because like we said, you know, Iceberg, a couple of those deaths in the beginning, it's really done its toll. He's getting close to BKB, but he's so damn fragile. Every single time they're going to focus fire him. Down bottom.
Boronier. Found General, and General, he's not got any escape. Or maybe he does. Boronier's a little scared. Doesn't actually fully commit for the kill there. Was, I guess just worried that there'd be backup behind him, as Boronier still had mana to play with, but takes the safer route and doesn't choose to overcommit. Even though he would have got away with it.
Yeah, doesn't have, you know, we got that bird's eye view. He doesn't see anything.
Of course, yeah, for sure. I mean, they don't just have any sort of vision at the moment in Na'Vi's jungle. It's
they only
completely
saw
dark. Yeah.
They only saw Vtune on the left side. They saw nobody else. And speaking of Vtune, he does have Manta finished. Level 18 as well, so they're trying to go off this with the timer here. General,
so they can
Firefly
jump
in. Warning here.
Oh, that would be a good one. They've got him in the lasso, dragging him back into the stun.
Nice.
And take him down. See what more they can find here, as Na'Vi's going to try and chase further. Milan pots the Moonlight.
Stolen Moonlight Shadow, actually, too.
Oh, you're right. Now in with the Invis chase. Do they have the detection? The dust is being popped, but Mud Golems are already out of the range. We've got 50 seconds without the Storm, so a good bit of timing for Na'Vi to get some jobs done.
Haunt is available right
Tier
now
2.
for Skeeter if they want to try to commit something. Just trying to defend the tower as long as possible for here. Yeah, great grab though from Na'Vi. That's what they need to do, like you were talking about before. Try to capitalize as much as you can.
Jump the Storm on the Spectre.
Yeah, and during that cooldown of Haunt is when you have to be making those plays. Iceberg. Now they're gonna have to start backing up though. Storm is respawning very soon, and we do have those bounties spawning as he respawns.
Yeah, looks like Na'Vi will be able to just get the two up top. Mud Golems holding onto theirs down bottom.
Slowed them down a decent amount though. They're at like 7k net worth lead. Now they're at the 5k. You know, Navi's move definitely did do a tiny bit of damage there, which they need.
Yeah.
Need time, at least for Vtune, to try to be able to carry this game. He's gonna go for the Basher, probably go for the Abyssal eventually.
Yeah, you could definitely, this is, Na'Vi is not playing bad. They're still playing well. It's just the nature of the heroes that they have. It's a lot harder for Na'Vi, it feels, this game. But with the draft and the game being in the position that it is, Na'Vi's still trying their best to get something out of these fights, but they've got to keep it at top form.
Here's the jump. The Haunt is still available too if they see anything else. It's just going to be a pick-off for now, though. And yeah, this all is that big snowball of, because the Leshrac died a couple times. Like, if it was Na'Vi with Iceberg a couple more kills, then they'd be the ones maybe a little bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, I think you're right as well. Because they're not that far behind at the moment. They just it feels that they're further behind because they are against this very farm Spectre. But yeah, you're right. If Iceberg would have been able to have more of a game, a bit better of a start, and maybe it would have been a little closer. But as it is, kills continue being found here by Mud Golems. They sweep across the map. Themselves always want to fly as well. Borneo 9, 3, and 10.
Those are some huge kills. As now mid tower might be on the docket. Milan also just finished up an Ags, by the way. 33.
Try, but
that's a strong 33.
Yeah, instantly with the blade mail pop, they don't want to commit any further.
No. And yeah, dude, Milan has an Aghanim's, by the way. So he's the same farm as the Bat Rider on the opposing team. And that's more ways to clear illusions with the Veil, too. This Marana, 8, 1, and 11. Milan. Damn. Always there for the follow-up for Burning here, it seems. As now they're swooping.
V-Tune is still, he's carrying his heart out the best he can. I mean, look at the farm that this PL has. He hasn't been involved in much action, but V-Tune has been farming exceptionally well.
Oh, Borning it. Can they actually get him here?
They found him, but they got the chain stun. He's getting low. All the batteries on, but he's still able to zip out and pop that Bloodstone heal, and now they'll turn. Iceberg pots the BKB, but he's just going to still die straight through it.
V-Tune jumps in.
They do have the lasso onto Barney. Can V-Tune clean up? He's moving in, but the Blood Right comes out. They just don't have the damage to kill the Spectre. Finally, they do. The last bit of burst will kill Skeeter, but it's at the cost of 4 of their own lives. It just takes so much to kill the Spectre right now, and of course, with the Dispersion and the Blade Mail, so much damage is done during that process of trying to kill him as well.
Always want to fly, still hiding here. The sentry's down.
They've hit him with the scan.
Oh,
they know he's around. They scanned him out. They're going to be able to find him as well. You cannot hide from the Mud Golems.
Damn.
As now it is getting to a pretty severe lead here. 31 to 14, 10k lead.
Look at how much damage V-Tune takes here, by the way. The Veil with the Ags Marana, when she jumps in, the double Starstorm hits with combo of Bloodright, and watch, just boom. He's just all the way down to 20% HP because of all of it combined.
Yeah, it's just... I know the drafting from Mud Golems, it just was a little bit more solid, and at this stage, the lineup of Na'Vi, it's very hard to make work. When you're playing it from this position, being this far behind now.
You just really have that one big core, as we saw, like Iceberg. He has BKB and all that. He survives a little bit longer in the fights, but like we said, those stats, they really have taken the toll on him, and it really feels like it's V-Tune against a triple core lineup that is quite good versus his hero. They're gonna look for this Roche during the Hunt being on cooldown time.
They are not gonna get away with this.
I don't think so either. Dagger's already there to scout. Rogers at 20% HP.
Yeah, he's got to run. He's got to be very careful.
They have thirst vision of him already.
Sounds going to be cancelled by the Dagger. I mean, I don't think that Roche was ever going to happen.
No. And now
they do not have the damage.
Haunt in 20 seconds now, too. So, also to point out, Spectre also has Greater Fairy Fire and level 20 talent. So, you might say 2400 HP, but he's probably going to get 2 Greater Fairy Fire usages off.
Yeah.
If they do ever commit onto him. So a huge strength here for Mud Golems as Haunt about to come up. They're going to look for
mid. Warren is going to try and jump straight away. Iceberg will put the BKB. He's able to commit to the stun, but the timing wasn't quite there. He didn't get the timing, so Borneo was still able to zip away. Iceberg goes for the BKB TP out. He'll make it away. So, all things said and done, it's Na'Vi just losing a Rubik, and Haunt was used, so yeah, when you're playing from behind, you're probably kind of happy with that, though. Haunt only got a Rubik kill.
It's pretty huge, honestly. Yeah, they can fight around this Roche. This might be a little over-aggressive here from Mud Golems. Without Haunt available, Burning is huge, though. He has a regen and 20 Bloodstone chain, so he can do quite a lot here.
Let's see how they can start this. V-Tune. Line-up options, Iceberg. He's heading in with the smoke. Fada already onto Fada. Fada's getting low. Fada will fall. Dead. Zip on the side. Borneo's gone. He went straight into a lasso. They have the lasso and the stop. Borneo goes down. Navi's been able to get him the turnover to Skeeter. Skeeter's losing his mana. He's trying to run. Features in with the bashes. Skeeter trying to hold his ground to be a buyback from Borony in an effort to keep this one in good position for Mud Golems. Iceberg's run down by 33. V-Tune still trying to look for Skeeter. The hook shot's in from Roger. They're pushing back with the cogs. Skeeter's getting low. Can they kill him? They can't. He's able to live. He's still alive. They are struggling to kill this Spectre, but they just can't. As Borony comes in, saves the day with his buyback. As the fight may not be over quite yet. Iceberg, he's got the BKB back up. He did buy back for this, so he's got to be careful. He's going to try and TP out. They got anything to stop it? They don't. He will be able to protect himself. A good job that he does as well as he did, as I say, buy back for that one. But at the end of it all, despite Na'Vi's best efforts, is still Mud Golems coming out ahead, keeping that lead. And with this Roche, they're only going to grow it even further.
What a huge start of a fight, too, for Na'Vi, right? They insta-kill Fada, they insta-kill Borony, but then the double Grade 2 Fairy Fires actually save Skitter. He used the first one, it puts him up at like 700, gets the second usage off, literally saves him, puts him back at 500 HP. He survives because of Greater Fairy Fire in that fight, and the buyback, of course, from Borony to blow up that PL. The one time it feels like Na'Vi might have a hope in this game.
It's just such an uphill struggle for them.
Yeah.
This'll come in handy.
I can't believe the Fairy Fires actually saved them there. Such a good item, actually.
It's one of my favorite.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot of damage, you know, plus 40 damage. It feels amazing.
Yep.
I don't care. I don't care about these boring items like Titan Sliver, status resistance, magic resistance. Shut up. I want damage. Well, just base attack damage. Shut up. That's a percentage. I don't work in percentages. I work in flat values, my friend.
Those are just not, like, he literally got 900 health for free during that fight because of it. So it's huge. There's now a 14k gold lead, 25,000 experience lead, and now they're in an extremely comfortable position. Even Dota Plus is a little crazy. 98%. I thought it might be a little bit, given a little more to Na'Vi.
I mean,
98%.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Spectre,
it is the Spectre. It loves the Spectre, and you can't. I don't think Gaben's wrong on that either.
No.
I mean, this game, you do look at this Spectre, and you do kind of feel that it's over.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
But Na'Vi definitely coming in with their punches, despite being in a difficult position here in this game.
Yeah, they're still like trying to fight back, and they're still making some of the right moves. It's just Mud Golems is just reading the plays. They're always one step ahead, it feels. They have this ward vision on top to scout the PL around the Secret Crop shop, and look at this. They're all setting up immediately. They might actually be able to find V-Tune.
See, he's trying to hide in these illusions. Oh, they've got him. V-Tune down, out for 80 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
That ward
has
just
fallen.
up on that high ground. Saw him chilling around the area for too long. All of them set up. They have their lanes in a great position to do that at this point here. And using a hunt for PL, always worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
As now
attack.
all of Na'Vi.
He's the one with the money.
Yeah, Na'Vi all has to kind of just be very careful now. Both supports cannot leave the base. As General and Iceberg might get found here. They're stalking. Milan's on the hunt. Oh, he sees the Firefly. He's going to hunt. The arrow. Will General blink into it?
Oh, that would have been amazing. But he does.
That would have been pretty dope. But they push them all the way out, so now lanes are going to continue to being forced into the side of Na'Vi, and now they have to just watch their outer towers get taken out, it feels. No PL 25.
They're not really too fussed about the state of the bottom lane. Mud Golems, as, you know, they've already got the tier 2 there. Just this mid and top. And they want to try and take these towers out with, and Skeeter's bringing in the top lane. He's got the Skadi complete now on Spectre.
Oh boy, they did have, like, that's the one thing Na'Vi had some fortunate things for Leshrac is he had BKB to be able to run away from targets. Now, Rupture plus Skadi, no way that Iceberg's going to be getting out unless he can be TPs.
Yeah, it's just so hard.
So hard.
And with the Skadi's Skeeter dying is probably not going to happen.
Nope. And he has a sliver
this
too,
point.
so magic resist aplenty as well on top too.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, he's...
Iceberg, gotta put the BKB. His TP's on cooldown
he's
though.
dead.
He hasn't got a TP available for 15 more seconds, and he's not gonna get those 15 more seconds. 90 seconds, no Iceberg. Getting closer and closer to probably the point where Mud Golems were able to finish this one up.
And look at this, Milan already, they're swinging for the bounty runes. Catches Roger with the arrow immediately. Will there be follow-up from his team, though, as he's now arrowed?
Stolen arrow.
And Rogers, look him go. He's overclocking.
Milan.
Okay.
Yeah, he gets him.
And up
Quite able to jump into the pit now. Fada's in. See, onto the side, Haunt coming out. They're ready to fight. Their Skitter's able to find. Always want to fly here. Moves over straight away. He's going to continue to jump straight back over to mid to join Boronier, killing off General. 4 dead on Na'Vi, 41-17, 18k lead.
They're actually
gonna
looking
hold
to
on.
onto him. Okay, jeez, that was a little bit crazy. 33 really wanted to go for him. But the way that so Bounty Rune spawn and they swing across the map instantly, and that sets them up to get these 4 kills. Sure, it's like the game is pretty over anyway, but it's just the way that they're moving around the map throughout the entire game. That's what it feels like. They're always just one step ahead of Na'Vi. Even if they lose a hero, they get the big favorable trades every time. Have to just watch. Level 25 Spectre.
Oh my goodness.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's definitely worked out very well for Mud Golems. Just another showing of what this team's capable of so far. Well, we have seen them come in this squad of, big names that you will recognize. Coming together, sort of some names that have had a lot of success, some that have maybe not, yet to sort of find a team to propel themselves to the very top of the tiers. And what we're seeing, those opportunities been granted for players like Boronier. So far, the way that he plays around with Mud Golems, it seems to fall into place really well. I think any sort of team where you can pick something like the Storm Spirit and have such a good performance just shows how good the team is at playing together to make sure that there are these amount of opportunities for Boronier to pop off. 14, 4, and 18. He's having a great time this game.
They're Moonlight Shadowed right on top of the smoke, and the dust wasn't there. Roger wasn't there in time. Mud Golem's going to reset. They have the vision on the high ground. Yeah, no, I'm very impressed with Mud Golems. I love the way that they opened with. I love the way they drafted in this game too. Like the way they opened the first 2 picks.
What was the first 2 picks in this game?
It was Mirana Spectre because they saw Clockwork, so the Mirana never has to worry about Clock, and then Spectre always good versus Rubik because that's the 2 supports lacking damage. Yeah, it's really been like super good planning across the board here, from like in-game play just to like that draft. The way I feel like they just outsmarted Na'Vi a bit during the drafting phase too. It's really good to see. As Na'Vi just so far on the back foot now. Vtune, he's trying. Even going for, he's trying to go for the Silver Edge even to try to be the break versus Skeeter, but
I mean, you need it.
Yeah.
At this stage of the game as well against the Spectre, that item is, with the break mechanic, is effectively going to do way more damage than anything else you could buy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But still probably not enough damage, even with the Skeeter being broken.
Yep, 4,000 life, 3,700, sorry, on Agi Treads. Yeah, he shouldn't die. And just so much backup as we see Borninge. He hits level 25 as well on top, and he has an Arcane Rune to boot on top of 23 Bloodstone charges.
Well, as soon as I have the old Aghanim Scepter, very nice with the Blood Right. Some excellent setup, and seeing already that high burst and silence from 33 is quite the issue for these heroes to play against.
Looking forward to seeing all this burst come together. Milan has an Ethereal Blade 2 finished up with his Veil, so yeah, heroes are going to pop real quick on the side of Na'Vi. And here goes the smoke, as well as Moonlight Shadow. They're hunting Milan. Trying to catch something here. Other important thing is, too, I've been seeing almost everybody on the side of Mud Golems carrying dust, by the way. So people in your pubs, even if you're a core, I saw Borninge carrying dust still at this point in the game, by the way, over his magic wand. So you guys better watch this and learn. You're playing versus Glimmers and stuff, buy dust on cores. And supports.
I can just see the chat now. It's just a whole lot of no's.
Lol.
No.
But look, it's like Milan has dust, Fada has dust, Borning has had dust. I saw Skeeter carrying one earlier. They're like like every single person had a dust, it felt like, at some point in this game for them to make sure that they can focus fire those squishier heroes. Na'Vi trying to get outside here.
See what they can catch. They're under Fada. They do manage to get the lasso as well onto Milan. They track the 2 in. Here's the counterplay though. The Hawk comes out, jump away onto Always Want to Fly. Over towards the Clockwork. Boronier looks to bring him in. Fada holding his ground, but the ult does still die. Roger's still alive here. He's not quite fallen. With a bash onto Iceberg, holding him through the BKB as Iceberg is dead and gone for 70. V-Tune's trying to hide, but the Vortex drags him in. Again, just Skeeter able to clean up with no issue whatsoever. His health just does not get low at all in these fights.
This is just such good fighting here from. I mean, at this point it's easy for them, but
yeah,
they're always getting the right target. Like 33, I think I wish I could like go and see how many times he's ruptured Leshrac this game, because I think every cooldown has been used on Iceberg. Iceberg pops BKB, gets ready to charge in to do some damage, and then he's ruptured and can't move in the fight. It's just been like perfect from them across the board.
Well, 33, he's going to be able to hold Roger away from stepping anywhere near the pit. Rupture's out. Roger, he's dead for 90. And they're ready to push in with that Aegis on Borneo. They'll call it. They'll call it. They'll look towards the next game on this one, as this game one does go on for 41 minutes, but a lot of that 41 minutes very much feeling that the game was already in the hands of Mud Golems as they come in with the good old Spectre Storm lineup. And they're able to keep themselves ahead for most of the game. Na'Vi just couldn't really catch up. And we did see them early on just focus Iceberg. We saw Iceberg's game take a very heavy hit at the start of this. And then he, as a Leshrac, what can he do? You die a few times in the early game, your game does start to feel like it's already over.
Yeah, I felt like Mud Golems, they did like everything that they needed to in this game. They applied so much pressure in the early game. That's one of the biggest things I did want to look at, is just looking at V-Tune. He was level 4 at like the 8.5 minute mark or something like that. Mud Golems, they knew exactly what they needed to do this game. And yeah, I'm really liking this team. I'm really looking forward to this next game and seeing how they even just think about the way they do their drafting stage. Because for me, it's been impressive across all fronts.
No, I think, definitely a lot of things to see from what Mud Golems have up their sleeves. And so far here, definitely impressing. Another game for Mud Golems that looks like they just came in with a plan. They identified Na'Vi's strengths, and they certainly punished them here in this game one. We'll see what else Na'Vi's got to try and turn this series around, or if Mud Golems are going to be able to get away with a clean sweep. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Game one going to Mud Golems.
Go up, 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 1,000 miles a lot. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like land, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles a lot. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement. And we go up, 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 1,000 miles a lot. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your hype man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving
pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Yeah, yeah, just the just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Oh, it's you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, oh. Can't say why.
Fortunately enough for Mud Golems there, they did not break apart and form some more Shard Golems here, and they take down Na'Vi in their first game for their play-in series. Getting themselves a one-map advantage is always a great start, especially in ESL 1 Germany. Now, as we get ready to break down that game number 1, I'd like to welcome back my panel here. I've got Dan Ogden, I've got QO. Lads, that is a game number 1 for Mud Golems to be super happy about getting the victory and putting themselves one step closer to those playoffs.
We got one right. The curse is dead, QO. We did it.
I mean, that curse only happens when I'm when I need to analyze the lower tier team.
Oh, okay. So we're calling Mud Golems like top tier, are we?
Like some of them are top tiers, and I can guess all their games.
Oh, very good. Well,
Calling
bold
that.
predictions, and I mean, we said it in the draft, right? It felt like how that game would go would be dependent on the mid lane matchup. Borneo, again, having a fantastic game, but it was Milan that secured all of that for them. I think they got the first 2 or 3 power runes, which it was a regen rune and an arcane rune. So huge benefit there, being able to be secured by Milan. He also bullied out the PL in the lane, and honestly, we talk about these hero combinations, you know, the Dendi Pudge, the Admiral Bulldog Nature's Prophet. The Milan Mirana or the Milana is looking pretty good.
Yeah, and Borneo Storm as well. Like they had the 2 different pathway, these position 4 players, and one has to always rely on the gang. One can actually bully out in the lane. And with the clockwork, what can you do when Storm is 6?
Yeah, that's true. He really couldn't do anything else. There was a few times where he did gank that mid lane, giving a little bit of a head start there to Iceberg, getting the first blood. So it was quite nice for him, but then it just got to a point where Borneo just basically had whatever he wanted, and then Milan was just doing whatever he wanted as well, just running rampant. And they just felt like Mud Golems had everything they needed and just got the victory.
This was the Clown Fiesta fight that was happening. All 10 heroes dying, General getting a crap ton of experience, but people just TPing back, buying back, coming straight back into the fight. And I think Na'Vi were pretty happy with this to begin with, right? Because they needed to be able to come back into the game, have a bit more impact, but I don't know, it just felt like a foregone conclusion at that point. Like,
it's still going!
It's still going, you know, it was crazy. And the thing that I was thinking they might have been lacking a little bit on the Mud Golem side was somewhat lockdown. Like, yes, you've got the Frostbite, you've got the Electric Vortex, and you've got the Mirana Arrow, but you got to be pretty close to hit Frostbite. And you got to be accurate with the Mirana arrows, which Milan was, but I really like the way that they set up things in combination together.
I've seen so many blind arrow. What setup do you need when Milan's playing Mirana?
Not
Milana.
much. Milana, he's really good, bro. Like,
it seems he needs absolutely nothing, and this was like one of those games where you look at it and on paper you're like, might be a little bit iffy with this Mirana, might be a little bit iffy with the Crystal Maiden, but when they play these heroes to such a level with their comfortability, it just goes to show that when you're in a series against a team like Na'Vi and you're playing Comfort and they're playing Comfort, but you just play on a different level than what they are, you're going to come out on top. It really felt like both these drafts were kind of even as well, but Mud Golems got the victory out of it.
Even-ish. Like, I feel like the Clockwork, it's a good pick, of course, and Roger plays it amazingly, but it just felt like it didn't really do much of anything that time around. He wasn't able to rotate as much as he wanted because they were having a hard time with General there on that off lane. Having a couple of rotations come through from Boronier to get those early kills, get Spec a bit more farm was really nice. And yeah, I mean, I think Fada did a really good job as well. He's not going to be heralded about it, but he was constantly putting himself in these dangerous positions, shoving out waves a little bit, enabling them to take these jungle stacks, use the Radiance to its full potential. And then, yeah, we speak about the Radiance, but that item progression coming out as well. 2 Blade Mails to start the game out, into a Radiance, perfect coming up against a PL.
Yeah, when draft, I know draft is not like a main, everything to win a Dota game, but when you're versing even tier team, draft, the reasonable draft matters. And I think clearly that Mod Golem had more opportunities to play out the games. Maybe Na'Vi could have won if they all went as their intention, but by seeing this draft, I don't think it was viable. It looked really hard for Na'Vi to play out their games.
Look at that happy lad. He knows what he did. And 73% kill participation. Honestly, it was so hard to split it between Milan, 33, and Boronier, all performing way over expectations for me. Well, probably not Milan, actually. He performed exactly like I knew he would. It's first pick worthy, as we saw, coming out from him. And yeah, itemization, good. Team fight chemistry, good. Moved with his team really nicely and set up for those blind stuns. So it was just a really good game. And, well, for Mud Golem's sake, hopefully it's not a fluke, because it could be that Na'Vi, they've come back from a deficit before. Let's see if they can do it again.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to give Na'Vi a bit of time here to recoup their losses up against Mud Golems and see if they can bring us to a third. So it's break time, everybody, and we'll see you guys after it.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance. Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
100 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start.
Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasing. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
G'day everybody, welcome back here to ESL 1 Germany. It's a series between Na'Vi and Mud Golems. And Mud Golems, they've got the first map victory, so that puts them at an advantage here going towards game number 2. Na'Vi are looking to make their comeback here. I've got my lads back here on the panel. I've got Dan Okyo. Lads, got a little bit of a delay to the start of game number 2. A little bit of a spicy one. All the hype around this series has knocked out the servers, it seems. So we'll get back into this game draft pretty soon. I want to hear your thoughts before we head into game number 2 and do something a little bit spicy before ahead of game number 2 as well. What are we expecting from game number 2 here from Na'Vi? I just said game number 2 about 8 times.
That's all right. Yeah, you're used to repeating yourself. What I really liked that time around from Mud Golems, yes, their draft was really good, but it was the order that they did it in. Spectre is, I would say, probably the hero that they pick most for VTune on Na'Vi's side. So for them to pick it up super early on into the draft, denies it away from them, gives them a really solid win condition, and they picked it with their 4th overall pick in the draft. So they got Mirana 2 and Spectre 4, and then they can just immediately ban out those big counters. So I really liked that.
I think I've been saying this like a draft order, like which second pick gets advantage of this first pick and second pick and the last pick. You don't get advantage in the 3rd and 4th pick if you're second pick. But I think what Mud Golem did was really impressive by picking this Bloodseeker, and it just never it was the first in net worth. And how are you meant to be playing out those sort of games when you go counter the first 2 cores and the Bloodseeker is getting free farm?
With great difficulty. And, you know, buying up a Blade Mail as well on 33, you know, not just good against the Leshrac, but the Batrider as well. You know, normally it's great if you can counter 1 core with a simple itemization choice, but to do it with 2 is really effective. So everything went right for the Mud Golems, and yeah, real respect to them.
All right, lads, I'm going to give you guys a bit of a breather here. You talked a lot about Dota 2 today, so now let's talk a little bit more about my trivia. It's trivia time again. I've got QO on the panel for this one, so I'm super excited to have his input on these hero voice lines. So everybody is playing along at home, I give a voice line to my panelists here, and they have to tell me which hero it is from. And for an extra point, if they can tell me what happens to trigger that voice line. So you guys have sucked so far. You've gone 0 and 3. QO, you might be able to bring back the reputation of the panelists here. So you guys ready for this one?
I think I was pretty good with trivia. I had decent win rate.
Old trivia you were. For ESL 1 Thailand, we did the hero build one. You guys are pretty good at that. But looks like the intricacies of the games kind of escape you guys. So let's throw it up on the screen here. It's another spicy one for us today. I admire your craftsmanship. Your durability, I question.
That's so easy. It's Conquer.
Matt?
He seemed confident, so I'll go with that.
You guys
wait.
All right.
Hold on,
I want you guys to talk about it a little bit.
Were you influenced by his voice?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's it.
The voice is there to throw you off.
Or it can be something like the machine.
Yeah.
Machine heroes.
Like, I want to say it's Tinker.
I admire your craftsmanship. Your durability, I question.
Timbersaw? Clockwork?
I'm saying
So
it's Tinker.
this is what this hero says, rather than not somebody saying this to a hero. Think about it that way.
Are you baiting me with
You
this?
guys are on the right track.
Yeah, it's
kind
one of the keen folk, maybe.
Kind of.
Goddamn.
I want to go with Clockwork.
I think Clockwork says it to Tinker.
Once again, you guys found me here on the panel. This is Disruptor's voice line. He does say it to
How
Clockwork.
am I meant to be knowing this question?
He says this to Clockwork when he kills him.
I mean,
I admire your craftsmanship, your durability. I question.
But with Disruptor, he tends to do like these puns that are to do with electricity, like I'm ecstatic and stuff like that. But what does that have to do? What does he know about craftsmanship? He rides a raptor, for God's sake.
Have you seen the stuff on his back? That man has craftsmanship out the wazoo.
No, have you seen that new Disruptor, the Raptor?
Yeah.
The cyborg Raptor?
Oh yeah, he's got like a robot chicken.
Yeah, he got robot chicken now.
I mean, I don't think they just introduced the voice
They
line,
did.
though.
No.
They
but-
introduced it when that machine, the Raptor came out.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
You got the connections.
I don't think that's how it happened, QO, but we're just going to roll with that anyways.
Yep.
But yeah, unfortunately, you guys, you still do have a few opportunities to try and bring back my favor here for my trivia. As you guys said, you did pretty well with the item builds for ESL 1 Thailand, but unfortunately here at ESL 1 Germany where it counts, you guys
Well,
kinda
we
suck.
had 3 options to choose from then, so we've got a 33%
What do you
chance.
mean 3 options? I didn't give you guys 3 options last time.
No, but it was
33?
like
okay, yeah,
it's ours or it's a pro player's or it's a random build that you've made up.
Yeah,
right?
that's fair. Maybe I have to give you guys a few, like a multiple choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, is it one of the keen folk? And you're like, kind of. How is Disruptor kind of one of the keen folk?
Because he looks like one of those
No, he doesn't.
trolly ogre things.
You law bastard. He's like one of the Oglodi or whatever their names are, the red dudes.
He's an Oglodi. He's the same race as Axe.
Nothing at all like that.
And
You have
Warlock
baited
as
me.
well, actually.
You have baited me.
All right, so it seems like moving forward, I have to give you guys some multiple choices.
Yes.
All right, well, moving forward, lads, game number 2 here between Na'Vi and Mud Golems. I don't really have a multiple choice to give you guys some extra answers because you're supposed to be the smart Dota people on the panel. So let's see if you guys can tell me a little something. You talked about a bit of pick priority, right?
Yes.
How important is that for game number 2?
For this series in particular, incredibly important because I talked about in the draft of the first game where there's very little overlap in terms of the heroes that both teams are picking. So for that first pick overall, it doesn't quite have the same level of priority, right? You don't want to take the Phoenix that the other team really likes to play. You don't want to do that with the Rubik, the Faceless Void, these sorts of things. So you can get rid of the really high priority heroes, but what's really good is to be able to respond to what the enemy team is doing and pick the counters that are going to be most effective. And that's exactly what Mud Golems did in game 1.
What I want to tell the viewers, you know, like I want to tell them the secret.
Oh, here we go. Just pick PA.
No.
What's the secret?
It's you only get this like the tips when they're watching this official stream.
Oh,
okay.
That's a cool
exclusive.
thing. So, oh wait, I got too much attention actually.
No, that's all right.
I'm sorry.
You're good
But
with dealing with pressure.
Anyways, I think like this meta and like I think how the teams are picking, this second pick and the Dire is really important. And if you ever have to scream with your friend, just pick Dire or second pick.
But
in
why?
Captain's mode.
Why?
So Dire, I think they're just naturally good because they can actually contest on the Roche with the cliff. I think the uphill cliff matters a lot, and the way they can play out this like a bottom map is also like a really important because the Radiant doesn't get enough Roche opportunity these days. No one wants to chase Roche because the Aegis doesn't really matter anymore. So
Why
that's
doesn't it
what-
matter though?
Because like even if you get it early, like if your teammates is not ready, you just can't move. Like the team, they just have to do their role, their jobs, and once they're ready, they'll be able to launch. I think that's a key difference. At the like before, when you get the Aegis as a PA at level 15, you can just 1v5, like hold the team.
Yeah,
It
but
didn't matter.
I don't know if I agree with that, right? Like, I feel like Roche is still very important, but it's going to be dependent on your draft. You know, you need to make sure that you're picking for things that have similar sorts of timings so that you can make use of that. So that's where I feel these top tier teams are actually doing that, but the ones a bit lower down and, you know, maybe if you're scrimming with your friends, it's not going to matter quite as much. So for that, Dire is good, and you're probably going to be a bit more passive when just scrimming with friends, and the Dire jungle's better.
Yeah. And second pick, simple. You just get 3 better picks. Before, like when you had the first pick, you always could get this first 2 pick priority, and then even third, fourth pick, you could get better like chances. But because there are so many heroes that can be countered, that can be like even if it gets picked first, there's no OP heroes.
I mean, you just saw game 1, right?
Yeah, like
that was straight countering.
But before, like if you just open IO Bristleback, you just win one lane.
That's the QO
It's just
strat.
what it is. Like
That's the QO strat. We were looking over a few of QO's replays, and he's like, "Oh, I carried so much on my Invoker Dagon. It was so good. It was so good." And then I just go look at Fabian Forever, and I'm just like, I'm pretty sure they carried on the Eye of Bristleback. So unfortunately for these teams, they can't run into that. But now, as we get ready for game number 2 draft, something a little bit interesting I'd like to tell you, Matt. Mud Golems got second. Mud Golems chose Radiant, and Na'Vi chose second pick.
Smart by Na'Vi.
surprised with Mud Golems. I don't know why they pick Radiant, but they probably have a plan.
I mean, I still think the map area that you can be playing in on Radiant is better, right? Like, it's a bit safer to contest that top side. You can just give up that gigantic dead lane on the bottom side of the map.
Always a pros and cons with both Radiant and Dire, but I just feel like these top tier teams always prefer to play Dire. Like they don't really care about first pick and second pick, but I think all this OG secret, they really prefer Dire.
Well, I want to see how they actually pick. I'm most keen to see what Milan's hero is, because one of the other advantages of the Radiant side is that you can just walk up from that off lane and get a much easier pull through of the creep wave to between the tier 1 and tier 2 towers. And you tend to do that with heroes that have high base movement speed or ones that you build boots on at the very start of the game. So, you know, things like Mirana could potentially come out again. Tiny, although he's not
we don't really
huge shiny
see
picker.
too many
Earth Spirit can do it as well.
Yeah, but like I think we don't really see this like a pulling way, just because they don't want to give a free farm to carry. I feel like all these offlane plus like position 4 players, they really want to harass this like carry, and especially these Mud Golems. I think 33 always gets this like a top priority, and then when 33 gets his like hero, and when he's versing against any melee core, for example, the Bloodseeker, I think the carry CS is like always like a two-third of like his normal CS. Yeah.
And we were talking about before, you know, Roche is good, but if you can't do anything with it, it's not that great. But this time around, Mud Golems, they're going with a Lifestealer, a hero that comes online super early. So you're going to be able to pair that with another hero that Boromir likes to play that can get super active early into the, 15, 20 minute mark. And if you're able to secure a kill on Roche, you can suddenly take away the entire top side of the Dire jungle.
Yep. And really strong pickup for Lifestealer. Like you just, even if you're versing range hero, I don't think you can really harass this Lifestealer because of the surprising amount of regen that he do every time he hits.
Is that also to kind of negate something like a Mars to be coming out here?
Mars is nothing if you're playing Lifestealer. So I just don't really see many offlane hero that can actually be Lifestealer. Like if it's an Enigma, might be a bit different story because you can just win a lane without laning, by
getting rid of those
creeps. Yep. A Phoenix.
So Na'Vi get there specially.
Yeah.
We talked about this with Always Wanna Fly last time we had the interview with him. He did say that they can pick Phoenix into any matchup they have, and they don't really care because they just love playing around this hero and playing with this hero.
I think that for them, it's like, he's like, even in a losing matchup, we can get something out of it. And I think that's just talking about the late game specifically. That's something where the Phoenix really shines. At the end of the day, Lifestealer can only be invulnerable for that 6 seconds until he gets the talents. And as a strength hero, you're going to take a ton of damage from this Sunray as it gets later on.
Yeah. And in a laning phase as well, it's not offensive, but it's not defensive in the same time. Like those Fire Spirit, actually, like the attack speed reduction is insane for level 1. So you can always get the better trait as long as Phoenix lands some Fire Spirit on our heroes. And the Snapfire, we talked about this Snapfire and Phoenix interaction. Like whoever gets this like game phase like going, like if the map is on their favor, Snapfire gets like better if Phoenix is like in leading and Phoenix gets better off.
You would think that it's going to be Lifestealer and Snapfire laning together, but the way that Na'Vi do it is it's their 5. Phoenix is their 5. It's not a 4. So I was thinking if this was a traditional matchup with Phoenix being 4, if you get that early level 2, Phoenix is always going to go Fire Spirits level 1. Always. So you can suddenly get early level 2, get on top of him and get that early first blood. Not going to be the case this time around. But for Mud Golem's benefit, like we were saying before, Lifestealer doesn't care about Mars, so you're probably not going to get that great combination, and I want to see Na'Vi ban it out themselves because I think it'd be a really good hero for 33 to pick up.
Yeah. And this Drow Ranger pickup in second pick, I feel like Mud Golem has so many cards for 33. And that's the reason why they can actually open with this Lifestealer, because 33's carry potential is just damn high compared to other offlaner. And he always pulls it off and it's pretty risky if you run those sort of style. But I never see like 33, were ever behind in this tournament.
I believe his Visage game, the first game that he played, was one of those games where 33 just really didn't have the impact that we were expecting. And to me, it felt like they were kind of just putting the Visage out there, just like, oh, if this carries and owns, then teams are gonna have to think about it. But then he defaulted back to something like a Void Spirit, and that's when he truly carried from that offlane. And now you can just see Na'Vi starting to respect it and get rid of all of 33's heroes.
Lots of offlane heroes being removed from the pool. Doom, Beastmaster, Slider, all gone. I don't know. I'm feeling the Mars for Mud Golems. I think it's a really good pick.
I really feel like they have to either ban it or Na'Vi is considering this Draw Ranger offensive Tron lane. I think that's more like higher priority. As soon as they see Mars, they probably just send General to 1v1 Mars and just go offensive Tron lane.
Now, it's not that you want to pick it into a Drow Ranger.
Say it, Matt. Say it. Be wrong.
Well, 33 likes playing Darkseer. And that's a good way of getting in on top of a Drow as a lifestealer, right? You just zoom him in, he pops his rage, and what can you really do as a Drow Ranger? You're just going to be food.
Yeah. So whatever like offlane he picks, as long as if it's really bothering Draw Ranger, I really think Na'Vi has to just swap the lane. Like Wild Secret and like Liquid, they all do this with the range cores, like just start offensive trial lane, try to make that wave stuck into their side and just continuously hold there, and meanwhile like other two supports just continuously like stop the Radiant to pull the creep. Yeah.
Still thinking about this next ban here is Na'Vi. What are you thinking, Matt? Fingers are tapping, the cogs are turning. You can see something going on in your head right now. I guess they're tossing up between the Mars and something like, I mean, do you really want to ban? Okay, they're going to get rid of the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I was nearly going to say Na'Vi might pick up the Bat Rider for themselves. Yes, you can just rage off any sort of napalm that you get up, but it's a good way to lock down the Lifestealer. You're not going to have any sort of, like, the rage disable isn't going to stop you from being lassoed, which might have been nice. Pango, maybe? For them, it provides a good amount of disruption. You can get it on the front lines. Disrupts enough to be able to get off a really nice egg. Disarm's good against the Lifestealer. It means that he has to be a bit more proactive with his rage before the disarm hits onto him. The minus armor is good with the Drow because, not an insane amount of armor, at least until you get into that armlet and a few other of these bigger items on the next.
Yeah. I think they have to pick position 5 if Na'Vi always runs Phoenix as 4.
No, they always run it as 5.
They always run it as 5. Yeah, so they have to pick up 4 here, I think.
What's the Roger hero?
Oh,
okay.
Wow. Okay.
They're just going to do it. They're just going to do it.
They're going for team fight. They're trusting in their ability to get a lot out of, you would assume, General in this lane. Unless you don't think they could be trying to change this up, right? Try and throw the Mars into like a mid lane matchup scenario?
I thought so. I think mid Mars can be really countered easily. Like,
if it was last pick, I would be like, okay, maybe.
Yeah,
but
even if you get like or this like early level 6, if you just miss one spell, like you're just completely useless hero. Like, and it's very risky for Mars to just rely on that factor. Tusker.
I really like this coming in from Na'Vi. Got a lot of damage coming out as well. I mean, picking the Mars here is kind of just harkening back to your boy Collapse there, QO, where he just says, I feel confident on this hero, give it to me.
Yeah. I like, he's either gonna be versing against Lifestealer or Bloodseeker. Really have fun time.
No.
No.
Even if they put this Draw Ranger, Tusker, and Phoenix bottom, which is really strong, but if Mud Golem picks Snapfire plus 1, like another strong, maybe like plus 5 heroes, got Crystal Maiden against this, maybe Crystal Maiden is too weak.
No, I think they always run the Snapfire as a 5. So I would think that it's going to be Milan's hero that's still yet to come. They don't have an insane amount of initiation, so you don't want to put everything onto Boromir. Of course, his Storm Spirit is amazing. It's still in the pool. You would think that Na'Vi are going to try and get rid of it just so that's removed.
Lina?
And it's a Lina. Okay. I mean, it's versatile, right? It can be in both that 4 and mid lane roles, so you're not giving away everything about your draft just yet. So Na'Vi's not going to have those super easy bans. And, I mean, it provides some decent setup for things like a Blood Rite as well if you're able to land the stun.
Yeah. Like, they don't have many ways to open the fights.
Yeah, on Mud Golems.
Mud Golem needs to either open it or Yule on Lina. I don't think Cookie initiation is good
No.
at all.
Yeah. They need either like a super aggressive support like an Earth Spirit like we were talking about and run the Lina mid, or you need to run the Lina 4 and something like the Storm Spirit coming through.
And get rid of the Templar Assassin here, Mud Golems. Leaning me more towards something like a Storm Spirit. Don't want to go for that for Boronihai. He has been playing insanely well across the Storm, across the entirety of ESL 1 Germany, so we'll see.
But I
what
don't think
Na'Vi
Storm's
get
a
rid
good
of.
pick for Mud Golem here, so they'll probably ignore it.
Why don't you think it's a good pick?
I don't know, like Drow Ranger, Mars, like there's so many annoying things, and Storm really don't want to buy BKB or Yule. I know you can get it, but once you get it, it just feels really bad.
So do you think this Lina's mid lane, or do you think it's position 4?
Position 4.
Okay.
I think Boronia will pick his hero here.
My thing is, I feel like the reasoning behind my mentality of the Storm is that it's not only good for you, it's also the vehicle for the Lifestealer, which I feel like is needed. You know, if you can just get onto that backline, deal with... Honestly, you don't even need to hit the Drow. You can just kill the Phoenix, and you're going a huge way towards winning a lot of these team fights.
Surprise thing is, like, we didn't see Puck, right? We didn't see many Pucks coming out.
Yeah, Liquid's probably been the team that's played it the most. I think they've picked it twice.
Yeah, Boxy's played it as well as... Tiger. Yes.
Or can it be Zeus? Nah, not against Tusk. But I think Na'Vi can pick Zeus, actually.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi can, but like I would not want Mud Golems to pick it. They need initiation.
They banned the Storm themselves.
Okay.
Okay. Something spicy here from the boys of Mud Golem. You guys want Na'Vi to pick up the Zeus here. They do have the last pick over all of the draft, so they can wait and see what Boronihai is going to pick up here. But what's the final ban going to be, lads? Something like Quap? Ember?
Or they can just ban Ricky and pick Invoker.
Shadow Demon.
And
Okay.
Shadow Demon. Okay.
So kind of reducing the flexibility that Mud Golems can have if they wanted to go for like a Milan Shadow Demon. He has played extremely well in that Shadow Demon already. What's he need?
Mud Golem has to show first. Like, is this Lina mid or off lane?
Oh, man, I don't know what else they're going to go. Like, Doom's out of the pool, Tiny's still in the pool, and it's a Wisp.
Okay.
Huh?
All right.
So it's Lina mid?
Sure.
IO 5?
Milan IO?
Mid snap?
IO Bloodseeker would be okay.
I don't know. I'm confused. I'll be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Those words do not leave my lips very often, but...
I can't guess it here.
How much reserve time do they have? They've only got 20 seconds all up left to make this final decision, and I'm sure that they were not expecting the Wisp coming out.
Well, what's the Iceberg hero? We want to see him on something that can provide a little bit more in this game here. He had a fairly decent showing on the last track, but unfortunately just didn't get the victory. There's a couple seconds left
I
here.
want to see TA. You know?
TA's banned.
Oh, TA's banned. Okay. I'm sorry.
Pugner?
Oh!
Got it!
High five!
Yeah!
All right, my panelists, boys. My panelists are finally starting to get back in the good graces here. So, looking at both these drafts, we're just going to sit here and wait a second. So, it will be a Milan IO, and they're going to go with a Boronihai Lina. So, how are we feeling about these drafts, lads? We haven't really been on point the last couple of days when we've come to predicting, so let's see if we can clean it up a little bit.
I feel like Navi's draft is better, but I think I have to stick with Mud Golem. That's my inner feeling.
Your gut?
Here.
Your gut feel?
Yeah.
Wait, does General have a new Mars set?
I don't know.
Did Mars get a second set?
But if Navi actually go offensive trial lane with the Drow Ranger, like that's a big factor here. I think they can just win this Lifestealer lane.
So you think that they're just going to try and go for a tri lane?
Yeah, I just want to see that. Like, I want to see... Because Drow Ranger is not going to...
I'm worried about them starting fights on Mud Golems, so I'm going to go with Na'Vi.
You're going to go with Na'Vi. What about you, Kua?
I'll go with Mud Golems.
Oh, you're going to go with Mud Golems here. So it looks like my panel is split down the middle once again here. But we're going to head into game number 2. We're going to leave it with our casters once again. It's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much. Yes, game 2, Fogged. And what do you reckon from what we've seen from these lineups?
Very strange. Did not expect the IO. I'll be totally honest with you. I did not see that one coming at all. I thought they were going to do some type of flexible stuff, but not with this hero. This is... Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely out of the box, and it's usually a pretty tough hero to make work when you are more of a newer team, which Mud Golems, they still have... You know, they're still getting their combos and everything all together. Yeah. I don't know. It's pretty interesting. They have some very limited team fight on their side, very limited ways to start fight. And I'm looking at Na'Vi, and they've got their bread and butter. The combo that I saw them look super dominant with in the beginning of this tournament, their Mars and their Phoenix.
That's very true. I mean, this game, there's they've definitely got some heroes that can play around it, right? They do have the Snapfire. They got the Lina. This is pretty fast, hard-hitting hero, and of course their carry is the Lifestealer, a hero that doesn't care too much about the ultimates of these two heroes, but still definite potential early on in the lane. Now we'll see if they're able to play around the Rage, and as you say, it is something that we have seen Na'Vi be very strong with. So we'll see how well they're able to play it. But at the same time, Mud Golems seem to be pretty smart with what they're doing, and you've got to imagine that, you know, things like the Mars and Phoenix, this wouldn't have necessarily surprised Mud Golems. They're going to have things in mind, and they're going to know how Na'Vi likes to play with these heroes.
Yeah, and I think that there's a reason that they did all this. I think they like triple down or quadruple down even to ensure that this egg will never go off. They have the tether with the overcharge. So that's double the attack speed. Lina with Fiery Soul. Snapfire with that thing, and then Lifestealer with his Rage. So every single one of their heroes should be able to hit egg in a lot of situations. That's at least what I thought of when they picked the IO. That, and they can also dodge fights a lot. You see a Mars and a Phoenix drop their ult, you maybe can relocate, save, and then you look for fights yourself and try to play around those cooldowns, because they're not very cooldown reliant on the side of Mud Golems. And I'm looking at this. This is actually an old dual lane. If people remember, I'm sure people do, from the horrifying times during their pubs, during the IO Bloodseeker era, when it was the 700 movement speed Bloodseeker and 700 movement speed IO, and you couldn't slow either of them.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time when this was ran off lane almost every single game in high-level pubs when it first got added. So I think this is another thing that they're looking to do, because the mobility, especially versus a hero like Drow, this Bloodseeker in the mid-game is going to be moving at an insane pace to get on top of her.
Now we'll see how well V-Tune and Roger are able to deal with this lane early on. I still know Drow, pretty decent laner, right? You are going to have those Frost Arrows to punch in, and with the tag team setup, it's going to be some good damage, but of course, just that constant sustain and the fact that 33, he's always going to be ready to turn with a Blood Right if Roger does overcommit.
So much sustain, like you're mentioning. Between the two of them there's the Thirst, and then also just the Tether heals. They might be able to just counteract the tag team every single time just because of those heals. But like you said, strong lane from the Drow. It's just, I think they can play around it pretty nicely. High armor on Bloodseeker, and then IO can always tether away.
And then in the mid lane, Boronia's Lina against Iceberg's Pugna. This sort of matchup, I mean, what you sort of expect from this? Just pretty even? I mean, is there any kill potential from either of these heroes early on?
I prefer the Lina in the matchup. I most of the time prefer Pugna, but this is one of those where it's Lina just always, you have two different forms of magical nukes. You have a stun as well, and you have high physical. You just have everything to deal with the Pugna. So I like the Lina just slightly, maybe like 55-40.
What a lane. Skeeter. Oh, he was low, but he actually gets away with staying alive, gets the first blood. He should fall. Yeah, General will actually find him at the end of it all. But not before he got the first blood. So,
very nice.
They were able to get him pretty close to the tower and underneath it. It'll allow them for that initial onset of damage.
Look at the way that the safe lanes are. Speaking of safe lane, top Roger and V-Tune starting to get pushed away. This lane getting too strong.
You're seeing the potential very early on from this Bloodseeker Aya. The fact that they're able to just run at them like that, and what sort of changes that from happening? I mean, it doesn't seem like a whole lot. Roger's two spells are not the greatest at holding them away, and the snowball, the save that he does have, he's going to be able to dodge him from the Blood Right, but still just the chase after it. It's just so much damage. It just seems so much harder for Na'Vi to trade back with this.
Absolutely, and 33, like we mentioned, he always has full sustain. This looks like an impossible lane for Na'Vi to win, actually, with these two. I think V-Tune is going to actually get pushed out of the wave soon. Right now, he at least has double range group pushing into him, so he'll get some XP. But yeah, he needs to be careful, just not die at all times. As they're going to go on him again up top. The Blood Right connects. They may just dive this.
I mean, they're getting away with it. They're just going under the tower and killing him off. He doesn't even multi-shot in the right direction. You only multi-shot in the wrong direction when you're tilted, and I wouldn't blame him. Against these two in this lane, this is not a happy lane for the Drow. You're going to feel pretty annoyed with this.
She's always going to get ran down. I'm looking very concerned for this top one, because they're going to constantly harass the other lanes in so that the Thirst is kicked in, and then the Tether, increased movement speed. They're both moving 400 move speed. They're going to get on top of her every time. Yeah, this is definitely concerning right now for this top lane for Na'Vi. As Lifestealer bottom Skeeter, he's still getting away with farm versus the Mars and the Phoenix. Yeah, V-Tune. They're going to have to just try to reset the lane positioning, but we didn't point this out either. Both teams heavily warding those safe lanes to make sure that there's no pullbacks, no side pulls, nothing cheeky.
Yeah, everything being blocked.
Yeah. Milan makes a move away from top. That's when 33 starts to get zoned. But he's looking to set up on mid. Iceberg.
Comes in with a tether. Extra bit of punch onto Iceberg. Iceberg's got a south though, so he's good to go. And coming up to those 5-minute bounty runes, he will be able to make sure that he's refueling himself down there.
Yep. And Milan, he did refill himself, and now he's going back toward top so they can continue this pressure onto V-Tune. V-Tune got a little bit of space there to get some last hits. He's up to 12 now because of the move from Milan. Still a very tough lane for him, though. Whenever they do get aggro, he has to just be very careful. 290 move speed, just can't get away. And looking for his positioning. You were talking about those 5-minute bounty runes. He actually pushes the wave in, and he's taking it aggressively. Love it.
Very smart.
They actually might get all 4 bounty runes. Because yeah, they're going to get all 4. That's huge.
Ooh, there's some early gold lead coming out from Mud Golems this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under
grab all of those and
yeah, phase boots on Skeeter. So now that bottom lane, the times when General and Always Want to Fly could have looked to get aggressive on Lifestealer, that it's starting to go away already. He's got this increased armor, increased movement speed. Gonna be much harder for General to take advantage of this hero now.
Of course, it's just not getting any easier for Na'Vi. I mean, V-Tune able to find a little, a bit of farm. He's at the bottom, but he's got something.
He's got his boots now at least, so he can actually avoid the blood right. Still only 335 move speed, so it's still very, very difficult for him to actually get away from them. They're looking to turn, but this is not an easy. This is not easy to turn on. There's too many
heals. You can't turn on this. You got to start running as soon as he's in with the snowball, and just 33's full HP after that. These sort of moves just don't do anything to the Bloodseeker.
And look at V-Tune. He tanks one spell down to half health. Has to get salved up. 33, like you said. He's always just chilling. Always more than enough sustain. And he's pushing the lane in pretty hard here. The catapult is going to be going down here, so they're going to have a catapult pushing in up here top.
We'll see. Mid lane, very even, pretty much exactly even actually with this wave coming in. Yep. Seems to be free farm for both of the mids. They push it back and forth. Bottom lane, Skeeter. The cookie setup. He's in on to Always Want to Fly. Straight away with the TP out. Ooh, he'll only just make it, but he does.
Ooh. I love that Fada went for early Shredder. Just going to point out. I think I say that every game versus when I see Snapfires. Whenever I see the 2-pointing cookie, sure, it's great in the lane, but Little Shredder is insane. It's -6 armor. Put in a Blightstone, you're -8 armor on the target you're hitting. And mid-game, as soon as you hit 6, you will be able to kill that egg. You don't have to wait for your level 7, level 8.
I mean, we're seeing this now in the top lane as well. Is it getting to the point where you just can't really go to lane? Yeah, V-Tune, we saw there just having to TP out as they moved in on him, and still at a stage where 33 hasn't even got the level 6 of the Rupture. They are going to have Iceberg head over here.
Yeah, I like this. 33 checks the side camp. It's still blocked by the sentry. Theirs wasn't able to counter it. Milan looks like he might go down here. The raindrop actually saves him.
He's away. He's away. He's going to be fine.
Iceberg trying to push in forward. Ninja is over here, though.
I was going to say Iceberg. There's no way he can move any further in on this one. Iceberg's got to let this one go. Not moving up into this spot, part of the map.
Similar to last game, though, they push V-Tune out of his safe lane. And now he has to go farm the mid, just like the last time. He's not a level 4 PL this time around, but still definitely getting slowed down similarly.
See around the runes, Fada is able to grab the bottom one. It's the regen. See if they can get some sort of catch on mid, but Scatterblast not able to reach Iceberg. He's going to step back. She steps back into the range off the Light Strike Array. They've got the stun. Have they got the damage with the Laguna? They certainly do. Just getting in a little too close, and Boronier very quick with that opportunity. As soon as he sees him step forward, catching him just on the edge of that Light Strike Array. Very nice turn from the Lina.
Instant turn.
Yeah,
that was perfectly done. And up to 2k gold lead. Back up to top. They see Roger trying to farm. They're going to try to pressure him a bit there. Maybe even like going under the tower a little bit here too. 33 looks like he wanted to chase. Milan looked like he didn't. And V-Tune, he's going to just have to jungle.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that mid lane proving to not be a safe place either. As top 33's got the rupture, drops it down on a Roger. Roger will manage to save himself with the snowball. Off the side he goes.
Already.
It's going to do the damage.
6? Oh my god, fought a 6 before 9 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Getting the
I think
D-Ward too.
Iceberg is fortunate to get away with his life there too. Like that's Pugna this early on into a level 6 Snapfire is also a very free kill with any type of disable.
Yeah, I mean he's the same level as V2.
Yeah, I can't believe how fast he's 6. That's insane. I guess because of how bottom happened. I don't know. And there's the rotation mid Fada.
That kill mid must have really done it, because you're right. This is an insane amount of HP from town. Roger's going to TP into this top lane.
Roger might just die.
He's going to need some backup, and backup is on the way.
They're bringing a lot.
See if they can get some kills in Navi as they look towards Milan. Should be able to find him. It's actually out to the side with a big tether. He's away. Fada will get left behind, but Fada tries to turn with the Scatter Blast. He's going to be able to bring down Roger with him. He'll take that. And pretty much 4 members of Navi turn up to push them back. Well, they kill Fada, but not without Fada taking down one of their own.
God, he almost got the experience for the kill too there. Them taking so long to kill him. But yeah, having to bring 4 heroes to punish a Snapfire, the 5 position who's pressuring your safe lane so hard. V-Tune, Skeeter's actually setting up with a very clever position here.
They got the stun. Ooh, not quite able to get there in time.
That was fun. That was heads up. I like that from Skeeter. Wow. He actually went in, checked the Ancients. He saw that they're stacked, and then he hides himself behind a tree, baiting V-Tune for the DD. Smart plays coming out from Mud Golems. And again, just like last game, they're up to almost a 4K gold lead after this laning start.
I mean, I said this team, definitely a team to watch. I think, yeah, I mean, it shouldn't come to a surprise to some people because of the caliber of players that they do have on the squad, but already showing just in the series we've had so far in this early stage of the tournament, just some very impressive showings. So top lane, 33's able to get the blood right off in time. Iceberg's moving over to Milan, but the relocate's there. Milan probably going to be in a bit of problems himself as
they don't have a stun. He can just tether away.
Tether again?
I think so. Spear's on cooldown for 2 seconds. Will he be able to get the timing?
He is. He's able to get it. Does still get trapped by the arena. The Spear's off the mark, but they should have the burst. And they slowly but surely will. Again, it's 4 heroes of Na'Vi you're seeing come in. And it is just a support dying. So another instance where it just feels like Na'Vi, they're having to use so much to achieve so little, really, as they just continue to fall further behind in gold.
Yeah, and they, like you said, they get the kill, but it's on the IO, so whatever. And in the meantime, Skeeter takes bottom tower. Borninghe does majority of damage to mid tower, and they get into the ancient side of the Drow, put a sentry to block, and a very clever ward that that's not going to get dewarded. That ward's going to stay there, and it's going to be able to give vision of this entire triangle. I've never seen that ward. That's a nice one. That one avoids most of the regular sentry spots by a good margin.
You're not going to check that far north, and if you do, you're checking over to the cliff on the east. Yeah. Over in the river.
Always want to
fly. He's going to pop the ult, but they've got the damage. Well, damage the attack speed to take it out in time. Iceberg tries to turn with the life drain onto Boromir. They'll roll him with the snowball onto Fada. Fada, he's still alive here. Finally will fall as he gets burst down. Skeeter also low, but he's able to turn with the rage towards Roger. Roger keeps himself safe with the shards. Skeeter's still trying to chase in. Can't quite close the gap though. Maybe 33 cap. He's speeding in. And down. Rupture as well. Roger. He's dead here. He's going to buy a bit of time with the snowball. And if anything, just rolls himself over to allow Skeeter to be the one to claim the kill. And Skeeter will be very happy with that.
Top tower is under attack.
Again, they're always setting themselves up for so much. Look, and they're always, I feel like they're getting so much on the map. Borning has farming. Milan, the IO, is hitting the top tower, getting it down pretty low. All 3 tier 1s are about to go down. That mid and that top are going to go down really soon here for the side of Na'Vi.
It's just they have to. 3 of Na'Vi's cores are falling behind. Boromir, he's so close to having Yules and bots at this point, and 2k ahead of any core on Na'Vi's team.
He's level 12. Oh my, almost level 13 even. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's going to be some pretty insane one-shots. You know, Drow Ranger, not the tankiest hero.
Can Milan get the last on the tower? Oh, he can't. Always want to fly over to find it with the deny. Might try for some setup here. Fada's trying to do something. It's a little tricky to close in onto the Phoenix with the dive.
Oh, they were able to get the D wards here. Roger did actually end up finding that northern observer ward around the triangle, and they secure it for V-Tune to try to get some farm. But yeah, like we said, V-Tune only level 9, Borningen now 13. So this Laguna Blade is also going to shred it through this low-level Pugna and low-level Drow quite easily.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just so damn farmed, and they're continuing to grow that lead, almost up to 6k. Na'Vi, they got to start looking to do something here with their Mars and their Phoenix.
Oh, General, he's going to drop the arena, but the spear misses, and Fada's just able to jump out of it.
And now General...
Oh, no.
He'll be okay, but uh-oh. I feel like now Mud Golems, they're going to look to push this mid tower pretty hard here. No Mars ult. Can probably look to commit into it here and look for some dive plays. Navi's got to bring everybody. Skeeter is connecting.
Yeah, he's coming in with his wraparound straight away, but he's been
gusted.
caught by the silence of the stun. He's in trouble. He's getting low. They're able to take him out. A little bit too much of an over-aggressive gank there from Skeeter as he tries to swing him from the back. Na'Vi's prepared. His kisses are going to come into play. Still trying to fight on forward. Snowball almost certainly put him in a dangerous place here, Roger, as he rolls straight into the midst of the four of them.
Held your feet to the fire.
They get themselves something at least, though. Skeeter playing over-aggressive.
Barnea.
Uh-oh.
Let's get the burst with Laguna up. He certainly does. The dead Phoenix.
And now they can go right back and take the mid-tower. So Na'Vi, they did a good job holding, but
Structures are fortified.
it will inevitably go down. But at least they get the big kill on Skeeter, who we see the itemization. He's playing versus Drow Ranger. Full plus armor. Armlet already giving you plus armor, now a plate mail. He'll be strong versus that Drow at all stages because of this.
Has fallen.
Very nice to scare. I mean, even against the extra little bits of physical burst from the Tusk with his punch or the Mars with his rebuke. And that armor going to make it very hard, really, for Na'Vi to kill him. Even though we obviously did see them be able to do so just then, but I'm sure we won't see Skeeter try for that much of an ambitious move again.
He's at 33 armor when he has his armlet active.
Yes. That's, I mean, it's 16 minutes in. That's some of the higher armor you're going to be seeing it hit on a hero.
Yeah, this is one of the better heroes versus Drow Ranger because of that. It's a weird, Drow is good versus Lifestealer for the most part because just the nature of the matchup, but the itemization you go on Lifestealer is just good versus Drow like this. So we see Na'Vi all together. I like that they're playing together here. They have Blink on General, so they're very strong right now.
See if they can get the catch on Fada. Here we go. He's looking for it. Fada. The snowball. He's out. Milan with the save, and now there's the rest of Mud Golems turning up. Can Na'Vi still take this? They're trying to set up for the fight.
They got the ward down.
Let's see what they can do.
Going to kill it off.
Going to try and get on top of Milan. Supernova's out the side. Skeeter's going to go straight towards with the egg. He pops the rage, takes down the egg. The arena does trap 33. 33 is still alive though. Jump forward with the cookie. Fada stuns up Roger. Skeeter moves over towards the Tusk. It's 3 dead, maybe even 4 as the Yules combo lands down onto General. They kill Milan, but it costs them so much. 4 dead on Na'Vi. As it's just sort of a similar story to the fights that we saw in Game 1, where Na'Vi, they begin to fall behind, and then it costs them so much to get the smallest of kills. It's just the IO going down, and 4 heroes losing their lives in the process of it.
As soon as they don't get Fada to start it off and he's able to disengage, it looks rough. And the things that we talked about early on, how Mud Golems, they drafted themselves in this way that Agate is always going to die, it's working. Like Fada there, he pops his Little Shredder, kills the Nether Ward before the fight starts, so they take no damage from that. And then they have, the Lifestealer and the Lina easily able to focus that one down with the rest of them just sitting inside the Mars ult. Again, Mud Golems continuing to impress and not slowing down, looking for another fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Na'Vi, it feels like they don't need them here, as Mud Golems just seem to be too prepared.
He's got the blink, so he's not going to get gone upon hit. Still poking around on the side of them. I mean, Arena's up in a few seconds. See if Na'Vi do want to try another shot at having a team fight.
Nice, he stole the big dragon there, General. Nicely done. We see the way Mud Golems is playing, though. Immediately just charging toward that triangle area. When there's no Mars ult, there's no Phoenix ult, they know how much stronger they are, even walking into those riskier positions.
They set up for a smoke. They've got one on Roger. The ult's up. They're going to give it another shot. Look for the team fight. That They've just not been able to come out with successfully. Maybe
sneaking.
they can find the leaner. I mean, Boromir would be a perfect grab. They're gonna go for the Roche attempt. Now, is this gonna get scouted out at all? It's pretty quickly done here by Na'Vi.
Fada, is he gonna?
He's heading over. Is he able to get it soon enough? It's going low. He's gonna have to jump in if he wants to, but it's already down. They get themselves. Oh, Vichun, he stuck around. He tried to TP out in the midst of it. Fada goes in with a cookie. They will be able to save him, though.
They're on the low ground.
It didn't get them up to the high ground. Vichun, he will live still. Roger's going to be left behind. And they chase for more here. The relocate coming in from Milan, bringing in Skeeter from the side. He's over onto the drow. Vichun's down. Iceberg trying to stand his ground and take down Milan with a life drain, but he hasn't got the damage. The Laguna's there, and it couldn't have gone any worse for Na'Vi. They get Roche, they get the Aegis. But Vichun's decision there to sort of instantly TP out of the Roshan pit and try and get himself somewhere quickly on the map had just cost them everything. As Fada, he's in, he puts it to a stop, and then just as soon as they get the Aegis, they have it taken away from them.
And now they lose all 4 bounty runes too off of all of it, and this game feels
rough.
Very impossible. And with their Mars and their Phoenix, they're not able to get the setup for the team fights.
No, and the setup from maybe him. They have got him in the arena.
He's got BKB
Supernova's
now.
out, and he's able to move to the side. Supernova's done with a clip him. Now he's out of range of it. But
just
Na'Vi
delivered.
don't lose anyone.
It just came on the courier. That would have been such a big kill for them. Oh, and he gets it delivered, as well as the Lotus Sword bailout from 33. Warning here. Can't even get punished for his over-aggressiveness there. This is a level 18 almost on Lina, 12k net worth. That would have been a real nice comeback for them there.
I mean, it would have been a bit of a comeback.
A bit of a comeback, yeah, fair enough.
Just a little bit of a comeback. They need a few more of those to make a complete comeback.
It could have snowballed, though, you know, some chain kills. It's always a possibility, but Na'Vi all kind of running together here, hands held. And it feels like Mudgolems, they know exactly where they're standing right now. Skeeter, he's just hitting on the tower with his team all at the ready around him.
How's the AC looking? He's got it done, right?
He's got it done.
It's on the courier. So 21 minutes in, AC complete. The squad. Na'Vi. Can they get a jump here, General? He's looking, but it's just so hard to commit. He knows that each time Milan is going to be waiting in the shadows, quite literally. He's got that amulet. He's just staying hidden and ready to jump in with tethers and saves when needed. Will turn to the side. Boromir is going to commit with the combo. To always want to fly. Wants the BKB so he can with the Laguna, but it's not enough damage. Always want to fly, actually able to get away. And Boromir taking a bit of a punch from Vichun. Boromir goes in so he can land the stun onto the Drow. There's a snowball coming in onto Boromir, but this Lina's not dying.
He's still alive.
Boromir is able to live. The burst steal's there from the Infest. He's not going to go down. Na'Vi's going to lose 3. I mean, Boromir just playing it so smooth there, closing the gap on the Drow whilst at such low HP, knowing that he has to take off that passive, land the stun, and with those sort of maneuvers, he keeps himself alive, he keeps his cool, and Na'Vi can't even kill him.
Unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Everything just to bail him out and save him too. The little things, the mechs, the sticks. Just all this plus armor too, like we said, like the AC, all these things, they kick in. The medallion thrown on him too, any of these plus armors. Yeah, Mudgolems, they came with such a good plan. Itemization on point, 20-6. Feels like Na'Vi just stands no chance.
Yeah, I mean, the game one did go out the sort of 41 minutes. You know, they're able to draw it out a bit against the Spectre, but this time round, Mudgolems, they're just taking quite a lead at a much faster pace. And with heroes that are going to be much more geared up to closing it up soon if Na'Vi's not able to pull out some sort of magic to turn this.
And this time they don't even have Vtune, you know, this PL at the top of the charts or anything. It's a Drow Ranger, 0-3-1.
And he's sitting in the
4th
trees.
net worth. And he's sitting in the trees, he can't even play.
He's got to. It's so scary, the map right now.
Immediately they run up aggressive, still no Mars ult. It comes back up right now, but that's the target they find as well.
What? He's got the Yules to dodge the combo. So he'll live. Skeeter was thinking about diving past the tier 2 tower, but he'll hold back on that now with the jump forward. General is able to get the spear down onto Skeeter. Skeeter's getting low. Can they finish him off? They've got the silence. Skeeter's being focused, but the save. Milan comes over with a heal. Skeeter's not going to go down. Turns over towards Iceberg with the open wounds. Now a look towards General. Laguna into play. General cannot blink out. As Skeeter lives. They just can't kill him, even when it looks like he would be dead for sure. Nice shards play from Roger, pushing him down to the low ground, but the balls, ooh, not enough to kill him. He's going to make it out. Nice. Very, very nice little shard dodge there, pushing him down and out to safety. But still, the lead grows for Mud Golems, 14k advantage. And we're seeing back-to-back now, both cores in positions where they get so low, but Na'Vi can't quite finish the kills.
And we're definitely seeing the reasons to the IO. These saves from Milan have been absolutely ridiculous all game, and it's always versus that combo, so they are trying to play around those ultis. That Mars plus that Phoenix with the relocates, and also just his positioning. These mech heals as well, just time and time again. Yeah, it makes sense why they would last pick an IO for this guy. Milan pretty good at it, pretty good at his specialist of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Yeah, he always has been. I mean, anytime you sort of see a team that's got the old IO player getting in as the 5th pick, you know that there's going to be some struggles down the line for the enemy. And we're seeing it here. And maybe this game will be a bit of a reminder to the other teams that will go ahead to face Mud Golems that IO, you can't forget about it when you're playing against Milan.
No, definitely not. They're looking so hot. They're playing just super well together. Na'Vi, they're smoked up, trying to set up something around the bounty runes, but it's just going to be time wasted for them.
See what they want to do with Na'Vi.
I feel like that line drawn by 33 is like that's the only place that they should be able to play in the game as Na'Vi. As Mud Golems looking to keep constricting them inside the base. 33. Pushing them away. Iceberg's trying to pressure down bottom, but not going to be able to do much of anything. And it's very rare you see a team with Pugna have almost no building damage in a game. That's how well Mud Golems is playing. They're not even letting them hit the buildings.
Here we go, General. Managed to get the spear in play. Holding off that BKB for now, Boromir, but now he's able to self-fuse. Roger stepping forward, but the BKB's out, and Boromir, they turn, they take down the Tusk. The rest of Na'Vi have to run. Chases on here from Mud Golems. There's 33 and Boromir zooming forward. 33's got the urn down, Bloodbright as well, as Na'Vi continue to get forced back. Skeeter is closing in on V-Tune. V-Tune's outside of the base. Hurricane Pike on cooldown for 10 seconds. And will actually relocate back out of there. Not wanting to commit any further with the buyback from Roger. They'll respect it and give the space to Na'Vi. But again, just Na'Vi, they keep trying this commitment. Boromir can find Boromir. Another save. Milan's over with the tether. They do manage to spear Milan over to the wall. Can they burst him? They do manage to kill the IO. The IO is down. Now, what more can they get? Na'Vi need much more than the IO kill right now.
That was a huge cookie by Fada. Borning, I think he was going to get speared, actually, to the wall. But the cookie bounces him over, and Milan ends up actually in front of it, and he catches the spear. That was a very quick save from Fada. They may have lost... I'm pretty sure they would have lost Lina there. Super quick play as Na'Vi. They're trying to fight back, trying to secure this triangle, so V-Tune has a home. They need it to happen quite a lot more. They need to get the bigger targets. They just keep killing the supports. They can't kill these cores.
Radiant's bottom tower
8 and 0 on Boraning here. I think 4-0 on 33. Yeah, they're just unable to really find these cores too often.
And it's not a game where it's going to get any easier for Na'Vi's heroes. They're all about these sort of mid-game fights, the jumps, the bursts, and they've just not managed to make it happen with the lead that Mud Golems have managed to build up very early on in this game. You know, straight away from the lanes, Mud Golems had an edge, and now it's only getting bigger. 13k up. BKB AC done on Skeeter. He's ready to go the route of the Nullifier next.
Oh, he's actually unkillable. He has BKB finished. Yeah, the only thing that can kill him, the only thing that could kill him before was if he was silenced and he can't actually get the rage up. Now he'll always have either BKB or rage in the fights. So again, Egg, never gonna get off. Always want to fly. They're always gonna be able to hit that one freely. And now we should see Skeeter, who's the only core with any deaths. We should see him not be afraid at all anymore.
Oh, mid. Roger. Not a lot he can do it. Into the snowball he goes, rolling over. 33's Bloodbright clips him on the way out.
Oh, nice neutrals. Nice neutral items that they got on the side of
what have we got? Anything good?
Mud Golems. Telescope on 33, and then the repair kit on Milan. That HP regen on IO is pretty nuts. Yeah.
We don't have anything to stop it. You know, this game, Na'Vi didn't go for any sort of vessel. I mean, does that sort of surprise you, or is it just the nature of the fact that they're just not really getting gold for that sort of stuff, that they have to prioritize other items against the Aya?
Yeah, I think that they've been too far on the back foot the entirety of the game. It's such an expensive item, and they wouldn't even have charges for it most of the time. They're not getting kills.
That's true. That is true. That may be the logic there.
Ooh, they might get their first tower here, Na'Vi. They're trying to set up for it. It might get denied by 33. And Iceberg, he has to be very careful of his positioning.
Oh, he's got to hide. He's out with the TP. Is Brony able to find him? No, not quite in time. Iceberg makes it away.
Almost get the tower at least, though. So a little bit of injection of cash. If it does go down, it's down to 50 HP. Always want to fly. Is he going to sneak it? Always want to fly sneaking the tower bottom. Look at him go.
Get that money. They're coming in with a relocate, but he is well and truly away. Nothing Milan can do to stop that.
Nicely done.
I mean, they'll take every little bit of gold they can get right now, Na'Vi.
Yep. They just have to hope for some type of incredible high ground defenses, really. Fighting outside of the base is impossible for them. They have to have Drow sitting miles away from Skeeter.
Money to burn.
For the twins.
But yeah, Mud Golems, they're just going to play the farm game and just chill it out anyway then, if that's the case. If Na'Vi wants to play in the base, look at the way Borning has itemized this game. BKB, MKB, bots, and he's got a Satanic Cube.
Skeeter. He's going to hold back on that one. A little too far even for him, even with the Aegis. No need to try and rush high ground as such.
No, they've got the lanes pushing in. Fada's forcing in bottom as well. They've got mid pushed in with the catapult. They can look to siege. Can Na'Vi hold? Trying to kill the creep wave.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Skeeter. Even though he's all buffed up, he still has to give respect to the Drow. I think he's sitting at like 50-something armor when gets the Solar Crest and everything thrown onto him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you say that, but we're seeing, those procs come in and they don't do a lot.
No.
They are heavily mitigated by these high armor values that he's built up now. But yeah, Mud Golems, they've got many routes out of this game. They can chill, wait for Skeeter to get his next big item on. Or an ear just continuing to stay far ahead of the whole game.
Look how they do this too. They don't actually they don't teleport a hero back. They run a hero back with Milan in case a fight kicks off. They can just reload him in. So even then, they're even though they're so far ahead, they're doing the little moves that are so important in these type of games.
Na'Vi, they're on another hunt. They're out with the smoke.
Can they catch
now
these
making
two?
The pings up to top. Can they burst these here? I mean, it's all down to General jumping in and getting a spear, really, to instantly start things off. But even then, saves are available. Maybe they can burst Milan. They're going to focus towards him. See what they can get done here. Milan buying time for himself with the Ghost Scepter and the Glimmer. They still surround him, drop in the arena. They want that IO dead. They'll get it.
Can they get away without losing anyone, though?
Trying to get out more in here. What's he able to find with the stun? He's able to cancel the TP of Always Want to Fly. Roger out to the side with the snowball. And he'll also fall there. As Always Want to Fly and Roger go down. The rest of Na'Vi do get out. But again, it's just one of those moves that they've had so many times, Na'Vi. They're killing the supports, but they cannot do anything else whilst they're this far behind.
Yeah, they can't take out these cores, and it's always Mud Golems. Like, they read the play. They know that that's the best move that Na'Vi can make. They're already setting themselves up and sending their heroes top to beat.
General.
General.
He's coming for this one. The egg's going to be popped down deep. They'll step aside, wait it out.
Mud Golems is happy seeing that. Egg on cooldown now. World is their oyster. They can back up and reset. I always respawn too, and yeah, he's just going to TP in. He's also going to fill Borny his bottle as well, just to give him a little bit more mana. And Roger leaves.
We'll have a little pause. I'm sure he'll be back for the final hold. They have just spent some big money, Na'Vi, where we do have Iceberg. He just bought a complete Hex.
Okay, wow. He was saving gold for a long time. I see Drow also, I believe, finished up the Daedalus, so...
Okay, so we've got some items that weren't there before.
Not the Daedalus, sorry. He actually bought an Eagle Song instead of finishing the Daedalus.
All right, I mean, there's no True Strike on these carries. Well, I don't know. Sorry, there is on Boromir, but there isn't on the Lifestealer and the Bloodseeker. But, you're probably... Yeah. The Lena's going to kill you on her own. It doesn't matter that the rest don't have the true strike. If Boromir gets in range, he's easily got the damage to take the Drow down on his own.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see. I guess he's like, because the Lifestealer doesn't have it, he wanted to go for this type of item and all that. But
I mean, honestly, Eagle wouldn't E-Blade be better in this sort of... Well, I guess there's so much magical burst, but I mean, yeah, the butterfly feels kind of meh.
It feels meh. It feels like honestly, it feels like he needs Rapier or Daedalus, or just like it actually just feels like he needs Rapier in this game because they need straight damage.
Dude, he's just got Rapier and just sit back and fire out the multi-shots. Yeah, that would have been a way to do it. You're just about to hit 20 to the multi-shot damage.
It's just a hard game for him. I'm sure he doesn't know what to get at this point. The rest of his team, it's not like he can do it by himself, right? Like the Pug and Amar is just too far out of it. Their supports are so underfarmed as well in comparison. There's no one item that will really do it for him. That's like even if like he's so squishy too, like a Blood Rage and a Laguna, like and he's almost dead too. Just so many different things that Mud Golem have going for them, and they're gonna just continue this pressure. There's no egg, so 80 seconds where Navi's gonna have a very hard time holding. If Mud Golems just commits. Milan needs a moment, I think, too. Looks like.
Second, what's going on here? What's going on here?
He's got to stretch, crack his back a little bit from carrying his team with all these relocates. He's getting ready.
Oh, it should be good to go on soon. Well, I tell you what, what's the win percent looking like this game? It's 98.
Yeah, it's probably
when we saw that last time round, it was pretty bang on. The game closed up moments after. So let's see. See what Na'Vi, if they can somehow swing this one around. It's looking pretty tough, though. 25 to 9, 20,000 gold lead here for Mud Golem.
And let's see. No egg. They're stalling. Beating Skeeter up. Gets his Infest off onto the creep, though. Keeps the Aegis healthy. And Tower will be finished off from Vada. I believe that also is Vada's Aghanims coming out on the Courier, so they will have the beautiful Gobble Up as well inside these middle of these team fights. And Aegis reclaimed. Mud Golems looks like they're going to give respect to Na'Vi. That high ground defense is still very strong. Oh, there it is. Gobble Up ready.
All right, just fire him in.
Fire Skitter.
Fire him in. Here we go.
At the
hey.
Drow.
Oh, he got him.
It connects.
He got him with the stun. He's in on him. I mean, I don't know. Well, with the kisses, yeah. Feature's got to get back to the base. Roger's going to get caught by the Blood Rite. Feature, he's actually going to go down.
No
buyback. He's just able to walk in and drop a Laguna on him. Oh, and that might be that. Dead Drow for a minute. Top rack's taken out. And yeah, as soon as the axe is up, he sends them in, and it may have just closed it up.
I had hoped for the Infest into the toss, 2 heroes in, but
oh yeah, the double.
If he gets Ags, they can do the triple as well, by the way. He can eat one, and then he can also jump inside of somebody, and then they can shoot them. It's
a full-man arena. Here we go. Supernova off to the side. Snowball across as well. This is an amazing stun from Na'Vi. Have they got the damage, though? Nobody is dying, apart from... Whoa, okay, that's a lie. 33 does fall. But it takes everything, and as we can see, Mud Golems are still more than happy to turn and fight. Skitter's running in, does get hexed, but won't quite die. Oh, will he? I know Milan's in with the tether. Milan keeping him alive. Actually does fall to the towers, but Boromir sweeps in, picks up the triple. If they could kill Boromir, though, this actually could be a bit of a comeback.
The reload.
The spear. Ooh, as you say, he's immediately out. He's immediately out, but Milan... probably gonna die here.
Look at Borning here though. They drop the cheese, they give Milan the cheese. Borning here TPs to mid to give him a tether target. And he actually gets gobbled up. That actually works. He gobbled him up on the re-relocate and it doesn't bring it back.
Work.
It worked. I just saw it.
Wait, what?
He gobbled him up and he doesn't get re-relocated.
Wait, what? Excuse me. Interesting.
Mechanics. Ladies and gentlemen.
Does anything else in the game stop that, Fox? Anything else stop a re-relocate?
Maybe if a Lifestealer eats him too as the Infest, or a Pudge with Aghanims if he eats them with Dismember. I think maybe those all would work if that's the case, right? Because they're all the same mechanic.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because you'd imagine what that would sort of count for the sense that they're out of the game. But things like, obviously, OD's Astral, that doesn't stop it, but...
Well, because they're in the Nether. This technically literally removes them, I guess, literally removes them from the game.
Interesting. Wow.
I mean, I learned something new.
Yeah.
I also saw him use the gobble up to dodge the Phoenix egg stun on the IO too, by the way. He ate them. He ate him, egg popped, and then he tossed them out as well too. So some good stuff from Fada here. And teaching us.
Very nice.
I wonder if they knew that mechanic too, because they all started chat wheeling immediately afterwards too. So it looks like it was like, hey, let's try this. And then it worked. And you're like, oh.
Oh, General. Ooh, that blink though. General's away.
Gobbled up, tossed in. Can't quite find them, but Mud Golems continue this pressure. V-Tune's trying so hard to finish up his butterfly. He's very close. But will that actually help?
I think he's going to need a more two on top of that before it does any difference.
Yep. They're hunting, they're swinging around looking for him too. They find a ward that was placed outside instantly. And get close to boarding his level 25. Roshan is up. They have Courier scouting it. They're going to go for that.
Yeah, I mean, as we say, Mud Golems can, they could take their time here.
Yep.
It's not necessarily going to get any harder for them as the moments pass. I mean, sure, Na'Vi's able to start getting farm on their cores, but it's not like Mud Golems are out on the map doing nothing. Cleaning up farm, cleaning up objectives.
They're doing it. Skeeter, they're giving Skeeter the Ags. So he's going to eat someone. They're going to do the triple toss in, I feel like. They're
that's
doing this
amazing.
For the fun.
Right, who are they taking it? Who's going in then? 33? You're taking 33 into the front lines?
Wait, that's not even what the Aghanims does anymore. I'm an idiot. The Lifestealer Aghanims is just the buff when you infest them. That's right,
yeah.
They moved it to the pudge.
Fuck, dude, why are you trying to debate everyone here? You baited me.
I baited
my
myself.
analyst. I was trusting you.
I forgot that it's... Dude, no one's bought
it.
Ags in so long on this hero. Come on, man, I forgot. I forgot it's the one where you can rage for your teammates.
Yeah, you get the BKB right, yeah.
They swapped that in the pudge one. My bad. Well, that's really good, too, because then he can jump inside the Lina and pop rage, too, as we've seen him do a lot of times. And look at Borneo go. Yeah. With Blood Rage on top, too. Blood Rage, Soldier Crest.
Oh, they're losing the base. Na'Vi's going to have to do something. 35,000 gold behind right now. Fada getting out the celebratory drums for these final sieges.
Oh, he bought more charges.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He had the drum, actually,
He did. I mean, those drum charges, they're going to help speed it up a little bit.
Throws a creep in. As Borneo again.
I mean, how'd you stop this leader?
Rage.
You just continue to do this. Just jump in the lean up to the high ground, hit the racks. Nothing that Na'Vi have to go through that magic immunity. Skeeter's going to take a turn himself. He's taken quite a bit of a hit, but he has the Aegis, so he's not scared, and he, of course, has the backup of his team. Saves are there. Cookie and the tether from Milan, keeping Skeeter fine.
Na'Vi just have to...
No, they've got to make a move sooner than later, Na'Vi. Maybe we're already too far in the later part of the equation.
Dire's middle tower is under
Tier 4 is getting killed by creeps. As they just have to sit at the wall here trying to pop Borneo, but with the rage.
Just in, he's just going to turn on Iceberg. Iceberg's going to get taken out. He's got a buyback. He's going to use it straight away. Roger goes down. Dive away from the Phoenix. General's caught off to the side. Skeeter's on top of him. Cookie over. Does manage to get the spear, but a scatter blast to the face from Fada takes down General. He's dead for 90. Mud Golems can resume business down the mid. There we have it. GG, well played is called it. Do manage to push it on to the 40th minute again. But even more of a lead and a beat down here from Mud Golems this time. 41,000 gold lead at the end of it all. 33-11. Just looking pretty good right now, this Mud Golem squad, and definitely a lot of potential. This team, I think you got to keep your eye on them, because when they come in with the good stuff, it's the good stuff. This series against Na'Vi, they made it look very simple for themselves. The drafts, the plays, it was just on another level today.
Yeah, I mean, this team, like, I don't know, people have to give them more respect. It doesn't seem like they're just going to be like this, you know, just because they're tagged as Mud Golems doesn't mean there's some no-name team at all. They're playing they're playing super good. Like, they're looking, honestly, like one of those top teams right now, like your Secrets and your OGs and all that are playing at a high level. Mud Golems are matching it. They're playing really smart, drafts on point. Fada is definitely navigating his team really nicely. This is good to see.
Yeah, absolute top tier stuff here from Mud Golems. And for Na'Vi, definite struggles. As we said so far, the path that's taken Na'Vi to this point did include 2 series where they were beating teams that are now knocked out of the tournament. So now that the first test comes into position, Na'Vi looking a little bit shaky. This series, not a great one for them, as Mud Golems just proving to be on another level here as they clean up the 2-0 pretty easily here. Mud Golems 2-0 against Na'Vi.
I don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy.
Another dominant performance from one of the angriest neutral creeps we've got in the game. Mud Golems get the 2-0 victory over Na'Vi, and they push us into our Game Fuel post-match where my panel are going to break down this series as a whole and let you guys know why Mud Golems earned their slot in the playoffs here for ESL 1 Germany. My name is Fluke, and I'm joined by my lovely lads, Dan or QO. That's just a performance from those guys. Everyone across Mud Golem's board has been playing extremely well in this series.
And the thing that I liked best about it, yes, I didn't pick them because I was like, how are they going to make this draft work? But they did. They crushed every single one of their lanes. They team fought amazingly together. So many saves coming out from Fada, and there was some form of healing on 4 of their heroes, which is insane.
I was little expecting that, like their mid game might be a bit dangerous just because of the composition of the heroes, but if you just win 3 lanes, there's no game.
Yeah, there's no game at all, and I was just like, how is this Lifestealer just being allowed to run in and rage and just do whatever the hell he wants and not being punished for it?
That's the reason why I really thought Na'Vi had to go tri-lane, with that Draw Ranger. Draw Ranger can never play from behind.
Well, you guys seem a little bit baffled about how Mud Golem's got that victory, so we've got 33 on the line, and hopefully you can provide some answers here. 33, mate, I'd like to say congratulations for your victory here. Congratulations on making playoffs for ESL 1 Germany as well. I want to touch on something that was happened towards the end of that game number 2 there. Fada was able to save Milan from relocating back inside of the base of Na'Vi. Was that an interaction that you guys knew about, or did Fada just YOLO it and it just kind of worked out?
Yeah, it was. We didn't know about it. It was just in the moment he asked him, "You want to get gobbled?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure."
I mean, why not?
It happened, we weren't really sure where the Wisp is gonna come out. But luckily, it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out for you guys.
Yeah, very good. I just want to talk a bit about your journey throughout ESL 1 Germany so far. You lost your first series 0-2 against Liquid, but since then, 3 2-0s, very dominant against Cyber Legacy, Nigma, and now Na'Vi, of course. The latter two still 2 very good teams. Do you feel like the first series that you played against Liquid, you had to take a few learnings from, or was that just kind of an anomaly?
I think we just didn't come to play in that day against Liquid. We were kind of out of it. I think almost every player individually and as a team, we were just not ready that day. So we didn't really learn too much, I guess, on the series specifically. We just said, okay, fuck this. Let's forget about this game and let's move on. We're gonna play better the next time, and that's what happened.
Yeah. So I think 33. I think you're really popular for this, unconventional dirty heroes. And I want to know, is there any 1 or 2 cool tips that how you practice these heroes?
Just need to play them a lot, I guess.
No.
If you're talking about the micro intensive heroes and these kinds, you just gotta play them. Like when I was learning these heroes, I just went on a Smurf, a bit lower MMR, and I just played them every game, and I would lose every single game at the beginning because I had no idea how to control my units and stuff. But after 100 games or so, it gets a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure. And just one last really quick question. With these really odd drafts coming out, I was like, how are they going to make this work? Is that like the brainchild coming from Fada, or is it everyone having an input into what's going to work in the spur of the moment?
I would say everyone pretty much has an input in the draft. Obviously, Fada is a captain. He kind of brings it all together, and he has the last say. But I think everyone has good input, especially on their heroes.
Well, it's good to hear from you, 33, and you guys are really transforming into one of the most exciting teams to watch here for ESL 1 Germany. So congratulations once again for making playoffs, and can't wait to see you guys further in the tournament as well.
Thank you.
33.
Smurf is the answer.
Smurf is the answer. I think what you could take away from that QO is the fact that he said you need to play the heroes rather than just playing.
Smurf is the answer.
Okay.
Second main. Smurfs don't exist.
Smurf's a bad word.
Main.
Okay, Smurf's the bad word. Yeah, Smurf's the bad word. But you need to play these heroes to get good at it. And I mean, Mud Golems, they are starting to look like one of these teams that are hot to trot coming in towards the playoffs. As you said, Matt, all 3 of their series victories have been 2-0s, and they're not against any slouches either. Taking down Nigma, taking down Na'Vi. They are 2 pretty big scalps to be taking down here for ESL 1 Germany. And coming into the playoffs now with a 3-1 record puts them in a pretty good seed as well. So that means that all these teams that do come into our playoffs, they are starting in the upper bracket, so they still do have that double elimination bracket to play around with. But if you get a good seed, push yourself a little bit deeper into the tournament, that secures yourself outside of that, 7th to 8th finish. You can try and secure yourself that top 4. Makes it a little bit easier for you guys going a little bit further on, right?
I'm sorry, I'm just watching the replays, and it's like, how is that IO going from 20% HP to full in like the space of about half a second? It's insane the amount of coordination that these guys have together, and it's a lot of trust as well. That's what I love to see, a team that just goes all in onto one strategy. We've seen some, disconnected plays from the likes of Cyber Legacy, who are now out of this tournament, but it's just night and day seeing the difference between these teams that come to play as one solid unit, and they made it work fantastically.
Yeah. Even with these heroes, somehow just work it out, find out what's their strength in the game and just used it all the way.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the likes of, Liquid, OG, Secret. They're probably the big 3. Alliance are a bit more conventional with their drafting. They just have this unique style, and now Mud Golems have added that string to their bow where teams don't know if you're going to pull out a last pick IO to really bring something together. And then, yeah, just crazy things like that. Probably, hey, you want to go for a ride, Skeeter? It's like, yeah, sure, why not? And why not? They were in a dominant lead. It was, what, 22k net worth at the time, and what a play, what a team. I really want to see it more.
You sound like a Mud Golems fanboy right now, Matt. I think you're starting to gush over these boys a little bit. I think the biggest thing is, yes, Mud Golems look really strong against Na'Vi, but also Na'Vi, I think they kind of came in this a little bit off kilter. It didn't feel like they were ever the Na'Vi that they wanted to play in this series. Obviously, Mud Golems, they played insane for these 2 maps, and they are looking really, really strong going into playoffs. But I think Na'Vi really need to come out of this series and kind of reset a little for their final round of ESL 1 Germany.
I think every single game that we see Na'Vi win, it's Iceberg popping off, allowing VTune the space to be able to farm and have that bigger impact. In game 1, you had Milan doing a better job, in my opinion, of rotating than Roger did, and because of that, they were able to get a couple of early kills in onto him, secure him those runes, not just in the mid lane, but also in the side lanes. And then game number 2, it was just Alina against anything, really. Pugna was an okay matchup, but still, he just crushed the lane and was able to rotate. You saw at the end of the game, he had, Boots of Travel, MKB, Daedalus, and a bunch of other crazy items.
I think I called the game when the 4 hero rotated top and trying to kill this Wisp for 30 seconds. In that time, Lina was backing mid tower, Lifestealer got bottom tower, used all 2 glyphs. After the tower down, I think that was an insane moment.
Yeah.
And we saw so many of those team fights where it just didn't go the way of Na'Vi there. And unfortunately for them, they do drop their series here up against Mud Golems. That's series number 2. Done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. And that means we have to get prepared for our 3rd series of today. It's another one of those play-in matches. We've got Team Liquid taking on the boys of 5 men. Who's going to come out the victor? You guys have to wait and find out.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Two series down, one to go here for day number 11. It's Team Liquid taking on 5 men for a spot in the playoffs. They will join the likes of Team Secret, OG, Alliance, and now Mud Golems. Can they be our 5th team? You guys will have to wait and find out here. As we get into our pre-series, I'd like to introduce my change-up to the panel. I've got Darcy back here, and I've got QO still on the end there, mate. Unfortunately, your Frisbee skills are a lot lower than what your Dota skills are, so I guess that's a positive for us here on the panel. But lads, Liquid versus 5 men. This is our 3rd series of today. Last play-in slot for day number 11 as well. What are we expecting between these two teams?
I mean, Liquid's been pretty solid. They only dropped one series against Secret and I think one game against Na'Vi where I felt they were just outdrafted. But against Secret, they looked pretty good. I felt were a little outsmarted by Secret when it came to the drafting flexibility on their picks, but they kind of adapted really quickly in the game, changing up their lanes, making it very unorthodox for Secret to read, and they played extremely well despite the losses, a 2-0 loss. But 5 men, I feel like they started really shaky, but they're starting to get their groove on right now.
What about you, QA? What are your thoughts on these two teams?
Yeah, like for first game of 5 men was very shaky, but I think it's slowly getting better. But I still believe that compared to Liquid, like it's a little unstable in my opinion. Yeah.
All right, well, speaking of Liquid, lads, we were able to catch up with the captain himself before the tournament started here. We've got Insania with Sirax's Lex.
Hey guys, here with Insania from Team Liquid. How you doing, boss?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. So you guys have a new coach, Herr Jabs, the German one, not the Thai player. What exactly does he do?
Genuinely, I have no idea, but I think he makes William's life easier in some way. William sometimes, he strains his arms opening CSGO cases. So I think that's what Jabs is for, to come in and help him out and open a couple of cases for him every once in a while.
I see. Is there a reason that you haven't fired Blitz yet, now that you have Herr Jabs?
I'm not sure. Like, I don't really see either of them doing much, but I mean, yeah, at this point we're just used to having him around, so yeah, I'm genuinely not really sure.
Fantastic. So, as we can see on your camera here, you guys got a new facility. It looks absolutely beautiful and wonderful. How is that going for you? Is it helping at all?
It's really cool. Yeah, I mean, it's just like gaming chairs or keyboards, like a gaming keyboard or whatever. Like, if you have gaming related things, it makes you a better player. So, we've definitely been feeling the facility impact our gameplay and make us a lot better. I think all of us have gained a lot of MMR.
Fantastic. Are you guys not going to place 5th now?
That's hopefully the goal, yeah.
All right, great. Okay, this is a real question. I am very confused. Who is supposed to take the farm on your team? Is it Boxy or Taiga? Do they hate each other, or is this planned?
I mean, it started off as the original plan was to give Tommy some more space and let Tommy play kind of a little bit more of the 3 role and move Boxy over to the 4 role, but I think they landed on some middle ground where like they both kind of like switch between games, and depending on heroes, whatever they feel like is the right thing to do in the moment. So it's not like I don't really know myself going into the game who's gonna end up taking the farm, but it's something they settle between the 2 of them, and then we kind of just play off of whatever they decide.
I see. All right, it's my opinion personally that teams where you guys are right on the cusp of being the greatest and having to fight for that slot play the most Dota. Would you agree with that?
I think probably throughout the last couple of years, that definitely is true. I think we were probably playing more than most teams, and we were scrimming pretty much every single day nonstop. But recently we have been kind of just coming off of a break, and we've been having some tough times within the team. People having some like unrelated to Dota issues that we've been going through, which I think has definitely impacted our results and our focus and our like drive, I guess. But hopefully, yeah, coming into the next couple of months, we can resume that same level of dedication and practice as before. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you guys feel like the meta's getting stale at all? Since it's like the same EU teams that you're scrimming against and all that jazz?
I think we mentioned this like a couple of days ago for the first time, but it's like we really do miss having LANs to play against like other teams, and like the online tournaments were really fun in the start, and now it's becoming more and more. It feels like they don't really matter as much, and it's hard to like make them matter to yourself when there's no DPC points on the line, or there's no like. It doesn't feel like it goes to another bigger purpose other than just winning the tournament you're playing.
I see. So how are you guys fixing that for ESL? Because this is a big one. You got a lot of big teams you're up against.
Yeah, I mean, we have like this personal problem with ESL events where we tend to get last, no matter the circumstances, no matter how good we are going into it, or no matter like whatever the case is. At ESL, we always get last. So we have like this personal feeling, like because it's an ESL, we really want to do well, and we want to, get past that last slot and hopefully do better than our current 5th, 6th placement that we get at every single tournament we play. Yeah.
Well, I believe in you guys. This is not going to be the one, man. I hope you guys can go out there and not get that last place. Full faith in you guys at Liquid. All right. Well, thank you so much, Insania. It's a pleasure as always. We'll see you around. Have a good one.
You too.
Well, luckily enough, they're Insania there. They've got 2 series victories, so they will not be last place here for ESL 1. So clap to Mr. Insania and boys of Team Liquid. They've gotten off that bottom perch that they usually do sit on for ESL, but they're going to try and break this 5th, 6th slot as well, but they have to go through another 5, which is the 5 men here. So this is a stack that's not really, an established team like a lot of these other teams, but they're still looking good, right, coming into this tournament?
I mean, from the last series, I think so, because they're not as one-dimensional, they're not as predictable when it comes to drafting. I like how Paladai has been incorporating other heroes instead of all the usual medics, because we go into the drafting phase, Paladai, they're going to pick a medic hero, but now they play Magnus, they play Nature's Prophet, Weaver position 5 as well, so I really like that.
Sometimes you need to adapt.
Sometimes you need to adapt, sometimes you need to change. Let's see if 5 men and Liquid do have the right ideas with this draft, because we're going to go to a break and have game number 1 draft ready and hot and served up for you guys. So we'll see you then.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel light lanes. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Takes me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the same.
Thank you everyone for waiting so patiently in the chat. I saw all the cat jammers and I saw all the Keck W's as well. But now we're getting ready for Team Liquid versus 5 men here. And as I said, it's going to be hot and served up in front of you guys, just like Grandma's cookies. You guys are super ready to consume this draft. And I've got my panel back here ready to break it all down. QO and Godot. Lads, Team Liquid versus 5 men. This is this Liquid team to me is one of those teams that is very versatile with their hero player matchups, right? They can play a lot of heroes across a lot of different players, and they can also diversify the farm a lot as well.
Yeah, especially with the position 4 and position 3. For this match here, it's going to be... Oh, we already got the draft out, but there's only a select few heroes that's actually clashing that they play. This is not a team where both of them play Magnus. They don't really care. It's more about those Eyes, about the Oracles, the Drows. But we see here Oracle actually being opened up with the Voice Spear on the enemy side, and 5 men have decided already to go for a Drow lineup here.
I really like this Voice Spirit and Rubik pickup from Liquid. I think Liquid is the only team that can play the Rubik on position 5 really well.
Yeah.
And like with the Voice Spirit, I think Mike plays pretty good, and the mid Quakefire also plays it, but I like the response of the 5 men, like with the Drow Ranger. At least like if the Voice Spirit is off lane, he's gonna have a really hard time. And I really like see them picking Mars when they have the Drow Ranger. So
yeah, if they've prevented Liquid from taking the Mars themselves, and they've taken it, which is pretty nice for the Drow. Gives him that ability to set up for fights as well, just protect the Drow. You have the Oracle as well to do that job. So they have a lot of ways to protect the Drow here, and I think their lanes are pretty solid no matter what they're versing. So
well, what are these heroes that you want to see against the Mars, Kyo? You've been harping on about this Rikimaru for a long time. You've been harping on about the last healer, and unfortunately for you, Kyo, mate, the last healer beat the Mars last time. So what are we expecting?
Yeah, Lifestealer, Riki. You know, those 2 heroes are my favorite. Like against Mars, there's no reason to not pick it. Riki looks fantastic just versing against Oracle and Mars. And they seem to be picking Shadow Demon.
Ooh, okay.
Well, they do play Lifestealer, but they're not really a team that plays Rikimaru for Mike, which is maybe not what you wanted to hear.
That's the reason why I'm a bit surprised, because Mike is good at playing this Voice Spirit, which is similar feeling to Riki. They're both jumpers, they're both semi-carries. Like, they don't really carry the game, but they're just strong in early mid-game.
He probably does play it, but just hasn't really played it much officially in competitive games. The other one that's probably mentionable is Phantom Lancer. We haven't had really good results, and I'm not really a fan of Phantom Lancer, but it's good against Drow. They don't really have the best ways to deal with it. It's good against Mars as well in the laning phase. So that's another approach they could have gone for.
I think with the Mars versus PL, I think I've seen Mars going 6-4 to Phantom Lancer, 7-3 Phantom Lancer this tournament. Like, so I don't know, like Phantom Lancer, just because of this weak base damage and like the potential to just get right click down, that's like, I think that edgy buff was really big. Edgy nerf on a Phantom Lancer in other patch. Before that, he was just the cannon, like once he's level 3.
I do like the bans here by 5 man. They banned out the Lycan, one of the heroes that Quake can play as well as Mike, which is very scary right now, because the only lockdown you have is Mars, and you're not going to bully a Lycan either. So there's also other heroes we didn't really mention. Lone Druid is actually open here for Liquid, which is generally always a ban. It's a must ban against Liquid.
Especially when they're picking up this Void Spirit as well, right? Because as you guys said, Mike can play it in the position 1. They usually try to put Mike on these heroes that play a lot more fast tempo. He's not really going to go on those hard codes when they have the Koi for Lone Druid. So certainly opened up here. Something that I want to touch on before we do see this 4th pick coming in from Liquid.
That's Misery's hero.
That is the Shadow Demon and Panda matchup. We've seen this against Drows before, absolutely demolishing that lane. I believe 33 and Milan were picking up for Mud Golems, and it looked extremely hot with that Cinder Brew as well as the Shadow Poison. It just allows them to win that lane really hard, and then you can, have a bit more team fight.
Not this game.
Guys aren't feeling it?
Not
Come
against
on,
Oracle. You can just dispel it with the Oracle. That's the main concern.
I really don't feel this Lion pick here. Like, I don't see the really purpose of it. It's not gonna really help Mars win the lane, and I think this also creates like the situation where Liquid can pick up Lone Druid. And
yeah, I'm surprised it's left open, honestly. 2 phases as well. I can understand the first phase, you don't really ban it out, but you go into the second phase and you don't ban it out as well is a bit worrisome. As you pointed out, having Mike on that more fighting position 1 core hero and then having these and more, I guess, farm-intensive heroes in the middle lane for Quoiqueval would be ideal, and that's what they went for, and it's looking pretty good right now for Liquid. They've got their bread and butter. This is what they're very comfortable playing, although I still do like the 5-man lineup. Maybe the line pick doesn't really fit because there's not really these heroes that you need to catch. Sure, Void Spirit's a little mobile, but it's not like a Storm Spear where you have to get that initial jump to really prevent him from doing work. But all in all, it's going to be 2 different playstyles already, as you can see. 5-man's just really banking on protecting the Drow Ranger, so this Drow Ranger needs to have a really good start this game. But that being said, Liquid haven't decided with their offlane pick, right? So I guess that's going to be the time where they're going to decide what do we want to win the lane with? What's our enabler this game? What's going to come online and play as a buddy system with our Void Spirit in this particular game?
Yeah, like we saw like last game against the Drow Ranger, you have to have this lane securing hero. Like if the Drow Ranger gets good game and if they get like a 2 lane like in a winning matchup, then game's gonna be so hard. Like Drow is gonna be so farmed, and once he's farmed, I think he can just farm and just get this butterfly, just secure a Roche, just group up and push the tower.
Well, Team Liquid now have their final pick of the draft. It's probably going to be a Mecha hero or a Boxy hero. It is going to be the Boxy Center War Runner here. We've seen it a little bit for ESL 1 Germany, but being picked up here now as the last pick. It provides them with a good disengage as well. Pretty tanky hero.
I believe this is his most played official offlane hero.
Yeah, I feel like it would be. He's got a pretty deep hero pool though, Boxy
Yeah, he does. He's one of those players, kind of like Quoiqueval. He plays your standard offlane heroes, but he also plays those really cheesy picks or even just micro-intensive heroes, which is really nice to have as an offlaner.
And the final pick here will be the Kunkka from 5-men. So a little bit of an interesting one there from Shessie. He's going to be playing that in the mid lane. Is that a good enough matchup against the Lone Druid, lads?
I'll say Lone Druid is more happy. Like there's not many heroes that can just like make this Lone Druid unhappy. But yeah, like I think this Shadow Demon and Centaur lane against the Drow Ranger Oracle, I think it's gonna be either there's no middle. Whoever is gonna get a kill, like they're just gonna win this lane. And I have a feeling that 5-man's just gonna go offensive trial lane and then just put the Mars at bottom because they probably know that Mika will be playing this Void Spirit. Yeah.
Well, as we can see here with the GG Bet odds, lad, Liquid is picked to win this one. But what do you guys feel about the draft? I need your predictions before we start heading over to our casters for game.
I just feel like they haven't. They try to react for Liquid's picks, but I don't like how they gave them all their comfort heroes, and especially the Lone Druid. So I'm going with Liquid. I just feel like they're going to be so confident going into this game.
Yep, I'm going with Liquid too. Like I'm pretty sure many people like who's watching this stream, they probably watched this Quoiqueval Lone Druid for 5 or 10 times, and I think it was mostly good.
Yeah, looks like the Bear Man is the way to go here, and luckily enough for you guys, Gazza is also supporting the boys of Team Liquid because he wants another bear to get a victory here. So we're going to leave it with our casters for game number 1 between Liquid and 5-men. It's going to be Pixie and Foggo.
Yes, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 1 of 5-men versus Team Liquid. Fogged, what are you reckoning? I'm seeing some of the big heroes coming out as the panel pointed for Liquid. We are getting the Quoiqueval Lone Druid. Has it been countered? Has it been dealt with well enough by 5-men's lineup?
They do actually have some pretty decent elements at dealing with the bear itself. However, Liquid, it's all about what they do with the bear as a whole, because it's not just about, not just this hero. It's they group up with it, they push, they end the game. They usually win with this hero. That's why they love playing it. That's why the panel was so confused why it made it all the way to these 3rd, 4th picks. But yeah, Drow Ranger is one of those heroes that can shred. Marksmanship is pretty good versus the bear.
Yeah, well, we'll see if it's good enough as we get ourselves into this one, game 1. I mean, anything else in particular that you're excited to see? I'm seeing another showing here from the old Shadow Demon. This hero's had some good games in this tournament.
Yeah, I actually was going to comment on the Shadow Demon, not for the hero, but for the set. I don't know what set that is, Tyga says, but that set looks sick. I've never seen it, but
he looks like the Balrog.
Dude, it looks so cool. Like, look at that. Sorry, I've never seen that cosmetic. I'm a big Shadow Demon player. That one looks really cool. I mean, it looks very different than most of the sets. And yeah, This hero has a lot of untapped potential. They also have it versus Kunkka, versus Oracle, versus Drow. Can be a pretty good hero. If people don't know, interaction between Shadow Demon and Oracle, any heals that Oracle does throw on, if Shadow Demon does use that ultimate on the target that he is healing, Demonic Purge purges off everything. So Urn, Salve, all those different healing effects will be instantly purged off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, fundamentally, that just destroys the Oracle, right? You have to make sure the Shadow Demon is dead or without his ult before you go around dropping false promises on your teammates.
Yeah, but you still get some healing. You will still be able to get that, like a little bit, but you're gonna negate a lot of that big bonus. Sure, like Mech is one of those big ones that will still work.
Yes,
but yeah, like Urn, your salves and everything are just nothing.
Very, very excited to see. I mean, other things are sort of standing out in terms of player heroes. We've got the Insania Rubik, of course. So yeah, I feel like this combo as well. Maybe Rubik Shadow Demon, not something you necessarily get excited about in other teams, but when it's on Liquid, you can definitely be okay with it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this top lane is gonna go as well too. Because last time I saw Void Spirit in the safe lane, it got dumpstered, and it was Miracle playing it. If you remember that game.
Oh yeah, that was a rough one.
Yeah.
Let's see what Mickey can do.
Yeah, he doesn't have the like best, 5 position with him either. It's a Rubik. This hero not the best at acting as a 5. And however, Insania, he makes it work. He always goes for this like stat kind of build, and he does make that 5 position Rubik work. But yeah, quite a weak lane up here that I feel like could get punished. However, Misery is also playing Lion, kind of a weak laner too. Might even things out.
Now, what would you say is sort of going to be the hot steals that Insania is going to be looking out for this game?
Probably just Kunkka and Mars spells, I'd imagine, are the 2 big ones. You're usually going to get something pretty good out of them. It's going to have to be, in the eye of Zibe to use Bulwark to block off the steals of the Spear. But yeah, you're usually going to get something pretty decent out of those 2. If you can get Purifying Flames, it's also pretty decent in mid-game. The damage that you can do is pretty nice. But tough to steal those.
Bottom lane, I mean, this sort of match at Tiger and Voxy against Pi and Ace. Normally, these 2 would be able to put a lot of pressure onto the Drow, but having the Oracle here does nullify quite a lot of Liquid's offlane potency, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He has to watch out for his positioning, though. It's a very strong kill lane that Liquid does have, so positioning of the lane is going to be really important for the side of 5 men. I feel like if the lane gets away from the tower for Ace, he could just chain feed down here. Same thing for Pi Dai. Shadow Demon plus his Centaur, they do quite a lot of damage. I'm surprised he actually went for Retaliate. I guess because he's playing versus double range, he just wanted to have it, but I've seen a lot of times this double edge, when you have burst, especially when you have a setup, it just kills heroes. It does so much damage.
Yeah, I guess, the other point, the passive making Ace think twice about how much he harasses with the Frost Arrows. Sending something back his way when he does get those free hits in onto the Centaur.
It reduces their kill threat by a significant margin, though, not having that double edge. Ace, he's gonna get the 5th stack of poison up. It's gonna be a decent chunk of damage onto Ace. Twilight Dai can't protect it with the Fate's Edict. He tried.
Yeah, that's nice actually. Yeah, I guess if you're good with the timing on the disruption, you can make sure that the Oracle doesn't have the capability of stopping that damage.
Yeah.
Top lane. Okay. I'm not actually able to catch Misery there with that Remnant. Might have actually got the kill if he was able to. But just a little off the mark with the combo. Misery's able to step away and salve up.
This time Insania can't quite get the connection. Didn't have mana for both Rebuke and Spear.
Bottom lane, I mean, they're going to get both.
Wow, okay. They actually go. Oh, and look at Taiga suiciding immediately, so he gets fully healed up.
I mean, that's pretty big. Getting those, both of them. I mean, you said it was a kill lane, but I thought with the Oracle there would always be ways to sort of at least keep one of you alive early on, removing the damage and such. But they both go down.
And I'm actually liking this now a lot by Boxy. He gets the Retaliate at level 2, and then he gets the double edge at 3. So at least he still has the way that he can kill threat, but then the harassment actually makes it worth it. I actually like that quite a bit, having the 1 point at least in that Retaliate versus double ranged. Works out very nicely for him and the lane. And now they can continue to pose that kill threat. That's what I'm talking about. If they're able to reset lane positioning always, Ace it's a 290 movement speed hero. Oracle 295. These heroes get ran down so easy by SD and Centaur. Taking a look at mid. Haven't really talked about this one too much. kind of a boring lane, as Koikfa tends to dominate most of his matchups, and he's doing so again, even versus Chesty on the Kunkka. Up to 8 denies.
Yeah, I mean, are there many mid heroes that you could run against the Quake for Lone Druid that would slow him down early, or are they just, is he gonna have a good time against pretty much any of the standard mids now?
It feels like he does have a good time against almost all standard mids. There's some that you can play around because base damage is a little low on Lone Druid at the start, so like, I'm not a Lone Druid full expert, so I don't know the exact ones, but I think there's a couple matchups that are very hard. Like the Razor in particular is still very tough. You have to do some tricks as Lone Druid.
Good top. We're going to battle around the rune spot here. Misery and Zibek. Turn over towards Mickey. Have they got enough damage with the God's Rebuke? It's close. Mickey, he's able to step back in and look towards Misery. He's trying to chase for this. Misery's going to have stun up again in a second here, so should be able to turn. Over he goes with the stun onto Mickey. Mickey, he dove too far. Ends up going down. Now Incendia's got to be careful. The spear's back up, and Zibek, a beautiful angle there, clips him straight into the cliff. Has he got enough damage to take him down? One more hit will do it, and there it is. Double kill for Zibek. Very nicely done in the turnaround. I mean, Liquid, they did try and chase for that and just didn't respect the cooldown on the Impale. As Misery able to turn and drop that spike once more.
Didn't respect the tankiness of Zibe either. Now for level 5.
Bottom lane. Moving in onto Pi. They've got the burst with the poison. It's close, not enough. One charge is there and Pi will live.
They're putting pressure on this bottom lane, though, and they're making them spend a lot of money on regen. See Ace with his full wand, up to 12 charges. Same thing with Pi. Pressure from Taiga is just a bit too much. And look at the levels, too. This might actually just be a kill here.
I mean, can Pi save him? He's got the Fate Edict.
Okay.
Purifying Flames here will kick into place in terms of...
I'm surprised how defensively Boxy actually played there. I thought he could just keep committing and hitting on
so
Ace.
Just keep punching.
He has boots. Ace is 290. Centaur is 345. I'm very surprised Boxy played that so passively.
Top lane. Got the combo down onto Mickey, but just holding him back whilst they try and catch him in farm. Mickey's still leading against Zibe in terms of what the cores are getting out of this top lane.
Look at the bottom lane positioning. They had a lane ward down. Sentry is able to find it, but Liquid trying to keep the lane positioning good for them to go for kills. Pi will be able to get the pullback, though, and Ace will finally be able to get some more farm under the tower. He's being slowed down a lot.
Yeah, we're sort of Quake for on the mid as this Lone Druid. How does his sort of game go in terms of when he's actually going to begin moving? When we see Quake for do this, it's sort of sit mid until you've taken the tier 1 and then move down to the bottom lane?
Yeah, you just get Mask of Madness, take the mid tower, and then you look to move around. Yep. It's up to Chessie how he wants to play and how the team wants to react. It's either Chessie asks for people to come mid and kill Koikfa, or he has to make moves around the side lane because he can't contest this by himself. Koikfa, once he has Mask of Madness, that tower is gone. Because he's gonna do two of things. He's gonna commit fully onto Chessie and force reactions, or he's just gonna commit fully to the tower.
I mean, at least 5 men. They've got multiple ways to come over and help in regards to the stuns. You know, Misery and Zibe. Both got good ways of.
Oh, Mika gets 6 first. He tries to go onto top. Zibe not quite level 6.
Radiant's middle tower.
So Chessie's moving.
Too tanky and Chessie. He's not going to be able to find anything top though. Just turn back towards the mid lane. Just continuing to try and hold the waves away from his tower as long as he can.
He leaves the lane for like half a second and look how much damage on the tower already.
He's going to get himself a top lane. Mickey is able to jump forward, burst down the Lion. I mean, Liquids are getting slightly more out of the lanes. Bottom lane Ace.
So damage is
down
there.
low by this double legend with the poison. He's going to go down. Another time where Tiger and Boxy, just this duo, it's 3 kills that they've found in this laning stage. Really bringing it to the Drow early on, slowing down Ace's game.
Kind of cool to see Tiger actually put the 2nd point in disruption too. It's adding up. The damage from the illusions really hurt. Usually you should 1-1-4 build, but this build turning a lot versus
Another
the Drow.
setup's there.
Another one.
To Pi. They're able to just walk and get him under the tower. He'll keep himself safe, and it is safe enough. Will live. Still having a backup. Time is bought for Ace to come back in, but this duo down here beginning to look very scary. And of course now with the potential of the 6, Boxy is going to have a much easier chance of diving the tower if they do see Drow get low again to the consistent harass from the poison top lane. Zibe moves in with the arena onto Insania at the same time. Mika's going to try and jump over towards Misery, but Misery holds him back with the stun. Zibe, not quite enough damage to take Insania down as Insania is able to step away and Misery is not. Mika gets the kill, and of course whilst Zibe tries to commit on Insania, Zibe will not be able to finish off the Rubik, and that is the commitment of the ult from Zibe.
Yeah, that means they can, on the bottom side and even in mid, they can use Stampede and dive the Drow now. Without Mars having ult for an ATP counter gank, could be pretty huge. Chessie might have to actually bail out Ace here if they do commit. Might have to pour bottom. Ace is getting pushed away from his tower, away from his safe lane at the moment.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And here comes Koikva. Maybe looks like he's actually going to make the move bottom instead of trying to take mid tower.
Okay. I mean, he knows that Chessie is sitting around here, and as you said, as much as he'd eventually get the tower, Chessie is definitely slowing it down with the consistent Tidebringers onto the wave. Let's see what they can do to try and stop this push bottom. Pi, he attempts. They're going to find him. Koifa just moves the bear and straight back behind the tower. We'll be able to disarm the bear. TP's coming in for Jesse. Pi will pop the poison. Chessie's got the combo down onto Koifa. Does he actually have enough damage? He does not. Tiger able to come in with a defensive disruption. Keep Koifa fine. They're even going to pop the Stampede to make sure that they can get away from the 3 of them. Misery gets a bit of a lockdown onto the bear, but nothing else to stop him. As Liquid are able to reset their position. And as soon as Koifa creates tension around the bottom lane, he TP's over to mid. The bear does get dragged back. Let's see if they can kill it off.
Oh, it gets dragged back? Wait, he just resummoned it.
Radiant structures are
it's going to be fine, though.
Wait, that was...
structures are fortified.
Wait, so what, he resummoned it, but the new bear was still X'd.
I guess so, and it pulled it down bottom. That was really weird. Because I saw him like trying to summon mid, and I think Koifa was like, wait, where's my bear? That was really strange for a second. But either way, Liquid...
I guess that makes sense, though, because if you die, that doesn't remove the X-Mark debuff if you die and buyback, right? Or does it? I forget. Maybe it's like that, right? You can't... Even though it's a new bear, it's the same bear.
Yeah, the bear thing works really weirdly. Like, there's also some static link stuff that happens also. There's just some weird mechanics with bear. Mid.
They're able to burst down Insania. Well, we're going to see Koifa try and swing him from the side and turn things around. He's over on towards Misery. Misery underneath the tower. He'll go down. The Hoof Stomp controls on a Pilot Eye. As Koifa's able to swing across with Mika, and they'll claim the 2 of them. 5 men, they used a lot there to try and blow up Insania underneath the tower. Cost them 2 lives themselves, and we'll get the space for Liquid to finish the tower mid.
Liquid's getting way more out of the map right now. They're applying so much pressure. Ace is just going to have the full jungle here, and they're going to lose all 3 of their tier 1s. As a Drow, that's when things get really concerning. You don't have a great place to farm. As Liquid, I think they're going to look to persist forward here and put up some deep vision to just stalk the Drow too, so that they can just keep applying that pressure.
You got to kind of expect this, right, when you let Liquid get Koikfa's Lone Druid. They are going to hit these timings. You got to have a solid answer to it if you do let it slip through the draft. And you would imagine if 5 men, I would believe that the Lone Druid getting through was not something that they forget about. Because I don't think you forget about the Koikfa Lone Druid when you play against Liquid. It probably was something they let in because they felt that they do have a way to deal with it. But 12 minutes in, not really seeing what they've got in mind to slow down the speed that Liquid's playing at.
No, and I'm not seeing them with heroes that are, you know, I was mentioning how the Drow in particular can be good. Even Mars can be decent versus Lone Druid, but they're, you know, the grand scheme of their draft, they don't really have the best waves to stop when Liquid sets up or push. They don't have these constant spams, these constant wave clears. They actually have like some of the worst. In fact, like Spear is their best wave clear combo with like Kunkka's Torrent in a way. The rest of them don't want to actually wave clear. It's just not there, and there's a Lone Druid on the enemy team, so they're just going to be able to work down these towers. It's going to be tough for 5 men. They have to have Jibe set up around these towers, or they're just dead.
And like, sure, you know, there is also the Tidebring and the God's Rebuke, but both of these spells put you in a bit of a dangerous position because you are having to step up. And as we've seen, you know, Liquid, if you're stepping anywhere close to this team, they have a lot of catch. You know, telekinesis, disruption, the remnant pulling from Mickey, the Stampede, an insane amount of gap close that makes it very difficult for 5 men to really present themselves for these tower defenses. As you look at the lineup, and I guess you do have to rely on the Mars to go in first. He is going to be the main initiation. Sure, the Kunkka, you know, Chessie, once he has his first item, he's going to be very tanky as well. But they've just got to sort of walk in until they have like the blink on Zibe, for example. And those sort of moves are going to be very easily read by Liquid.
Yeah. When Zibe does, like Zibe is like, he's actually like everything it feels for this team, because he's going to be the deterrent versus the Stampede and everything too. That's why people used to pick the Mars versus Centaur a lot. He doesn't cover his spear there. That was a pretty obvious steal there from Insania, and he gets the best steal pretty much in the game that he can get. Massive damage nuke as well as a high duration stun for the 5-position Rubik. For Liquid, I feel like they can just chill back a little bit, let Boxy finish up his Blink Dagger, and then they can get super aggressive again. Because it really feels like 5 men just unable to make much of anything happen.
Z mid, they're going to drop the combo down on a Boxy. It's not enough damage. It's not enough burst to take down Boxy, and this, of course, still pre-hood of the Defiance, and he knows that. Boxy's like, well, they're not killing me now. I'm not going to invest all the way. I'll just hold on to the Ring of Health, and I'll go for the Blink, and he's going to have it. So 14 minutes in, Blink Dagger done on Boxy. Even more ways for Liquid to jump and start fights.
Yeah. It's looking like some perfect planning here for Liquid, and 5 men, I feel like they're falling right into this. They're not making much happen here. They're just kind of sitting back playing the farm game, which I don't feel like I don't think it's going to pay off for them at all. Liquid's getting much more out of the map here. Just farming on all fronts. Mikke, he's going for the perfect item build. When you're playing versus Oracle, playing versus Lion, squishy backlines, Oracle, who's a saver, you get Ags on Void Spirit, and then there isn't going to be saves anymore. You always will have access into that backline and prevent those saves from Pylai Die. Yeah, it feels like Liquid's just taking all the boxes right now.
And
let's see what 5 men does.
That Ags is going to make him incredibly tanky. When you look at the output from the 3 cores, it's all physical, right? It's sure the stun from the spear in the arena, but other than that, the God's Rebuke, the Tidebringer, the shots from the Drow, these 2 rounds, the Resonant Pulses are going to make him very unlikely to die, and almost certainly give time for heroes like Tiger to come in and be able to disrupt him if he ever does get caught slipping around as this Void Spirit.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great call. Sometimes you can, you can forget how much it actually does absorb, but with 2 of them down, it's a lot.
I mean, how much is it? How much you get from each hero it hits?
75 per. So you can have pretty massive shields. You can have like 400 physical damage shields.
Yeah. That's a lot. Bottom, he's got to be a little cautious in his jungle. He does have Misery around with him.
They have good vision around here too.
Yeah.
And they set up for Tiger. They should be able to get him here. He's way too far forward. Nice.
Same time up top. All right. Having a bit of a move onto Mikke. Zibe's trying to wrap him from the side. They've got the X mark set up onto Mikke. He's still got a jump to play with. Arena down. This is pretty deep though. Spear to push back Chessie. And this arena is not going to accomplish much at all.
No, it is not. Boxy, he's smoked up. He's going to find himself a nice little bounty rune here. He might be able to set up here for top. They're just stalling. They're looking to just stall this top push as long as possible. Koikfa's almost got his MKB finished.
Yeah, he's getting so much space. He is having all the space in the world, Koikfa. A couple of Ancients to clear through.
Boxy gets a deep ward down with his smoke too, and they're spotting Ace right now. They might actually be able to set up on him because of that ward. Smoke does wear off though, and Ace might be okay here. Yeah, he'll be fine. Bit scary there for a second though for Ace. That ward that Boxy placed, very sneaky. And top, they're not going to be able to pressure that tower. Mikke just constantly pushing it off. And that's pretty much MKB going to be done soon. Misery's getting all this farm and space bottom as a Lion, but just a Lion who's getting the space, and they found the Drow.
Oh, they have. They're going to look to try and burst him. Straight in they go. Lift up onto Zibe, stopping him from being able to get in and help out Ace. Ace goes down. Boat's there onto Insania. Spear as well. Finishes off the Rubik. They've lost their Drow. Liquid able to get away with just sweeping in straight into that triangle. And despite 5 men being relatively close, they couldn't get there in time to keep Ace safe.
He's still so squishy. And like we said, Boxy with a very sneaky ward play pays off.
Chessie tried to go with the X onto Tiger. Disruption setup there for Boxy to come over. Goes for the TP out. There's nothing stopping it. Chessie makes it away.
It's close. He almost would have had him if he just double-edged stampeded. It would have been. It may have killed him, but it was very close. And Koikfa bottom just solo kills Misery during it.
I mean, yeah, this lone druid is...
It's the freest game ever.
Yeah, no, but they're not even looking at him. They're not even looking at him. Quaitfa has got MKB.
Mars ult, but there's a disruption. And oh, the Z access!
Oh, that was beautiful! The torrent saved him, but until he died. But that was amazing. I love that. The old torrent saving him. Obviously not the intentions of Chessie, but you love to see it.
Boxy. Getting chased. Insania has Spear stolen. Don't know if they want to keep chasing forward here. Too hard is in the back. Quaitfa just eats Misery. And now Ace is spotted.
Quaitfa's just killing everybody. Oh no. I don't think they can stop the bear. They can't stop the bear. They're just all dying here. Zibe's running. X-Mark to hold back Boxy, but they're into the trees. Quaitfa's bringing the bear along. As it's just another, and it is early. It's 13-7, 7k lead, but it's a Quaitfa lone druid, Fogden. He's had just as free of a game as any. He's 3-0-4.
And they've shut down Ace so much this game. 4 deaths. He can't even farm his own Ancient safely because they got that sneaky ward down. Just always have the access to him, and yeah. This is just Liquid running away with it, it seems here, as another one. This ward is going to get them another kill, it looks like here. Oh, maybe not.
He's still alive. Oh, he's going to live. He's able to get away. They turn with the multi shot. The torrent off the two of them, but the disruption of the Stampede is there. Insania's able to get out just in time. The finger won't kill him.
No way.
Zibe.
The spear,
nice, the spear, Mickey. They've got the grab, but he's going to be able to jump down with the dissimulate. Avoid the whole combo. Zibe's still trying to chase. Quaitfa's going to turn and get the root immediately. Remnant not able to get the two of them. Quaitfa actually fearing on himself rather than the bear, and that does mean the bear's going to be a little vulnerable. They do have the X mark, and they've got the damage. The bear finally cleared up, plus 300 for Ace. He needs it.
He really does need it. To get themselves some type of chase kills, but very good disengage by Liquid. They're just playing so well around that vision here. Like we said, the ward finally gets taken out, but that ward did more than enough damage. That ward got them like 5-6 kills, it feels like. And now with so many extra items picked up after these last few sequences, they're in a very comfortable spot. Double Aether Lens on both these. We'll call them like, they're both kind of like 4 positions in a way.
Yeah, and I mean, they're getting away with it. Right, as I say, I feel like we've seen some teams before try this support duo and it just doesn't work. But Liquid, they know exactly how to run it like this.
Yeah, and it feels like they're always going to have the better initiation and counter initiation in this game. As the Mars isn't even going blink.
He's not.
No, he's not.
He's going to go BKB straight up. Okay, try and walk in on it all top lane. They're in on to make it onto Pi. Chessie's able to jump out. BKB and the TP, but still it's not getting any easier for 5 men. Liquid, they've got Quaitfa in the pit. It's Roshan will almost certainly be his unless we see any quick move from 5 men coming out. It doesn't look like it is going to be there. Nobody heading over. Quaitfa's farm continuing to hit incredible levels.
I'd be very surprised.
Just getting away with everything.
If 5 men tries to contest this, I'd be very surprised.
Oh, can they do it in time?
They might still get jumped. They might get jumped if they go for it. Yeah. Actually eats a decent amount of damage from the multi-shot, but they're committing in. Zibe, no Blink Dagger.
Run away from the bear. Stampede's in. They're over on towards the Mars. Mars is not going to be helped out. The boat comes crashing down, but the defensive disruption's over onto Boxy as he dodges the ult. Chessie is getting himself away from the bear. The bear, Sam now finishes as he stays on top of the Kunkka, but Chessie's still tanky over to the side. Misery able to actually wrap around and burst down Mickey. Gets him with the finger. Root onto Quaitfa. Chessie and Ace trying to step forward, see if they can continue to control the bear. They have got it. The bear goes down. Another plus 300 for Ace, and despite losing out to the Aegis going the way of Liquid, they do manage to find themselves 2 big kills there. Misery coming in clutch.
A huge reveal of that Blink Dagger, and he gets the biggest target possible. Very nicely done. I'm just watching Zibe in this game, and I mean, I get that he's going for the BKB, but I feel like they're never going to be able to initiate fights nicely because
They need
of
a
this.
blink. Right. Well, I guess Misery's the initiation, right, as you said. He's got the blink. That's their theory. They're just going to use Misery. He's going to be the one to go in first. But then he is a line going first, so you better be sure to back him up. Otherwise, he's going to die before he gets off a second spell.
I guess Shibit just feels like he needs it because the Void Spirit with such an early ag, the silences and everything, it's just too much that he has to play around with. But yeah, it's going to make those initiations real tough, and I feel like Liquid's going to be able to play around that very nicely here, always being able to commit onto the targets that they want to. They can just play around Jibbe and then commit onto Ace and Pylai dying to the backlines every time with their heroes. This does not look like a fun... This looks like such a hard Oracle game. There's just so many different elements that he has to watch out for if he ever tries to save.
Yeah.
So many different things that can jump on top of him.
And just the fact, as you pointed out earlier, that even if he does get the save, there's still counters from Liquid. It's not an easy time for Pike.
Scan around the triangle. Liquid all in the area. Ace.
Oh, Ace.
Gets stunned.
He does. With the Hurricane Pike up, but not before the stun was there. False Promise comes into play. Should have a hell of a lot of damage coming out onto Ace. Even a stolen finger thrown out there by Insanias. Ace goes down. 5 men unable to save him, and underneath the tower, Boxy is going to jump in on Misery. Misery going to play around with him with the Earth Spike. Extra TP coming over from Zibbe. Liquid still hovering around. Can 5 men actually punish them at all? It doesn't seem like it. They lose Ace, and just 4 versus 5. It's not easy for 5 men to get anything done. This game just continues. Quoifa still yet to die in this game.
And Ace yet to live in this game, it feels like, as he always just gets jumped first and killed immediately. They always get right on top of that drow every single time. It really feels like that's going to be the name of the game. I just don't see how they peel this drow ranger right away. She got the Hurricane Pike off before, but she got caught in the middle of it with the stun and then just is dead. Time and time again. And now Liquid gonna go for a tier 2 here finally. Bounties will spawn, but it looks like it will be at least a 2-for-2 exchange.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But Liquid very likely to be able to take out this tier 2 now because all of 5 men is up top. Continuing to get even bigger on Quoifa.
What's going to stop him?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Top lane. Maybe this setup. They're able to jump in. Actually committing onto Insania.
Liquid's here already.
The silence comes out into play. Zibbe's trying to head in, but he's getting feared. He's not able to get a single thing off. He finally gets the BKB down. Turns towards Insania, but the spear's off the mark. He's just rooted and bashed in place. Zibbe goes down. As you see there, it just feels like even the BKB now complete, it just doesn't really do anything for him.
No. As Chessie now, he has his BKB, might be forced to use it. Boxy's got a blink in 1 second. They're going to commit. He's got to be forced to use it. Will he get bashed? He won't. And they might be able to get the bear.
Sorry, they do. 300 for Chessie. BKB comes to an end though. And ready and waiting was Mickey with the Remnant. Try and keep him safe. Jules set up. And all being hit by the gust. So no follow-up control onto Chessie. Chessie's still trying to step forward. Boxy's actually able to get him with the stun onto Ace. They just turn onto Chessie. He tried to turn back in. I think he got baited in by the fact that Tiger was as low as he was. But it just cost him his life.
Oh, they saved him too. Insania got the lift, and then Mickey actually used him right after the lift gets casted. So I was like, oh, they actually saved Chessie. Liquid actually let him walk away, and then Chessie turned back in and gave his life away.
Top tower is under attack.
Painful, as we do see them smoke up, maybe try to catch Liquid completely off guard here. This is a pretty unexpected smoke, but it is around that Aegis timer. They gotta be able to, maybe they can get Quoifa. He's pretty tanky. If he gets the true form off, there's no way they kill him.
It's going to show here, taking the outpost. They're
be able to
making
get
the move. They got the chain to save, but they've got the Hex into the wall. They've got him. They got him. I mean, yeah, there was a little bit of a crazy play there from Quoifa to take that. I guess he just didn't expect them to be that far outside of the base. They were. That's a big one. They're finally able to take him. Insania jumps in. Straight down onto Ace. Mickey wrapping him from the side. Jumps over the step. Boxy gets silenced before he gets the Hoost on Pop. Misery just gets burst as well as Ace before they can get off a single spell. And the TP out from Zibbe is not even going to work. The BKB was not lasting long enough. Tiger's able to get the disruption in. Zibbe's been held back. They may have got Quoifa, but it's the point of the game where they're losing so much in return for it. 4 heroes going down. As at the end of the day, Quakefa, he won't mind dying at all there.
Dire are
No.
scanning.
A nice smoke out from 5 men gets them that kill, but this little clever ward that we do see Liquid have on that high ground, it wasn't dewarded by the sentry, sees everything. And then, I mean, it's just an easy fight for them when they have these 4 heroes versus what 5 men has with this gold lead. Mikke, that arcane rune just smashes through everybody.
Radiant's middle.
It's getting rough. See it again. Okay, but with the Yules and Dissimulate, the X mark just never does enough. No. Yeah, that whole replay there, as we see just a bit of a mess here from 5 men in that attempt to get something together. It's again sort of what we've been seeing throughout the day. We've had pretty much every single game today has been rather one-sided, and this looks like another. Just one where a team falls behind, and with what they've got, it's just so hard for them to make any sort of play.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, Drow not having a fun day today, it feels. Just so far on the back foot, never feels like she can really get involved. They're trying so hard to protect this triangle, but Liquid just breaches.
Foxy's able to get over with a hoot stomp onto Chessie. Arena's down,
Okay,
Spear,
decent Arena.
and the good stun lined up on the two of them. Catches both Boxy and Insania, but the two supports are down, and with the BKBs, they can commit onto Boxy. Finally able to make a big move. I mean, that's a big one. They get 3 kills. They don't lose anything themselves. This is what 5 men need to keep trying to find. These sort of chances. Just lining up those stuns perfectly, leaving no opportunity for saves to come into play. Misery just able to get that line, clip Tiger on the back of it, stop any defensive disruption coming out.
Have to just, it feels like they have to just play around their vision like that and have Jibe on the front line. Still desperately needs this Blink Dagger. If he's able to get it and he can try to peel the distance from Ace, then, you know, Ace can actually do some damage, as we saw there. But will they be able to when it's all 5? It's Mikke.
No, for Zibe, he's got a double damage ring. He might have the damage for this.
With
He's bringing him down low. I mean, yeah, we're quite for a round. Very little it feels like Zibe can do, but Misery, oh, he's there with the save with the counterplay, but he can't stop the bear. The bear takes down Zibe, and now Quakefa's going to send the bear heading straight over towards Misery. They're within range. The Yules combo comes into play. Misery goes down.
Yeah, these two are those are the real cores in the map, as Liquid is going to say. May have killed the other 3, but when Mikke and Quakefa are around, it's not going to be the case. As now they're going to be able to force reaction. They're going to be able to commit onto this high ground.
Oh yeah, with the bear pushing in like this, level 22, Quakefa, all the jump as well. They're straight in onto Chessie. Chessie doesn't even get the chance to pop a BKB, and he doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 70 seconds.
Oh, he's actually got the save from Taiga.
Yeah, he's going to be good. Still has to simulate. And that's Kunkka down for a full minute. Not around for this hold, as that was just such a quick move from Liquid. Instantly on top of Chessie, and he doesn't get the chance to pop his BKB. That's the bottom rack's gone. Maybe even more. Mid lane, tier 2 is up, but the creeps are right up by it. They can push it down. Liquid just continuing to cement their lead by quite a bit here.
Yeah, we're seeing this time around, we did see that safe lane Void Spirit the other day really suffer. Mikke he's very comfortable on this hero. He's dominating with his initiation.
They grab Zibe. He's not going to get. Oh, he just get the false promise off. The false promise is there. Zibe will be saved for now. He's able to pop the BKB. Does get the spear control onto Mikke. They're able to take the Void Spirit down.
Okay.
Foxy's going for the TP out. Stolen Arena holds the back as well. Misery still will be able to blink round it. Tries to get a catch onto Insania, but Insania, Tiger, the rest of them are away. But the kill on Mikke does stop the push. So a little bit of breathing room for 5 men as they'll be able to get Chessie back in the game. But of course, still damage was done. Liquid, they got the 1 set of racks. They didn't get 2 sets, but I don't think they'll be too upset about that, as they'll be able to wait, reset. With the Void Spirit coming back in, the question is how much 5 men can do, or if they can do anything whilst Mikke is dead.
Roche, they scan around it, and 5 men are positioned in it. It's going to be respawning right now. But Liquid, they're all going to be there. Zibe, he jumps up to the high ground.
He's straight up.
There.
And his BKB's on cooldown. He's going to need some help. He's going to need it soon, Pi. He's got false promise in 20 seconds. That might not be soon enough. Zibe, he's taken out. Now with the setup on for more. Tiger.
Now Ace.
Disruption into the Who Stomp. The Drow is gone. Chessie's going to get the boat off, but the bear's on top of him. Bash is in play. Quakefa locking him down. Chessie pops the BKB to try and run, but on the side, Insania lifts up Pi. They don't even need Mikke. And I guess that was something that 5 men failed to respect there, with Zibe just jumping up to the high ground and just throwing away any sort of opportunity to get anything done whilst Mickey was down.
The worst, that is literally the worst possible place for Ace to ever try to take a fight. In the river, trying to walk up toward high ground, it's just free for Liquid there when Zibe clicks in, just way over aggressive. Huh? And now they, you know, Mickey responds and it's just free.
Maybe that's why I didn't get the blink first, Fog. The team was like, no, Zippe, don't do it. We know where you're going to jump. That was a rough one. Liquid swing their lead even further. 20k advantage now and now with the Roshan taken down.
30 seconds still on Chessie too. 30 seconds might be time as there's no glyph available just to take out this Rax.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, with the AC, MKB, they take those buildings pretty quickly. They'll get the tier 2 top.
All right. Still a little bit of afraid because of last time because Mickey just got exploded.
Radiant's top tower is under
Still
attack.
feel like they're very strong. They're giving a little bit of respect here. Is that what I think it is coming up for Insania? Is that a full Aghanims for 5 Rubik? Oh yeah. Oh sweet. Okay.
I'm having a pretty good game.
That's a very farmed 5 position.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the comparison. He's nearly triple the net worth of Pi.
Jesse eats the Soul Catcher. Constant disarms on the Baron are being pretty annoying here for Koikfa.
Slowing down a little bit. Mickey. He's going to jump in. Boxy's also able to get in on top of Chessie. Chessie's been caught with the hoop stomp and the silence. Looks with the hits on a Boxy. Boxy's able to pop the cheese, get back up to full HP. Zippe. BKB now comes to an end, pushes back point for Bear with the rebuke, but then straight away the Bear's straight back on top of him. False Promise will save Zippe for now as they get him out to the side. Boxy tries for the stun onto Ace, but Ace pots the BKB, he's able to turn. Boxy backs off. Koifa still moving in. But the resummon as the Bear's down the once. Maybe they can take it down a second time. They're trying. Jump forward onto the backlines. Mickey, he's closer the gap towards Pi. Chessie's in trouble. He's got to run. BKB still on cooldown for 50 seconds. Zippe will manage to land the spear onto Boxy. Root and the damage, but Tiger is in with disruption. Saves Boxy for now. Boxy turns with the disarm onto the Drow, forcing Ace back. Zippe's dragged in by the Remnant. As Zippe goes down, 50 seconds. He has got buyback with Liquid. They've finished the top set of racks. They're ready to just move over towards the mid lane. They'll keep this push on. Zippe buys back. Chessie needs a big catch from this, but he's not going to get it. Liquid just step back. They're ready to reset, continue to play it safe, spend their money. Koifa, he's got the money for the full Abyssal.
They're too damn farmed at this point. Ace, the only time that he can actually hit heroes is during his BKB. As soon as the BKB ends, he has to just run away because there's so many different elements that Liquid have to just get on top of him and kill him. They're smoking outside to try to maybe catch Liquid off guard here, maybe get some kills. It's a pretty desperate move here. Misery, can he find Mickey? Looks like he will.
What? The finger?
And they'll get the kill.
Oh, I mean, Mickey doesn't have buyback. He is dead for 90 seconds here. But we did see before. Last time he was dead, disaster did happen for 5 men.
Yep.
Despite being 5 versus 4, but maybe this time round they can achieve something whilst the Void Spirit's gone. Tier 2.
Dire's middle tower
will be taken mid.
Hey, it's something. It's at least something out of a horrendous situation that they're in. Get themselves a nice ward down as well to be able to see when movements start happening. And they get themselves a tier 2 and a kill. Small gains. It feels like a pretty impossible game anyway, so at least they can get something out of the map. But Liquid, they're gonna look to just fight anyway. I think they can still fight even without Mickey, but probably just wait for him and look to close it out because side lanes are gonna constantly be forced in, so they can just run down the mid lane because they should have about 30 seconds left on that Aegis when he does respawn.
And would you imagine, Fog, that after this game we are going to see the quote for Lone Druid get banned?
Yeah, I was surprised it didn't get banned.
You just got to ban it if you're playing against Liquid right now. I mean, especially when Liquid's been on the form that they have been so far at this tournament. We've seen their run. The games, the wins that they've had, looking a lot cleaner than in some of the previous showings from the recent tournaments. Here it is, in Germany. Liquid have been... it's definitely clear that they've tidied up their acts. And I think when they're at this level, you just don't let them take the Lone Druid. Just don't let it happen.
That was pretty okay. Boxy actually took a talent that I don't think I've ever seen anyone take on Centaur. He took the retaliate damage. He's pretty tanky, and this Drow might actually the Drow might kill herself hitting the Centaur. That's quite a lot of damage that it does return. Kind of cool.
Double damage.
Ward is set up on the high ground. Liquid waiting for 5 men to try to show up out here. The Abyssal Blade is ready.
Chessie, he's able to get in with the jump. Chessie does get the BKB off in time. False Promise has to come into play to keep Chessie safe on the side. Mika catches Misery. Misery down. Over with the Simulate and trying to close the gap onto Chessie. Chessie's in trouble. He's been rooted in position. He goes down. Misery buys back. Chessie's going to have a buyback as well. Straight over with the Abyssal onto Ace. The Hoofstop as well. Ace, he's getting comboed down low. Will get the BKB off. Forced up to the high ground. Turns with the gust of the multi-shot.
He's almost dead.
Ace has got to run all the way back to base. Mickey's just chasing in. They're salving Ace up. Mickey jumps in with another Astral Step. The Dissimulate finishes off the job. Ace goes down. Comes in with a buyback. The Hexen stuns there, but Tiger with the save. Keeping him fine. Over towards Smith. They're dropping fingers onto Quoifer, trying to burst down the bear, but they cannot do so as they'll be held back towards the fountain. They're diving in. They're looking to clean them up inside the fountain, and they'll do so as finally the G's are called. Liquid will take this game 1, 41-14. So they win this one, 37k advantage. And yet another one of these games of Dota 2 that we continue to see today, where a team falls behind Fogged, and they may hold in until the 40-minute mark or so, but just never really any chance of turning it around, as they just fell further and further behind.
Yeah, I mean, this one just seemed like Liquid smashed this game. I think it felt like all 3 lanes actually were dominant, and then they just played their game. They just let Lone Druid farm, they let Boxy get his blink, and they just were always hunting Ace. It just felt like it was always 5 men trying to like recover. Felt like an impossible game just from the start, just from the draft.
Yeah, and the draft is definitely going to be the important part in game 2. As 5 men, they definitely can do better than this. We've seen some good plays from them so far this tournament, but this game it was rough. The Quite for Lone Druid got through. It got a lot of space. I mean, it wasn't all about the Lone Druid. It was about the amazing plays that the rest of Liquid were pulling off. But it was definitely quite a large factor that Quite forgot all the space he did and was able to just do what he's done so many times before. Just clean it up, get that win as the big old bear. We'll see if that's taken away in the next draft by 5 men, as they'll definitely have to consider it. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Liquid up game 1 right now in the best of 3.
I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just a dust. Just a sound, just the motion of your hand, just a dust, just a sound, yeah. Travel like traveling, just a dust, yeah. Just a sound, yeah. Just a dust, just a sound, just a dust, just a sound. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah.
You are playing against Liquid. You do not ban the Lone Druid because you can counter it. Liquid pick the Lone Druid. You lose against Team Liquid. You ban Lone Druid next time you play against Team Liquid because you are not stupid. And unfortunately for the boys of 5 men, they let the Lone Druid through here. And unfortunately for them, they lose the first map up against Team Liquid as they put themselves one step closer to that playoff berth. Now I've got my panel back here after game number 1. I've got Goto and I've got Kyo. Lads, I mean, it's just another one of those games where Liquid get the heroes, they play the game that they want to play, and they win.
Yeah, I mean, is expected. I mean, you don't have to ban it in the first phase. I think some other team also didn't ban it against them in the first phase, because at least you have time to react to the Lone Druid pick, right? But I felt like maybe they were seeing it coming, but their draft wasn't really suited to verse Lone Druid. They had a Drow, sure, but normally when Liquid plays these Lone Druids, they have like these 2 enabling side lane heroes. As Mickey was playing the Void Spear, we had Boxy on the Centaur, and they just start the fights, they create a lot of havoc, they create all the space for Quickfin, and just had a free game.
Just like a nature of the hero, like you always get to start with like a 2-lane winning like lane, and Drow versus Lone Druid. Who can die easier? Lone Druid can never really die unless you make your mistake. Drow Ranger, if enemy plays good, yeah, you can die. And I think Ace didn't start with like a good net worth as well. So like in order to see that Drow versus Lone Druid angle, like Drow needs to be ahead with his damage, but just didn't.
And
happen.
it really didn't feel like they had, you know, the enablers across the field as well. You know, there's Conker versus the Lone Druid. Yeah, the Conker might be able to farm a bit. We saw that he was even with net worth for a decent amount of time there against Koifa, but it just gets to a situation where this Lone Druid bear is so much to deal with that you don't pay enough attention to the rest of Liquid, and then you've got a Void Spirit on your back lines. Everybody's getting disrupted. People are getting saved from everywhere. Insania is stealing absolutely everything as well on this Rubik, and it just means that Liquid can play the game they want to play, and then it just gets to a point where you've got this Lone Druid who is actually unkillable, and then the bear kills all your buildings and all your teammates.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I was mentioning it before, they're just playing Liquid gameplay. This is nothing unusual, and that's why it's a little disappointing for 5 men, I feel, because they must have seen this coming, but as you started off the entrance of this, it's you don't ban Lone Druid, you lose to Lone Druid. You got to ban Lone Druid next game.
And I would have to echo what you said. I don't think you have to ban it in the first phase. It's certainly not a hero that they're probably going to stick back to for game number 2 here. It did come out in that second phase because it started to pan out to be an absolutely perfect Lone Druid game. Yeah. But you need to have this idea in the back of your mind that Koifa's going to be playing these heroes. He loves playing these heroes like Lone Druid, like Huskar, like Broodmother. These heroes that can really dominate that mid game and give the 4 other players on his team a lot of space. And we just see that with the amount of farm that all these heroes have. Insania, for God's sake, had an Aghanim Scepter on a POS 5 Rubik. How many times do you actually see that?
Yeah, Axe, Blink, and Netherlands. I mean, all of them were playing extremely well this game, to be fair. It wasn't just really the Lone Druid, it's the way they play around this Lone Druid, and all of them were extremely fat. They just... their teamfight execution as well as their chemistry was on point. I saw this SD constantly saving everyone in the fights, especially the early tier 1 tower fights, which pretty much leads up to the objective plays and just ramps up all their gold lead.
And just look at Insania. Look at these stats coming out here from position 5 Rubik. I mean, like, we just look at these Liquid drafts every single time that we see these guys. This Rubik is a flex for them. They've got all these other flex heroes they can have. They've got Mikke who can play the Void Spirit. Koifa can play the Void Spirit as well. And, I mean, we've harped on Liquid enough for this post-game a little bit, lads. Let's change gears a little bit and talk about 5 men for a little bit. QO, what do they need to change going into game number 2 here to try and bring us to a third mapper? Did we feel like it was a bit of lack of execution, or was it more on the fact that their draft couldn't get much done?
First of all, I really didn't like the Lion pick. Like, you just don't start with good laning phase with the hero. Lion Mars isn't that strong. Drow and Oracle can be really punished. So maybe just like put a little more emphasis on laning phase and try to... You can't, like, if you're picking Drow, you can't just think about putting Drow in the safe lane. You really need to put it as an offensive trial lane sometimes if you have to, because you just need to have this good start. And enemy off lane is not gonna have a good farm. Probably like a safe lane in their team shouldn't have a good farm either. But I think draw is like scary in that sort of case.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, you guys have heard it here from my panel. A few things that have changed here for 5-man to bring us to a third map. So we're going to go to a break here ahead of game number 2 between Team Liquid and 5-men. Make sure you join us after this.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you max easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came in to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild, wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
We're getting ourselves ready here for Team Liquid versus 5 men. Game number 2. Liquid are one map up right now. That means they're only one victory away from securing themselves a playoff berth here for ESL 1 Germany. I've got my panel back here ready for game number 2. I've got Godot and I've got QO. Lads, draft number 2 is about to get underway here between Liquid and 5 men. We talked about the lone druid a little bit there in that game number 1. Is there anything else? I guess there's a lot of cheese picks that Liquid can go for here, but is there anything kind of glaring from the first couple of picks you guys are hoping not to see again?
I don't really mind the Drow itself. It just felt really hard for them to play it for 5 men that particular game. It's just too aggressive, the side lanes coming from Liquid, obviously with the lone druid mid, so they don't have to bank on a hard carry for Liquid. So I think the Drow is definitely still a possibility for either team, but I'd like to see something different, I guess, because we've seen 5 men play Magnus, we've seen them play IO lineup, so I think these picks might be contested in this series.
Alright, so the IO is getting taken out, and now Team Liquid will open up with the Void Spirit, but an instant response with the Rubik, lads. Okay. Senior's not going to be able to pick that up for game number 2. How are you liking these picks so far, QO? There's not much to go off, but...
Yeah, I mean, stealing away this Rubik from Insania, that's like one big thing because he's playing position 5, but he plays like position 4 or even better. So, yeah, just take it away from him if you just can't ban him, and they know that he's gonna be picking it anyways.
Yep. The thing about 5 men is they only play position 4 Rubik, and it's on Misery normally. Liquid actually plays a position 4 as well as position 5. It's kind of like Alliance. But yeah, I mean, we see an Underlord opener this early. I'm not already liking it, unless they have some sort of gimmick, niche kind of thing going on here, like an Underlord mid as well and as a flex pick. But yeah, it's a little awkward to open up here because I don't really think it's a great game against Void Spirit. Even the mid lane, we saw previously how one of the teams, I think it was Mio that
Yellow
used
Submarine.
Yeah, that's the one. Of course you know. But yeah, he just maxed Assimilate and played the lane regardless by just pushing out the lane against Underlord mid, and then Underlord lost its value, so...
I think 5 men has to use their bans for Lone Druid, Drow Ranger, and possibly Slark?
You really
I
liking
love
this
Slark against Underlord.
You're liking this Slark ban, QO, but unfortunately for you, it has not been touched so far for ESL 1 Germany, so...
It's a shit hero.
It's a bad hero.
Yeah,
it is a bad hero, yes.
Oh,
there are a lot more counters to the Underlord as well. We've seen Monkey King quite a few times. Ursa's been played as well, so a few of those other heroes can really dominate those melee heroes. But do we think the idea behind this Underlord is just to try and make sure that this Void Spirit doesn't have a lane no matter where he goes? You know, give the Underlord a good matchup against Void Spirit, even in the safe lane or in the mid?
Well, I mean, even if it's a mid, like Koikfaz is a good mid laner. I think that the Underlord versus Void Spirit only happened because I think the mid player didn't play correctly.
Yeah, he didn't understand the matchup.
If you just get like the max W and then just get the farms, Underlord is not gonna pressure you at all, like for killing, and yeah, just get 1-4-2.
Well, bans out. Lone Druid was banned. Drow is still open here, which is surprising. I still think Liquid can go for the Drow opener here, because even against Underlord, you just play the protect the Drow kind of idea, as Secret has been doing time and time again.
Yeah, just get Drow Ranger. I think Drow Ranger has shown always like a strong performance against Underlord, and the Underlord and Rubik's not gonna be like a big threat for Drow.
Well, luckily enough there for 5 men, they have the ban and the first pick out of this ban phase as well. So they can toss up whether or not they want to get another Drow counter out, pick up the Drow for themselves, or whether or not they're going to give it over to Team Liquid if they do want to go that way there for McKay.
Well, the thing is, if they do pick the Drow here, Liquid can still opt to go for the Mars. Mars hasn't been banned out so far. It's a hero that Liquid does play. They actually have switched it to middle as well, where Boxy actually just somehow becomes a mid player. And it's a little worrying as 5-man picking Zhao again after a losing game. You kind of like mentally and a little demoralized, you know, from losing the game. So they might kind of stray away from that pick on its own. Although I still think it would be fine. And Zhao's not banned
I think they're
here.
banning. I think they're picking Drow 5-man. Oh, Magnus.
Alright,
Okay.
Magnus. Okay.
So they're going back to the Magnus that we mentioned before. Obviously, they could play I, they could play Magnus. I being banned out, Magnus being the only one left.
Okay.
Alright, we're seeing a completely new draft.
Well, Mike likes to play this hero. We've seen it a few times from him this tournament. And harkening back to the Magnus versus Void Spirit matchup, we saw that quite a lot for ESL 1 Thailand. The Southeast Asians were loving that matchup for the Magnus. Was the favoured matchup, if I remember correctly, QO. You should know this.
I forgot.
You forgot? I think that's Magnus favoured.
Yeah,
I think it's one of those matchups where the Magnus does quite well against the Void Spirit and allows to farm quite a lot here. So 5-man giving themselves some good lane matchups so far for this Void Spirit, who we've seen in games where he has been untouched, has basically popped off basically all the time.
I just don't like this opener by 5-man, honestly. I mean, opening up with the Underlord just makes your draft so predictable because now...
Huskar!
They're going to pick the Huskar without an Oracle?
There's no synergy here besides
Juggernaut
the Healing Ward.
Yeah. And mid Magnus or Underlord, maybe there could be a possibilities.
True.
Or Magnus can be just 5. It's Enigma.
Okay, so they're going to go with Enigma here, and this is one of those heroes that they can flex between Boxy and Tiger. They've shown it before where they have these heroes that don't really need all too much for like either way between the 3 and the 4, and then Boxy and Tiger just chop and change depending on who needs what and when.
Like, the Enigma is good, but it's also kind of risky because you're picking it into a Rubik to begin with. But as a position 3 or position 4, you're going to be punishing the Troll Magnus a lot. You can just starve their farm, get your free farm, get your early Greaves or something like that. You just play really fast with the Juggernaut Healing Ward as well. It seems really hard for the Troll to get those early timings and just try to utilize the jungle because the Enigma is just taking down your towers real quick.
And you're also picking it against Magnus. You know, what's the point of ruining a carry's CS when he can just go jungle at level 6, 7 on the top side of the map, just get empowered, let Rubik lane against the Enigma so stall down the push. If the Liquid use more heroes towards bottom, then Troll can just take the top tower. So I'm not a big fan about this Magnus versus Enigma. If it was just Troll, then I think it's really good because even if he goes top, he's not gonna farm efficiently anyways.
Okay.
I think it can go both ways though, right? Like, it sounds good because as you said, he can recover, but I'm scared that Liquid plays really fast like the last game and then take all these towers down and then you can't utilize them power because you're getting map controlled. And that's where the Disruptor really kicks in because it's very easy to play from ahead when you're playing a fast lineup because you can just use the Glimpse to kind of cancel out or just send them back home when they TP to defend towers, or if you're chasing them down, you can use the Glimpse very effectively as well. And 5-men are very mobile as a team right now. It seems really hard to like get catches because you have Juggernaut who can spin, you got Void Spirit who can dissimulate or just step out. I mean, it just seems really hard because right now we know Liquid plays fast. 5-men is going for an approach where they want to slow down, just play around Troll timings, but I don't think they can really go for this unless they have a very strong hero that can win the matchup and then just roam upon. And I think this last pick for 5-men is really going to have to dictate their lineup.
Well, like at the moment, I think Liquids are very satisfied with this Disruptor and Juggernaut lane against this Underlord. And I'm pretty sure that's the reason why they picked it. And Enigma against a Troll. So they probably have this a little more confident, I'll say. And then
okay.
Quick Find Invoker.
So
this is where we have to see the Riki. Come on, 5-man. This is it.
It's not bad,
Put Magnus 5, Rubik 4.
That feels really greedy coming in from 5-man, and I guess they would have to rely quite a lot on that Riki to do a lot of work here. We've seen it as the counter to the Invoker in that mid lane. It's whether or not Chessie wants to pick that up.
But the difference is when OG used it, they had an enabler pos 4, right? Like a Tusker. You don't really have that this game. You have a Rubik pos 4 and an Underlord position 3, which seems...
Yeah, they're very passive. And Magnus 5 as well, if that happens. I think I can agree with that part.
Only about 50 seconds left here for 5-men. You guys poked out the Riki for a little bit here, but what kind of enables them to slow this game down?
If I think about Chessie's personalities, I don't think he's gonna go that carry type of mid, he's gonna go more like an enabler, but the problem is there is not many heroes.
Yeah, I think Tiny would have been one of them, but they banned out Liquid. So, melee heroes or heroes that can just fight. I don't think Zeus is an enabler, but...
Queen of... no, you don't really want to play Queen of Pain against Vex Invoker.
I think they're just in this position now where it's like really hard to pick the ideal hero, right? Because of what Liquid has already drafted for themselves.
Alright, let's go Broodmother.
Actually, I do like that. I think that's one way to go about it.
Against Invoker.
Yep.
They don't have any heroes to lane against.
There we go.
Kyo is so smart on the end of the panel there, predicting the Broodmother. So now 5 men. You're going to have a position 5 Magnus. We've seen it before here, but the Broodmother is in the mid lane. They don't really have a good hero to go mid against the Brood if they do want to change up and put Boxy... Okay, I read that right? Yeah. Boxy's playing Invoker, just so we know.
It should be Void Spirit in mid to try and hold out against the Broodmother.
But is it enough, boys? Is it enough to deal with the mama and his babies?
I mean, my prediction today, like, you guys have to just trust me.
You're saying that you're going to go 100% throughout the entire today, so let's see what you got, QO. What do you got?
Even if I predict the Brood, I have to go with Liquid.
Yeah, I think...
Why?
It is what it is.
Okay, all right, okay.
Well, it's pretty clear to predict on the, I guess, the better odds team, right? But, I mean, I think Quickfa's going to do fine against the Broodmother. You just max Dissimulate. When he hits level 6, you can't ever kill the Void either, so...
And you can always kill this all the Broodlings.
Who are you going to go with, Darcy? We need the predictions
it's
before we head in.
Liquid. It's too all-in for 5 men right now. I don't like
All right, so it looks like my panel here are going to go for a nice 2-0 between Team Liquid and 5 men. So we're going to leave it with the casters for potentially the final time. It's going to be Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much. And yeah, Fogged, I mean, I've got to ask you, what do you sort of think about the Brood? Is this something that Liquid's going to be looking at and going, oh, we forgot about that? Or have they got reasons to not be too concerned about it?
No, I think they could you just lane the Void Spirit versus it. I think the matchup is, it's perfectly fine. You're going to be able to farm. You're not going to get dodged out. They do have decent resist, so I don't think he's going to have to farm them as consistently as some other matchups, but I feel like he should be just fine. And I feel like they kind of like raised, every time I saw 5 men, they're like, we're going to raise the greed. I saw Liquid also, you know, they doubled up. They're like, we're going to raise the greed. And then we're going to raise the greed even more. And they end with an Enigma and an Invoker as their last 2. It looks wonky, but if they're comfortable with it, it definitely has a lot of its strengths. It's a lot of ways to buff up and to play around this Juggernaut.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. I don't know if... Have we seen a Boxy Invoker before?
I want to say no.
At least not from what I can recollect from the games I've seen. So very excited to see what Boxy's going to be able to do playing the Invoker. As you would imagine, do you think that was the plan before the Brood, or do you think this is the change in response to the Brood? Like otherwise, Quakefor would have been playing the Invoker, because Invoker is definitely a Quakefor hero, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I think it was just a swap. Yeah,
Yeah.
they just swap because of the Brood for sure. And they do stuff like this on Liquid a lot, right? Like Taiga is playing the Enigma, so he's probably going to be playing more of that 3 position in a way, and Boxy's going to play like this kind of like 4 position, maybe Invoker. They tend to switch things around here. So how much the Invoker is going to be able to do? They are versus a Magnus. You know, it's a 5 position mag, so I feel like they're going to be fine. They're going to be perfectly fine down bottom. They're going to just be able to deny the Eidolons, deny creeps, and I feel like it's going to hurt Ace quite a bit. I don't know what Pi can actually do to just help out, really. He's just a Magnus, so usually you're playing around your skewers, but you're versus double range, so it's very unlikely for you to get that.
Will this be a scenario, though, that on the bottom lane, Tiger, he's not going to be able to go full greed, like he will have to hang around, or do you think there will be a point where he can leave Boxy to sort of survive on his own and take advantage of the jungle?
I think he might be able to. I think he's probably going to just stay, because he's probably just going to stay down there, because that's the way they usually play it as, and he's just going to lane. But it's a Quaswex Invoker. If he gets boots, then he can be speedy.
Well, that's the thing as well, because as you said, in terms of the switch rounds that we see Liquid doing, is this a game where Tiger's going to take farm priority over Boxy? I think Boxy will still take the priority.
I was saying that I think Tiger's going to take the priority.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that definitely makes more sense, yeah, for sure.
Because then he just has to play like this 4-position Invoker, which we've seen, you know, not in quite a long time, but at TI, you know, that craze that everybody did have, it can still do its damage. And like right off the bat, this is always the scary thing, is they have to be able to kill these Eidolons. They're going to be able to get at least 1 of them, but 2 creeps were already denied. So lane's going to push in, Ace is already sad. And we see, you know, mid, first level, Actually, the first two, in particular for Broodmother, is pretty bad versus most heroes. And Void Spirit's got one of those not only amazing animations, but look at that base damage advantage. Almost, I mean, a solid 20 damage over Chessie. So that looks pretty solid. Up top, it's a lane where they can pose a lot of kill threat onto Zibe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spin plus the new.
Which is, as you always say, is what you want to see when you have a jug, right? You want it to be in a lane where that sort of opportunity is going to be there early. And you're absolutely right. I mean, both of these heroes, any that get caught out of position, nothing that they can do to hold back the jug during the Blade Fury. So be very careful.
Yeah, we see Zibe started with like a Gauntlet of Strength and some extra regen and all that, but wait, what?
They just got themselves first blood fog.
I mean, call it.
I mean, you are ready.
You just died to literally the most passive lane in Dota 2.
Oh
this
no!
This is a Quas,
Diane Fog pulling out the
Eidolon.
shots, but I mean, you're right. Well, you shouldn't die to this, right?
No, I didn't see at all what happened, but did he like?
Maybe we got a replay. Maybe we got a replay.
I think we need to replay. Something disastrous happened.
I mean, because Tiger and Boxy weren't even low. So
no,
it's like,
that's what I mean.
What were they even trying for?
They're both level 1 on the side of 5-man too. That's why I'm like, what the hell could have happened that they were like, we need to commit for a kill? Usually it's like, oh, we hit level 2, commit for a kill. I don't know. Something crazy must have happened.
My goodness. And the thing is, with this mid lane matchup as well, one of the things for Quoitfer is, compared to the Brood, he's going to be able to move around a lot, right? Chessie is going to sit around this area of the map, which means that Chessie's not going to be able to help or make moves in response to the plays that Quoitfer's doing across the map. Top lane Mickey does get burst down. Able to run him down with the damage. Looks like the Blade Fury was used a little too hopefully in an attempt to get Misery and cost him his life. Maybe even Insania going to go down as well here with a Firestorm. They're diving in on him. And he's able to step back behind that tower.
They're playing top lane perfectly. They're reducing damage, you know, with Fade Bolt as well as that Atrophy, so Mixie is actually missing quite a bit of last hits, and he went for boots first on Mickey. So he's fairly squishy when they do try to commit for those type of kills. They just hit him right back.
Trying to get a hold of these side pulls top, but definite pressure onto Mickey early on.
Yeah, he's just getting hit back.
Yeah,
Jibbe is just too much damage.
Huge punches. No Insania. Misery. Fadebolt will bring him low. Not quite enough to kill him, but still definitely seeing Misery doing a good job here with that. You know, him hitting the level 3 first. He can really threaten these two. Make it very hard for them to step up to the lane.
Yeah, and lane positioning is perfect right now for 5-man too. So yeah, Mickey is going to be shut down pretty significantly in comparison to the Troll, who's also getting shut down. So this is, you know, that's pretty good sign there for 5-man. Mid, we will see, of course, Quoitfer, he's leading in those last hits. Okay, level 3 pulse actually isn't enough to kill the baby spiders.
That's pretty nice for the matchup then.
Yeah, and he's maxing Dissimulate, so he will be able to, if he ever commits, he'll be able to kill off all the spiders, and he should be able to always get away.
Yeah, but this is the thing, because when Quoitfer...
Oh, so this is what happened, bottom. He just walked up? I don't know, that was very weird. Maybe to break a clarity? Something, like I guess he must have like gone for breaking a clarity or something, and then just got caught off guard by the cold snap. Not sure. Too bad. Still looked weird. Oh, look at this! Oh, look at this little spiderite right here by Quoitfer, or by by Chessie. He's gonna actually kill the bounty rune. He's gonna kill the enemy bounty rune, perhaps. Sorry. That one. There we go. We see it there.
Very nice.
He
very
killed
nice.
the bounty. Yeah.
All right. So, well, I guess Quoitfer's got the full ball. It's not like he needs those extra charges. So he's going to come and try and see what Chessie's up to here in the jungle. Top lane, Boxy actually coming over with the TP, looking to see if they can turn this around as Misery and Zibe do try and commit in onto Insania. The cold snap's down on a Misery. Tornado as well from Boxy onto the two of them. Mickey trying to step forward, but he's taking big hits from Zibe. He's got to back off, give some respect to Zibe Underlord here. Zibe lays down the Firestorm, and the three of them won't be able to get him. They're able to get Misery, and they do keep Mickey safe, but still Zibe definitely proving to be quite an issue that they're struggling to tackle on this top lane.
Yeah, I actually kind of want Boxy to stay up here. I think Taiga now can just play this jungle thing. Damage, I feel like, has already been done to the Troll. I feel like Ace is now going to start to just farm fine. down there, so I'd like to see them just play around securing Mickey a little bit more on the side of Liquid.
Mirrors of my delight.
Foxy is still hanging in the area. He almost has the earn finish, too. If he gets a kill here, we'll be able to finish that one.
Yeah, his presence definitely make it a little harder for 5men to get too close to Mickey any further. Koifa just continuing to farm up these spiders. Lots of money for him.
Yeah, we saw Chessie, he sent another little spiderling and actually killed the rune. I believe it was bottom. That was the earlier rune, the illusion rune that Koifa did have. And yeah, they're gonna keep the 3 up here. I like this choice here from Liquid. It's gonna be slowing down Jibbe a lot, and then it's gonna give Mickey level 5, and then they have much better kill threat with a level 3 Blade Flurry onto most targets.
Oh, Koifa. I mean, look at his CS because these spiders. 100 CS at 7 minutes in. You've never seen it before. These sort of last hits are unheard of, thanks to the spiders.
And they gave him a ward also, so he gets a deep ward. Even the secondary ward also. So he gets a deep ward to watch where Chessie is jungling, and he's going to place a ward for himself, it seems like, shortly.
It's going to be interesting to see how well 5men can deal with Koifa's movements, right? Because you have this Brood that's not going to be helping out when Koifa starts diving in on the side lanes, looking to make those ganks. Do you actually have the sort of heroes and answers other than your mid laner to stop those sort of kills happening? Bottom lane, they do manage to get themselves the skewer back onto Tiger, but Boxy's over with the backup. Tornado's down, and the mana's gone, and so's their chance of trying to bring down Tiger. As Boxy will force the 2 of them away.
To answer your question, it doesn't really feel like they will. I'm wondering what items Chessie's going to go for. Okay, he's going to go for Diffusal. That'll at least help to be able to set up, because I feel like it's pretty limited for 5men to actually do a whole lot of stuff this game. I feel like it's extremely passive.
Troll Magnus. I mean, top, Rubik Underlord, strong lane
They're going to be the
presence.
doers.
It's good pushing, but yeah, it's going to rely on you getting a pit or Misery able to step in and lift you up. No sort of big jump to match what Koifa can do. Is Koifa making the move down bottom? He's looking for Koifa. And Koifa has found... Sorry, Koifa has found Koifa. He's found Ace. He's found Ace. Ace is dead. I mean, Koifa certainly found himself this game. He's going to be having a great time, I feel. It just looks like such a nice game to play this Void Spirit, because there isn't that heavy hero that's going to be able to react to these movements. You go and dive a tower, take a kill. If they're not able to stop you with the heroes that are at that tower at that moment in time, no one coming in is going to be able to stop them.
Absolutely, yeah. And we see top Misery eating the full Omni Slash. Jibbe might actually die too here. There's a level 4 spin.
Glimpse as well.
Ooh, actually pulls him away from the spin there for a second.
Oh, these crits coming in.
Back-to-back crits.
Radiant's middle tower.
Those 2 crits in a row nearly did it.
Look at Koifa. He's actually running over. He might be able to find Jibbe.
Is he going to be able to find it?
Big plays coming in. He gets the ward down.
Oh, he doesn't go.
I was hopeful.
Go hunting. Disappointment.
Bottom, they're going to rotate Misery down here. Ace, he's level 6. He is quite strong. They can easily kill Boxy. But they're actually going to go for the Black Hole.
Yeah, Black Hole on the EMP. His mana's down low, but he's still able to put the one to get the battle trance off. Starts to charge straight over towards Tiger. Tiger will go down, but Ace, he's so low off the back of this move that he goes down. They get the dust out onto Boxy, but they don't have the damage to kill Boxy. Boxy's fine. Koifa takes out Pylai Die. Boxy continues to stay on top of Misery. He's just tackling on his own, really, with a cold snap in the urn. They get themselves the kill. I mean,
and we see the responses. Liquid, they can make responses. They can bring
so
more
many
heroes.
Moves.
But yeah, on the side of 5men, they can't make these rotations. Jibbe, he wants to stay up top, and he might actually go down here this time. Spin, 1 or 2 hits.
Oh, he needs a crit. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't. Just kidding. Just the right clicks alone. Mickey finds it. It's early days, but it looks a little worrying for 5men already.
It definitely does. We'll see. Look, it's going to be really important what Chessie's able to do with his diffusal, with his timings, how much he's able to make space, because I don't really see them able to make too many moves of their own. The counter initiation they can do once, well, if Magnus ever does get a Blink Dagger, I don't think he ever will this game, but it's just super hard for them to make any moves.
Yeah. It's just, I feel like we've seen these games before where Chessie gets the brood, he farms a lot in the mid lane, and then the game's over because everything else is just collapsed around him. So
yeah,
a definite pressure on Chessie to do something with the good brood game that he's obviously able to have around this mid lane.
My fear is that he can always just die, because the thing is, like, you may be strong around if you're only playing versus like one hero with your diffusal and with your insatiable hunger, but if he just gets glimpsed out of position, they have more than enough burst damage to deal with him. The Void Spirit, the Disruptor, they can control and kill.
Yeah, big fan of this as well. You know, Mickey is going to go for the Battle Fury rush this game, and I'd imagine and hope that he will also be picking up an Ags, because Ags Battle Fury, you can never push with the spiders, you know. And as soon as they show, boom, a quick swift slash just wipes out the whole squad.
Yeah. Shippe, bottom, shows his face. He went phase boots this game, which a lot of games, you know, you feel like you might need it as Underlord, but they're playing against Quasquex and Volker. I feel like this is going to bite them a bit too here. They need to find some type of pair of arcane boots in his team.
Yeah, Pie's trying to get some.
Okay, Pie and Misery are going to try to get it. They're still quite some time away from it, but... Yeah. Oh, okay, you meant him. Right.
Yeah, no, Pie, Misery.
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like that's going to hurt them a bit. This EMP is going to do a lot of damage. All of their heroes are actually extremely... Well, 4 of their heroes are extremely susceptible. Rubik, he can survive. Usually you can like wand up and be fine, but 4 of them, they have like no mana pool. 400, they'll be gone just from that EMP.
And it's...
They're playing a little bit of a split farm also, by the way. Boxy and Taiga. They're kind of both playing the free position in a way.
I guess that kind of works. Yeah, both these heroes going to do something great with farm, and at the same time, if they don't have a lot, they're still able to have an impact. Quoifer, with the moves of Insania, they're able to lock down Pi with a Static Storm.
I feel like that's going to be the name of the game. It's going to be Liquid doing stuff. I don't know what 5 men can do with their draft. I don't know how they can actually punch back versus Liquid.
Well, at what point does sort of the whole Brood Mother thing kick into play, and then Liquid are actually going to care that there's a Brood Mother?
I'll be totally honest, I don't really know, because the last 3 times I've seen Brood, the hero has done nothing. It gets farmed and then just loses. So let's see what they can do. If they can try to break Liquid with this. Is Insania will get caught.
Yeah, he's still got jumps to play with.
Yeah, I think they're just going to be on this just type of counter-initiating every single time here and hoping that they can turn the fights. They do have decent ways of doing that, at least with Rubik and Magnus, but I feel like if Liquid just plays the greed game, they just chill back and farm, they're going to be fine in this game.
Yeah.
They have this Enigma.
And they have this Battle Fury jug. You know, Mickey's going to have it online in very good time. You know, because of the fact that there is a Brood mid and not a mid that's making any sort of moves that slows down this jug. Mickey's had all the space in the world now that top lane has started to fall apart with the laning stage coming to an end. And yeah, Battle Fury is going to be online before the 15-minute mark easily.
Feels good for Liquid. Taiga's pretty much got Blink Dagger too this game. He always has to watch out as Taiga, though. He's versus Rubik, so that's always going to be a bit of a fear for him.
Yeah, there's the 10. I'm looking for Zibek. Boxy, setups there. Tornado Cold Snap and the EMP down in place. Midnight Pulse down to make sure they have the damage. They certainly do. Zibek getting blown up.
5 minutes here.
Chessie. He's going to be able to turn over towards Boxy, but do they actually have detection? They don't. Boxy,
and now Chessie.
He's fine. Chessie's caught in the Static Storm. Does get the ult off as he turns towards Boxy. Boxy trying with the jukes, but Boxy gets nuked down.
Oh, no, Quakefoot.
He's actually stuck on the high ground here as Pi locks him down with the RP, and Chessie, well, he gets a couple of kills sort of handed towards him there with Liquid fighting in a very awkward position up there right by the Spider. And I think that's something they'll probably learn from and say, well, you know what, let's try to not fight where Chessie is.
Yeah, walked up right into him. We saw Quakefoot commit his spells trying to protect his buddy, but ends up actually just giving 2 kills. 2 kills away. So we still see, you know, Chessie, he has his power around his diffusal. But
oh yeah, he's still big, but it does kind of require the fights to come to him. I mean, and
Absolutely.
they just did.
Absolutely.
Bounty, which my matriarch will pride.
They do close that lead, though. The Empower starting to kick in. Actually evened out pretty much on gold, only 1k or so for Liquid. Experience actually favoring 5 men now.
I'll see Chessie. He's got the money for... No, he's just about got the money for the BKB. Is BKB out in full force mid lane? Misery able to get away from that tornado with the Blade Fury.
Chessie with the BKB is going to be very strong versus 4 of the heroes of Team Liquid. He still has to watch out when he walks up into the Jug, but versus the other 4, he's going to reign supreme in pretty much all of those matchups.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shiba trying to find his farm down here.
They're going to try and jump in mid, but he's just got the BKB delivered. This is not an easy kill with the BKB.
No, it's not. Koikfa has the Ags finished up now too, though.
Yeah, I think they will have maybe seen that BKB there, and that sort of move becomes very hard to make. I mean, how he's sort of getting a jump. He's going to rely on Tiger, who has that blink to get him with the blink black hole. Really, anything else, Chessie's always going to be able to pop BKB and turn around.
Yeah, no real long duration stuns on the side of Liquid except for that black hole. Everything else, like you said, he will be able to get it off. And yeah, now they're sitting back and farming too. Doesn't feel like they're like 5man's never mad when they get the farm because they have the troll magnets. Just feels like Liquid doesn't mind too much because they've raised up. Like we said, they went really greedy with their draft as well, and with the itemization that we've seen.
We'll see after the blink. Tiger it's just going to go straight for the BKB. No mech this game. Just making sure that he's going to be able to get in and get those black holes off, and of course very little other than the RP, but obviously very hard to really ever find a situation to position to cancel that black hole through the BKB. So Tiger, he's going to have pretty free reign with the ultimates this game when he has that BKB done.
Yeah, as long as he gets Misery too. Gotta watch out for the Rubik's Steel.
That's true. Yeah, Misery could come in with some clutch stuff, and 850 gold towards Misery's blink.
They're doing pretty decent on their blinks on their supports, actually. Pi is much closer than I thought he would be at this point in the game. He's just been quiet. Actually, this is one of the games where I feel like Pi is dying the least. He's 1 and 2. Usually he has a lot more.
I'm gonna look for him here. Try and find him in the trees. Misery closing in. Nice use of the Blade Fury straight away to make sure the tornado doesn't slow him down. So we'll turn with the 3-man deafening blast. Buying a little bit of time for himself, but no further way to get out. 5-man will get themselves the kill.
Meanwhile, bottom, black hole was committed. Taiga, he saw an opportunity just for a single hero with Koikfa. Easy kill. I think it's perfect. Like, Taiga, I think using the black hole pretty liberally is perfectly fine. You don't really want to use it in any heads-up engagement, but this might give opportunity for this. 5 men, no black hole. They're going to commit into this rush here.
Yeah, with DD on Chessie, he's not going to have any trouble taking this down very, very quickly. With the help of Ace too. As Ace closing in on that BKB. Sunstrike comes out to scout things, but nobody in position to stop this as take themselves the Aegis on Ace.
He's very farmed. He almost has his BKB finished too. These 2 top cores at the moment for the side of 5 men are keeping a very good pace. Shiba is starting to fall behind, but the other 2 are doing very nice. Insania.
Everybody's coming up, and Koikfa's walking in on this. He's just going to instantly get telekinesed.
He's rooted.
He's still able to jump out to the side. Gets over towards the safety of Insania. Chessie also starting to lay the webs down here as he makes moves. Liquid out into the trees. 2 of them will back away with the TPs. They'll make it away, but we're starting to see 5 men get out of their half of the map. Put some pressure on with the Spider.
They're getting some good farm out, and Chessie's trying to get toward that itemization that allows him to actually be able to go across the map. Because right now you're a bit limited by your webs, so you can actually only play around this area for the time being. Sure, he has 3 charges, but it's still very, very hard for you to move forward with it. Shib continues to farm the scary side of the map for his team. But yeah, just a very farm-intense game here. 6-11. We'll be getting close to 20 minutes. And Misery, he has Ghost Walk stolen, but he's spotted. Koikfa does not connect with the Remnant, though, and now Koikfa getting turned.
He's going to get rooted. Have they got enough lockdown? They're trying to bring Pilot Eye in, jump up to the high ground. We'll get Koikfa away. Pi's trying to chase. Catches him with the Shockwave, slows he in range for the RP. Oh, the dodge is there with the Dissimilate. Koikfa able to put the RP to shame, but they may still get the kill because Chessie wraps around. They've got the catch.
Meanwhile, in mid, the Omni actually bounces to creeps. Mickey.
They've got to run now. Boxy might not be able to do so. As 5 men there in with the grab up onto Boxy. Boxy Gonna get some safety here from Insania laying down the Static Storm, but not enough. Misery able to reach round and drop in with the Fade Bolt. Insania TP's out, but starting to see 5-man make some moves. Now that they are able to find these positions, that top area that's been laid down with the webs of Chessie, and of course this mid portion of the map, both places that Chessie does not have trouble accessing. And as you say, the sort of the area that he's able to access soon is going to be even greater with the Ags coming in just 1,300 gold. Also, his plays Pi, he's got himself the blink. He's ready to make moves himself.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times I've seen these 5-position Magnus, it's like 40 minutes in and they don't have blink dagger.
Yeah.
Only 20 minutes and he's got it. That's pretty huge for them to be able to set up. And it seems like the greed is starting to pay off because they're splitting Liquid up all over the map. Liquid's starting to make more mistakes.
Yeah, looking a million times better for 5-man comparison to what they were bringing out in game 1.
Yeah, it just feels like Liquid don't have the same fighting force either as they did in the last time. As we saw top, like 5-men, they chased that Void Spirit for quite a long time to get him, but there was no form of reaction from Liquid. They were making their own play.
Yeah, I thought that Quake would maybe have been able to do more in this early portion of the game, but it just sort of hasn't happened.
No, and now top. Nice ball
down.
down.
On top of Insania. Quake's going to try and jump in and burst Misery, but Misery will fall to the crit of Mickey. Mickey turns over towards Ace. Ace, he's out of mana, but he's got a full one. Pops it and still has the BKB and the ult to rely on. So they can try and chase, but Ace is happy to turn. There comes the BKB out. Commits with the battle charge. Turns more Tiger, but Tiger holds his position with the black hole. It comes down and it's a perfect black hole, wasting the entirety of the duration of both of their BKBs. Couldn't be any better there as it locks down Chessie. Ace comes out of the Aegis. They're going to look for a second round on him, see if they can bring him down. Slowing him up. He's surrounded. They're trying to take him out with the Dark Rift, but he's not in range. Even Boxy pushing Ace that little further away from the Rift to make sure that he wasn't able to be picked up. But that black hole from Tiger, I mean, coming in, getting the 2 cores during their BKBs, I mean, he saves the fight completely for Liquid.
It may have just saved the game, it feels like there. That was such a big turnaround. The 5-man was really starting to snowball off of all this, but Rubik being dead, Taiga saw the opportunity, gets the perfect black hole, and then Boxy at the end there, he did a great job of controlling the Underlord. Not only with the Deafening Blast, but he tornadoed him as well, preventing any type of save. Perfect fight for Liquid. And it felt like they needed that there too. It was starting to look a little scary from 5-men snowballing. Now they're in a very comfortable spot with this Jug farming. And now no Aegis, so now they have a lot more of a window that they can actually do stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to keep their eyes out for that Enigma. I mean, that's going to be the straight-up play Tiger looks for every single time. Because you do have these 2 melee carries that are relying on this duration of the BKB and the ultimate to pop off. And when it comes down to staying alive with the insatiable hunger and the battle chance, if you're able to lock them down in the black hole during that, then you're going to feel very good about yourself. As top lane, Tiger able to sneak away before Pi's able to catch him.
Yeah. In a lot of situations, it's still going to be tough for Taiga to just get the straight BKB black holes off versus the Rubik with an Aether Lens and now it's a Blink Magnus like you were mentioning before. But yeah, saw the opportunity. And it has to be 5-men to counter it.
Very, very impressive. And you can see, Tiger, it really is one of those games where the emphasis, he knows it's on the black hole, so he's just going to go straight for the Refresher next.
Can't steal 2 of them.
That's true. True. Well, unless we see a Refresher on Misery. But that probably isn't going to happen unless we get into sort of the 90th minute.
Oh, Insania. He gets the initiation onto Pi. The Glint's back.
Static Storm drop down. I love the easy kill. Not holding anything back from that as they take him down. But now we do have that item done on Chessie. Ags is complete. So we'll see sort of how much more of the map Chessie can start to open up and take claim for himself as areas that he will be able to join the forces of his teammates in.
We'll have to see. I mean, Liquid, they're buying time. 10 seconds until that black hole is available again. Well, they're perfectly fine with all this pace here. Mickey getting away with a crazy amount of farm. Manta and Scotty pretty much done now. Spiderling, not this time. I'm not going to kill the bounty away from Mickey. So let's see, 5-men. They're also at a pretty strong point here too. They looks like they might actually go for a smoke play with Chesty's timings. And the Basher. Okay, Ace has the Basher finished. The illusion of Quakefa actually saw the smoke if they were looking right at it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I
attack.
might still catch Boxy though with the way he's pushing out.
Looks like they should. He's very far forward. And Misery should be able to get the grab. Boxy sees him for a second there. He's going to be able to wax away. He's just going to be able to walk away. And now his team's going to come and start to sandwich, it looks like.
Mickey's moving in. He's moving in straight away. He's going to start looking towards Ace, but Ace is able to turn and start punching away at Mickey. Mickey gets the healing water out over to the side. Tiger. He's going to use the black hole to lock down Chessie during some of this BKB again. Omni Slash comes into play, dodging the RP with that Omni Slash, and they've taken down Chessie. Chessie's dead. He's out of action, and Ace is trying to finish this off. Doesn't the BKB in the ult to commit in onto Mickey. Mickey trying to break away. The Blade Fury's back on. As Mickey's able to step to the side, they've got the lift up on Quakefoot. Do they have the control? The bash, but the Remnant, it was out. It pulled Ace away to stop Ace from being able to chain lock Quakefoot down. As once again, the team fights a success for Liquid. Tiger just able to use these black holes to fully disable at least one of the cores of 5 men.
He saw the opportunity there, and like you said, the Aether Remnant from Quakefoot really bailing him out of a situation that looked like he would die. That was a big item timing for 5 men there in that fight too, and Liquid's able to just take out their Broodmother instantly again. The Omni Slash fully commits and sticks onto her, and they win big in this fight.
Starting to really bump the lead up, 6k advantage now. For Liquid, the items just continues to fly out for Mickey. The farm, him with his Battle Fury, just outdoing Ace's Troll by quite some pace here. 3.5k difference. On top of the Skadi that he's just finished, he's going to be well on the way towards the MKB.
And he's got, you know, he may not have Empower, but he has buff up from his team. The Alacrity plus the Solar Crest, it's going to pack a punch every single time that's all thrown onto Mickey.
Yeah.
And Boxy, he's prioritizing that every time too.
Well, here we go as well. Misery, he has the blink. So now you've got to sort of see him put a stop to these plays that Tiger's getting away with. Or at least have something to sort of one-up with. One-up him with after the black hole comes to an end. So they've got to stop this Enigma. Tiger just getting the opportunity to drop these big ults every single time.
Yeah. And Mick is just getting so much out of all of this. I mean, he's just, like you said, massive. A full item ahead of the Troll Warlord. These Omni Slashes, they're going to be lethal. If he connects it on the Broodmother, Chessie will die every single time. There's nothing he can do about it. No counterplay. Unless you can somehow pull him away with some spiders or something along those lines, but very unlikely versus Battle Fury. Yeah, it's just hard. Have to be very hopeful with their type of initiations or counter-initiations on Pi, too. Yeah, the itemization. I'm liking the itemization from Liquid just a bit more. All these buff ups and everything onto the Jug. Yules on Insania to kite out the Troll, kite out the Magnus, and stuff like that. Just lots of different things. The Shivas on Quakefoot works very well. I'm seeing a lot more selfish items coming out on the side of 5 men in comparison.
I mean, for 5 men as well, for Chessie, where does he sort of go from now? He got the Diffusal, the BKB, and the Ags. Nothing really crazy has been achieved. That's how that forward mid lane. Able to get the jump on Zibbe. Zibbe, he's going down very suddenly here. Tornado to seal it off. But yeah, so what do you do now as this Brood? You know, Chessie is 1, 2, and 2. Hasn't really been able to have that much of an impact. And he's going to go for the AC next, but it doesn't feel easy.
No real items. This is one of the problems why I was talking about the Broodmother. I don't really know. It's because this is the point where I see a lot of Broods, they're dominating, and then they do nothing after this point. That's Chessie. He's got the plate mail done, so he's a little bit tankier. They're just stalking him. They're watching him. Range bash on Quakefoot. Another one.
He's standing his ground. That definitely blocks. It's not going to save him. He had an opportunity before he took that full combo to jump at Tiger. Is it as well with the black hole? Again with the Omni Slash.
It's a still black hole.
He's up in the high ground. Chessie's going to live. They do manage to turn with the RP. They lock down the 2 of them. Aegis has been picked up though by Mickey, so he's back for a second round. Is he actually going to be able to live for a second round? On the side is Insania. He'll drop the Static Storm onto Chessie. Chessie's been trapped. Chessie actually TPing out. The Warrior going out. Misery. He's in, but immediately it does get put to a stop. Alright, tries for the skewer back on Mickey, but he's away with the Blade Fury. They're backing off it. Can they get any further catch it? There's 5 men. They don't have the detection on Boxy. Boxy still under the invis. So Roshan, did go down to Liquid. They did get that Aegis on Mickey, quickly taken away from them.
They're fortunate, though, to have him get away, though, with the glimpse from Insania coming in so clutch, saving both the Invoker and the Jug, it looked like
that
there.
Black Hole would have been big otherwise.
Yeah, Koikfa with a pretty big mistake, just getting chain bashed into chain rooted.
Yeah, he really pushed his luck. Standing that close, it's Insania. He'll feel the power of top lane as well, where the roots come into play, he can't run. Five men should be able to take down this tier 2 top.
Yeah, pretty massive for them now. Bissell also finished up on Ace, so, you know, in those situations, he will 100% kill Koikfa now, too, with the bashes and roots and an Abyssal thrown in on top. Yeah, that was massive. Liquid, they have to be a little bit more careful about how they make a mistake like that on Koikfa. That's given a pretty much like a full item to everybody on the side of 5 men.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Koikfa, he just can't afford to stand anywhere close to this troll.
No.
As, yeah, I mean, he literally did that last fight. He just stood there.
Radiant's bottom
He was like,
he did get
yeah,
chain bashed and rooted, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got to play against that RNG, right? You just have to not let yourself stand in melee range of the troll at all.
Yeah. No teammates to help, no teammates to bail him out during it or anything either, too, so. Yeah, very fortunate for 5 men. And do they still have the cheese? Yeah, they kept the cheese. Okay. I can't believe they actually got both of them. I saw Mickey pick it up during the Omni Slash, by the way, which is pretty sweet.
That's pretty neat.
Oh, he's got MKB finished, so he hits real hard.
Oh, yeah,
now he doesn't have to worry about the Whirling Axes and the incapacitating bite, which were causing him some problems. Now he doesn't have to worry.
He's going to jump in onto Ace. Again,
bashed.
He's in on the melee range. The Tornado will bail him out for now. Tiger dropping the Black Hole onto Chessie. He knows that with that sort of lockdown and the damage that Mickey has, they'll kill the Spider every single time. Now Liquid can they chase for more. They've got the vision with the glimpse. Zibe going to try and ult his way out of it, but Mickey's damage is too much.
He actually dies. Wow. And that's a really heads-up play there from Taiga, too, because he's got the cooldown reduction talent. He's got the quickening charm. Rubik doesn't. He's
got the refresher.
Now he's got a full range, but they know that they had this Black Hole at just a faster pace than the Rubik did. They look for the fight straight up and just casts it onto the... He just casts it onto the Brood.
I mean, yeah, these Black Holes are just going to and they have been already, just destroyed both of these big carries, as we're seeing. Both Chessie and Ace. They've got to be so worried about Tiger. They've got to hope that someone on their team can try and get to him, but there's not really anyone that can find Tiger and sort of jump to the backlines at the start of the fight. They just don't have that sort of hero.
Yeah, and Taiga can, honestly, he might be able to refresh or find a play here and just look to close the game on surprise. 5 men have to be very careful with their positioning. Misery's going to smoke in the back. Black Hole's available for him. He only has it for a couple more seconds now. That Stone Spell's about to go away.
Try and go in onto Mickey. Look at the Blade Fury off. BKB committed by Ace. Tiger, he's going to jump, he's going to find him, a Black Hole, he's got the 2 of them, he's got the big one, Ace, but there's the counter play, Misery, with the stolen Black Hole comes in, but Mickey's still able to get off the Omni Slash, Ace is falling low, they've cut down both the three of them now, as Tiger still gets the job done despite Misery trying his best to turn it around there with that stolen Black Hole. They've got the RP down onto the 2 of them. Mickey falling low. Can they get Mickey out? Skew as well, keeping him in position, but Mickey's just turning. He's trying to punch back into Chessie. Pots the Blade Fury to try and run the glimpse, tearing Chessie away from Mickey. As Mickey will live. Sunstrike from Botsy actually catches Misery on the high ground, will finish him off. Koikfa still playing around with the Brood. Chessie tries to turn, but the silence and the burst from the 2 of them comes into play. Boxy cleans up with the double. As Liquid continue onto the mid-racks and even towards the tier 4s. Buybacks are there from 5 men, so they'll be able to come back and give it one more shot at trying to push Liquid back.
Chessie, he almost just got glimpsed outside the base. Like, if it was a quarter second faster, he was going to get glimpsed right in front of all the Liquid, but either way, they have to watch their base die. Koikfa jumps in.
He's straight in. Oh, the skewer attempt off the mark. Didn't matter either way, the kinetic field would have stopped him. Mickey, he's just Blade Fury and looking to close the game up. The question is, does he actually have the damage to be able to do so? Chessie, cold snap. Chessie, he's silenced. Chessie's just dead. There's a dieback from the Brood. Zibe's in trouble. GG is going to be called. As Liquid help clean this game 2 up, and with that, the series is theirs. Looking very fine. Some of these picks just perfect. The Tiger Enigma. I mean, it was just a crucial part of this game. You know, having that Black Hole it really did do everything. And refreshing to see, because a lot of the time we do see Enigma being strong, not because of the black hole, right? It's because of the other efforts, especially when we see like Seb play. It's more about the mech, the team play. But this time round, Tiger, he just took it upon himself and said, as long as I get the good black holes, we're going to win every single fight in the late game.
And he did it in such a nice manner. Like every time he identified the situations, he knew when he could use it. It wouldn't get stolen, or it wouldn't get stolen at a bad time. Yeah, I mean, he played it super well. And there's a reason why they do these type of switch-ups, right? We've talked to Liquid a lot about it and asked him. Taiga is a specialist on this hero. He's super comfortable on it. And it's always nice to see them being able to be that flexible, too, with like, oh, Invoker's gonna get shit on by Broodmother here. Let's just swap it. Boxy can play it. They have a lot of different things that they can do for it. It's good to see. Still some slip-ups, still some things to fix, but overall, pretty good game plan.
Yeah, and Chessie ends 2-5-3. I guess it's safe to say this game isn't really going to change your opinion on the Broodmother hero.
Nah, I'm not a big fan of Brood right now. It feels like it's the same. It's like it actually doesn't feel like it wins its lane almost ever now, and then it feels like it just has this weird spot in mid game that feels kind of useless.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Liquid, they'll take the second game, and with that, the series, as they do continue to really look as strong as they have been here this tournament. It's been a very good tournament for them so far, despite, as Insania pointed out earlier, they're not too great track record at ESL ones, but this one seems to be something different, as Liquid, they'll take this series 2-0 against 5-Man.
Saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start. Ooh. Yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good. Told me take it easy, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space, hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest, you should know. I just came here to make you feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild, wild for you, babe. Can't say why.
Another 2-0 here for us at ESL 1 Germany, and another team in the playoffs. It is Team Liquid joining Mud Golems, Alliance, Team Secret, and OG as our first 5 teams ahead in the playoffs, but ahead of our final round of the Swiss group stage here. Now, as we get ready for our Game Fuel post-match, I'd like to welcome back my panel here as I break down that series as a whole. I've got Gerda, I've got Kyo. Lads, Team Liquid play their own style of Dota. They do some weird stuff, but they know what they're doing.
I mean, I wouldn't say that particular game was their style, because they're a lot faster as a team, but they adapted. They adapted to the Brood pick, they adapted to the, I guess, niche pick that kind of put them off a little bit. I don't really think they struggled laning-wise. It was just after the laning when the Brood got fatter as well as the Troll. It became a little harder to deal with it, and I think they adapted well. It was nice to see Boxy as well playing this position 4 in Invoker. It was kind of interesting.
I really loved how Mike was so patient. I think this was the battle of who loses the patience and get this core's involvement after. But even though like two supports, I mean the Liquid was shaking a bit in the mid game, then Mike was like, oh, it's okay. Like let's just play well. Let's wait for the chance, and they got the chance at the top side. I think that was impressive.
It was really impressive from Liquid. So let's hear from their captain. We've got Insania here on the line. Insania, mate, congratulations for making your way into the playoffs for ESL 1 Germany. I just want to touch on a little bit of something. Obviously, you guys have heard this a lot when everyone goes and talks about Team Secret, but I want to know, did you guys learn anything valuable from that series so you guys can take them down in the playoffs?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Every time you get to play Secret, you get one step closer, I think, to beating them. I think the last time it took us like 8 or 9 losses in a row, but then we got them. So we're just building that streak up again, and hopefully like a little bit sooner than last time, we'll get them back. But if we get into a grand final with them, I promise there won't be a 3-0.
Ooh, okay.
That much is for sure.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because that game was not as comfortable or convincing from you guys. I was thinking perhaps maybe it was the Brood pick, kind of like makes your lanes and your style of play a little bit more different because you have to adapt to the game. What was your thoughts on that? Why was the reason the game was a little bit less convincing for you guys?
I think we felt quite in control, actually. I think we screwed up our lanes a little bit. We were quite ready for the Brood. We were like discussing it, and we thought like if they pick Brood, it won't really fit their draft, so it's going to be fine. We just need to do this, and that, and it's going to be okay. I think me and Mickey kind of screwed up our lane a little bit, so they got a little bit too much out of the top lane. But Tommy played really well. He had some really nice black holes, and I think Mickey, his team fighting was really on point this game. But no, I don't really feel like we had to like change too much. We were quite ready for it. We were like, when we picked the Invoker, we had it in mind that we might have to run it as a 4 in case they do pick Brood.
Yeah, my question is a bit like not relevant to the game, but like, how did you guys, I mean, what are the good tips like that you guys are teaming up together for a long time? Because you guys obviously teamed up for more than 2 years, and there's not many Dota team like who's been like together for a long like time like that. What are the special techniques? And have you ever thought about kicking someone or liking someone? Forget about the last two, but like, can you answer me that one?
I mean, I think we just genuinely get along. We have a good atmosphere in our team, and if we have problems with each other, we tend to just talk them out. Like I think we handle things quite maturely, and I think one of the biggest things that Blitz brought into our team was how to handle like problems, like personal issues between each other, and just how to like talk it through like adults. And I think having him around and helping us like understand that, and then just like being able to keep building on everything that we started like from the beginning has been super helpful. And we all know that we are like as good as we are because we have each other. So I think that helps.
Well, Blitz has actually got use then.
Yeah.
What about jabs? Is it useful or still useless?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It was a joke last time. It just didn't come across very well.
When you say 2 times, I'm sure it's not a joke.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, Insania, you do have to keep those coaches around. So I've got one more question for you, mate. Is there anything special that you guys do before matches? Is there any like pre-match rituals that you guys do together as a team?
William does this little dance, or Blitz, sorry, does this little dance for us, and then he tells us that we owe him 2 games because he brought us food. So that's kind of our pre-game ritual. He comes up, tells us that we owe him 2 games because he brought us like McDonald's or something, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, it's good to see that you guys have a loving atmosphere there in the training camp as well, and congratulations one more time for making playoffs. I'm excited to see you guys there for the rest of ESL 1 Germany.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, these guys are so nice. A lot of these European players are so nice. They give us so much, and I want to see this happy little dance. I think we're gonna have to tweet out at Blitz. I want to see this little dance now. I want to see what he does.
I'm surprised there's no pre-ritual thing, you know? Like, back in my previous team, I think it was Fnatic or something.
What was your pre-ritual?
It was like, Fnatic or something. Like, it was like pretty awkward, but, you know, like, it looked pretty cool. Like, you know, but yeah.
So you think they're all doing that in the facility right now, just before their draft goes out? They're all screaming out, "Team Liquid!"
They're both European team. Like, MVP didn't have it, I remember, but yeah. So.
What about you as a player? Did you have anything specific that you did as a player before your matches, Kyo?
Huh?
Did you have anything specific that you did before your matches to hype yourself up or get ready? Last year trainer or anything like that?
I just think about how to cook them, you know? That's it. Like, design it in your head.
Oh, okay, Kyo.
Yep.
You come up with some magical things from that little mouth of yours. But lads, Liquid 2-0 here up against 5-man. They put themselves in the playoffs. Luckily enough for all the 5-man fans out there, they still do have another chance. Round number 5 is just around the corner for them, so they have to fall back and prepare for that. What do they need to do now, Darcy? What does 5-man need to focus on a little bit here for round number 5 so they can make the playoffs?
I didn't really like their opener in that last game. The Underlord pick didn't really make sense because it's not really a flexi pick, and a lot of teams already shown this Underlord mid card, so it's not as scary anymore because you kind of already know what to expect. I would have been okay if they just opened up the Magnus plus the carry, because I think that's quite strong. We've seen a few teams do it, like the OG lineup before, and then they could have adapted their later picks to go accordingly instead of just relying on this Magnus troll, because they had rarely any crowd control, which kind of hindered them in that particular game.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they could trust their draft a bit more because they technically didn't have to go to Broodmother route. I really felt like Magnus can just go mid or like off lane, because like he's versing against Juggernaut, like he's never gonna die, and all like Magnus needs is level, and just let this troll get out of this safe lane and just farm this neutral on the left side. Yeah, like, I expected that, but like I'm surprised how they laned against Enigma for 8 minutes. Yeah.
Well, do you feel like that was kind of the pressure of it being a game 2? You know, Liquid's been looking strong in that first game. Do you feel like they got in and of themselves where they had to go for this cheese pick to try and get out the victory?
I feel like they felt that. I think with the last pick, we could kind of tell that they went for this route where they didn't really believe there was any other ideal pick, and they wanted to go for this cheese pick to actually dominate the mid. But as we talked to Insania, he was clearly comfortable, and they expected this coming into that later pick stage. And they just adapted so well. And I feel like maybe against other teams it might have worked out, but Liquid's one of those teams that can really just change their lanes, change their roles according to the game. So I agree with Kyo. I think they also should have just went with anything that would have been confident and just played their game, not too much stressing about the enemy team itself.
Well, the calm samurai that is Mickey here on his Juggernaut, as QO said, he kind of just waited until he had those perfect opportunities. A lot of those Omni Slashes worked out really well. They were combining perfectly with that black hole as well, right? Always making sure that, unfortunately, that Chessie couldn't get anything done with that BKB. They're always kiting around the Trolls BKB as well. And I think Liquid came into this series with a solid idea about how they wanted to play. And even though that second game they might have been thrown off kilter a little bit by the Broodmother, they played against it basically perfectly.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is one of those times where Liquid's trying to really just prove themselves that they're actually a top 4, top 3, maybe even top 1, depending on how they go throughout this whole tournament, right? And they've always had these 5th, 6th position in other tournaments, so they really want to shake that off.
How about you, QO? Do you feel like that Liquid are starting to break the mold of that 5th, that 6th slot that you unfortunately could not break?
Yeah, I think they deserve it. Yeah, you know, that's the top 6 spot, like from the Liquid. I think this is the team that I really rate. Like I've been always rating like Liquid as like a top 2 in EU, like just in terms of stability. I know they had like a little rough time, but I still like believed in this team, so yeah.
Well, that kind of harkens back to something that we heard from one of the greats of European Dota, Notal, when he was talking about these teams that, yeah, they can consistently, you know, they might be able to hit a 10 in a game, but they can also drop down to a 6. And I think Team Liquid for me is a team that always hovers around that 8. Yeah, they also do have a high ceiling as well if they want to get towards that position, but, you know, it just takes that kind of perfect click for them to get to that position where they can be a 10. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with the end of day number 11 all done and dusted, let's go and have a look to see how our standings are going here. As I said, we've got 5 teams already here in the playoffs, and these are as follows. Team Secret, Alliance, OG, Mud Golems. Obviously, Team Liquid have just joined them as well here with a 3-1 record. And now everybody else that is still playing for their tournament lives are on this 2-2 score. We've got Ninjas in Pajamas, Na'Vi, Viking GG, as we continue to roll towards the bottom. Nigma, 5-man, Yellow Submarine. All of these teams will be competing in our final round here, round number 5, where the winner of each of those series will be continuing on into the playoffs, and the rest will be out of the tournament. Speaking of out of the tournament, this is where our bottom 5 will be sitting. We've got Windstrike, who unfortunately have gone out of the tournament, Hellraisers, Cyber Legacy, Extremum, and Tempo Esports. 8 teams here from this 16-team tournament will go into the playoffs, and 8 teams will be out of the tournament. We've already found 5 of each. We still need 3 more to join everybody else. And lads, we've only got 6 teams left so far that aren't in the playoffs or out of the tournament. We've only got 3 more slots left for playoffs. Who are we expecting for our final 3 slots? If you guys can remember, I'm getting you guys to flex your brains a little bit.
Yeah, well, for me, I'm going to go with Kyo's boys as one of them, Yellow Submarine. I think they actually look really good for a kind of unknown team for a lot of people. Second, probably NIP. Yeah, probably NIP.
All right, Kyo, before I get you this, we've got something special for you guys at home. We've got the schedule that's going to be our round number 5, so let's go and have a look to see how it is so these guys don't have to rack their brains too much. So, 5-men versus Nigma. Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine. We've got Viking GG taking on NIP. I really start to bleed here for my boys, the Yellow Submarine, having to take another big name down in European Dota to get themselves towards that playoff. So, lads, we've seen the 3 series that we're going to have for our final round. Now I want you guys to tell me who's going to make playoffs. First one, Nigma 5-man.
I think Nigma. They're looking better now for me, I think.
Yeah, Nigma.
What about your boys, Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine, lads? We've got a Na'Vi fanboy and we've got a Yellow Submarine fanboy. I think they might have to duke it out in the car park to see who actually comes out on top of that one.
I'm a little worried because Na'Vi fanboy, but they're not really performing that well. I think Yellow Submarine actually looks stronger currently, but I want Na'Vi to win.
I don't want Collapse to, you know, have his name tagged on QO, you know, like too much pressure on his shoulder. Like, I think he should just put it as a Collapse and win the game first and then go use that name after he used that playoff.
You don't want
to... I believe in him. That's why
and then the final one, lads, Viking GG, Ninjas in Pajamas. Where are we going to sit for that final one?
I think Viking GG.
Yeah? Ninjas in Pajamas, Viking GG, QO?
That's like the tough one because I think they're very, very even.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of the things is Viking GG has been starting to adapt now, according to the tournament, compared to just constantly playing their style of what they've been successful in the BTS Pro Series.
All right, lads, we'll have to wait and see how that round number 5 does pan out. We're also going to have to wait and see how Mercedes-Benz MVP does pan out. But our voting is open for that right now, so make sure everybody gets in their votes there for the most valuable player across the entirety of ESL 1 Germany. We've got a spicy top 4 right now. I want to see it spice up for round number 5 as well. But for everyone here in the studio, that is the end of day number 11. Me and Gazel, we're going to go get some sleep tonight, and we'll see you guys for round number 5. Stay safe, and we'll see you then.
To break the smoke, Yule's on the Queen of Pain, but that stomp is beautiful. The Mars Arena lands, but in comes the Earth Splitter, catching out the Oracle, so no spells cast, and the track is going to fall immediately after. 6 feet under, down goes Magical and Viking, striking hard while they can. Kuma now inside his Wukong's command, but he's all alone. Where's his team?
That's Big Zip looking to blow up Iceberg. Straight away they'll look for the Lash. Iceberg buys a bit of time with the Yule Tap, but he's been left behind. Iceberg will get taken out, and they chase for anything more. 33's trying. Roger will hold him back with a hook shot on the Cox. The Moonlight to go further and still mana to play with. Barney with a big Zip all the way over to Roger. He ain't stunned, he's getting low. All the batteries on, but he's still able to zip out. Pop that Bloodstone heal, and now they'll turn. Iceberg pops the BKB, but he's just going to still die straight through it. He too jumps in. They do have the lasso onto Barney. Can B2 clean up? He's moving in, but the blood right comes out. They just don't have the damage to kill the Spectre. He's over onto the Drow. Vichu's down. Iceberg trying to stand his ground and take down Milan with a life drain, but he hasn't got the damage. The Laguna's there, and it couldn't have gone any worse for Na'Vi. They get Roach, they get the Aegis. About time past the tier 2 tower, but they'll back on that now. But jump forward, General. Okay. Nobody get the spear down onto Skeeter. Skeeter's getting low. Can they finish him off? They've got the silence. Skeeter's being focused, but the save Milan comes over with a heal. Skeeter's not going to go down. Turns over towards Iceberg with the open wounds. Now a look towards General. Laguna in to play. General cannot blink out. As Skeeter lives.
Fire Skeeter.
Fireman, here we go.
At the Drow.
Hey. Oh, he got him.
Connects.
He got him with the stun. He's in on him. I mean, I don't know. With the kisses, yeah. Vichu's got to get back to the base. Roger's going to get caught by the blood right. Vichu, he's actually going to go down. Nobody is just able to walk. The crit Mickey turns over towards Ace. Ace, he's out. Man up, and he's got a full one. Pops in, still has the BKB and the ult to rely on. So they can try and chase, but Ace is happy to turn. There comes the BKB out. Convinced with the battle charge, turns more Tiger, but Tiger holds his position with the black hole. It comes down, and it's a perfect black hole, wasting the entirety of the duration of both of their BKBs. Couldn't be any. Look at the Blade Fury off. BKB committed by Ace. Tiger, he's going to jump. He's going to find him. A black hole. He's got the two of them. He's got the big one, Ace, but there's the counter play. Misery with the stolen black hole comes in, but Mickey's still able to get off the Omni Slash. Ace is falling low. They've cut down both the three of them now, as Tiger still gets the job done despite Misery trying.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on.
Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass.